Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to you all to Whilton Mill Kart Circuit, just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, England, for round 5 of the 2021 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. Hello to you if you are joining us online for the Alpha live stream via YouTube and or Facebook, and hello as well to everybody here today around the circuit. I believe we are going out on PA now. Hopefully you can all hear me. Fantastic to have you all along for the ride. My name is Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and for the first time in this 2021 championship, it's my pleasure and privilege to be in the comms position to talk you through today's action, and there's going to be plenty of it. We'll have a look at the schedule in just a moment's time. Here, of course, as I say, at unquestionably one of the premier karting venues in the United Kingdom, Whilton Mill Kart Circuit. Brilliant central location and a long-running Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship here at the circuit. Fantastic challenge for the drivers, and could be an interesting one today in terms of the conditions. Obviously, it's been an extremely warm week here in the UK, but it is overcast today. It is distinctly cooler, and there is the chance of rain, and obviously with the kind of weather we've been having, that rain may not exactly be light in nature. It could be an interesting one as we go later into the day, particularly towards the afternoon's running. That's our JMW forecast. Let's take a look at the schedule then. We have the usual plethora, the smorgasbord of classes out for you here today. Plenty of racing action. We're going to go through our heat rotations, of course. To start off, Honda Cadets will get us started in just a few moments' time. Army Cadet will be next. X30 Minis, Mini Max, Junior Max, all coming up for you for their first heats in the next hour. And then we'll be finishing off the first rotation of heats. Your X30 Juniors, your X30 Seniors, and your Senior Max will bring us to the end of that first rotation of heats. And then we will go again, so just ahead of midday, we will get onto our second rotation of heats, racing throughout the day, all the way through. Same order as before, taking us through to the X30 Seniors, and then we will be having a third heat in the Honda Cadets. Such is the strength of the grid there. 205 entries throughout the day, throughout all of these classes. Brilliant stuff. And then we'll be getting on to the trophy finals just after 1:45 there. You can see 13:52 will be kicking off with our finals, and all the way through to today, through the day, excuse me. Bearing in mind that the Honda Cadet A final is going to be right at the end of the schedule. That's because of how they had the additional Heat 3, so they get bumped effectively towards the end of that. So that's how it is for the schedule. Let's take a look at this Whilton Mill circuit then, with an onboard narrated by Anthony Jordan.
Welcome to Whilton Mill, a beautiful circuit situated in the countryside of Northamptonshire. Let's take a lap around the circuit. We start the lap off with Oblivion and Crook, the fastest part of the circuit, where it's pretty much flat out if you're brave enough. You come in and you clip the first apex, clipping the second and not running out too wide onto that rough tarmac area. We then head uphill into the heavy braking zone of Christmas Corner, a very tricky corner on this one, where it is very easy to compromise your exit speed as you fight for track position. You head round the kink and start sector 2 through Inkerman and the Ashby hairpin. Try to avoid that inside curb as it can massively unsettle the kart. Heavy braking in the downhill hairpin of Ashby, again not running out too wide. We head into the two left-handers now of Wilkins and Oisiers. Great for overtaking opportunities, but really easy to make any slight mistake. Downhill into the braking zone on this one, trying to watch that inside curb, slightly running out wide as you want a good exit onto the back straight. We start sector 3, and the boot, the trickiest part of the circuit now, as it's very high curbs, very bumpy through here as well. As you hit both those apexes, round the final corner we head in towards Pit Bend, avoiding that inside curb and finishing the lap here at Whilton Mill.
There we are then. That was a lap of Whilton Mill. Brilliant circuit, this one. I love watching racing here. I love racing here myself. It is a lot of fun. We've got a few moments before our first race of the day is out for the Honda Cadets Heat 1. Let's do the grid for it though. Take you through that. It will be Jack Price who starts that one from pole, Lucy Wilden alongside. Oliver Meek and Daniel Butcher will be on row number 2, and then it'll be Rio Licata and Jake Schulz on row number 3. It'll be Noah McNicholas and Joshua Smith on row 4. Row 5 is going to be Theo Champney and Bobby Pete to take you to your top 10 on the grid. Riley Thatcher and Oliver Majewski will be on row number 6. On row 7, we find Harrison Whitcomb and Sebastiano Tutseo. Kai Clark and Finley Lyons will be on row 8. Row 9 will be Hayden Gray and Mayan Patel. Rounding out your top 20 on row 10, Isaac Parkinson and Joshua Bigembi, current championship leader coming into today. Elliot Potter and Riley Till will be on row 11. Row 12 will be Zach Champney and Ellis Pullen-Memin. Apologies, I went a little bit away from the graphic there on screen. There it's Ellis Pullen-Memin and Harrison Leach, and then it'll be Samuel Gamiao and Thomas Butcher rounding out the 28 karts. So that's how they line up then for the first race of the day. And we're, as ever, really keen to hear from you today. If you are watching the stream courtesy of Alpha Live with com support from Double Dash Motorsport Media, do please send us a comment. We would love to know who you're tuning in to support, or if you're just here to enjoy some good racing, which you are absolutely in the right place for. Do let us know. Some good comments coming in already. Good morning to Chloe, saying good luck to everyone. Wish I was racing. I do a bit too this morning, if I'm honest. It's been a while since I've been around. It's been a few months since I was driving around this circuit here at Whilton Mill, and it is one of my absolute favourites. So it's going to be really, really a treat today, I think, to watch this. It's the second Whilton Mill Kart Club round of the month, we should say. The organisers managing to squeeze in some more racing a couple of weeks ago. Obviously, the traditional slot for a round of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship on the 4th Sunday of every month. Quick shout out to that support from FastR. You can see them up there in the top right hand side of top right hand corner of your screen. If you're watching the Alpha Live stream, head over to befastor.com to find out about their bespoke racing apparel and everything else that they get up to. And support of the championship very much appreciated. As you could see there, we just saw, as you can see, it's slightly more overcast today. The coolest day of the week so far, certainly in this part of the world. And here are your Honda Cadets lined up on the dummy grid, along with the IARMY Cadets who will be on track after them. The youngest drivers that you'll see racing here today, aged as young as 8 years out there. So this series very much about them cutting their teeth, beginning competitive racing. There are obviously Bambino classes as well, but these drivers still some of the young talent coming up through the British karting scene. I've got to say as well, as I say, it happens to be the first round that I've covered of the 2021 FastR WMKC. And I've got to say, so I haven't been here since, I want to say, the last round of last year's championship. Obviously, last year's championship had a fair amount of disruption to it, as did pretty much any sporting season last year. But I've got to say, it was brilliant driving into the circuit this morning and seeing just how large the paddock is. You can see on this wide shot here from up at Christmas Corner, which, if you're unfamiliar with the circuit, is going to be a major action spot today. You can see just, and on this shot as well, just how packed this paddock is. I mean, it's normal to see scenes like that you can see now with all the awnings up there of people in the paddock, but you could see on the shot from Christmas as well, they're all packed out right round onto the Mill circuit, which is the little smaller circuit they have here on Whilton Mill. They've had to open up that circuit for everyone to go out there. So as I understand it from talking to the crew this morning, this has become the norm for this season, but I've got to just say how brilliant it is to see how healthy the ranks are. 205 entries, as I say, here today at Whilton Mill. It's been fantastic to see how healthy this paddock is, coming the other side of what was the, we'll just call it the mad year that was 2020 for now, shall we? Fantastic as things continue to open up, that we're able to have a brilliant day here. Hello to everybody, as I say, around the circuit. Brilliant to see more people around the circuit here today. You can see the balcony there at the clubhouse packed with spectators, supporters. So a big shout out. If I'm going to start, obviously, as the racing begins, referring to what we can see in camera shot on your Alpha Live stream. Rightly so. Do head over to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and the various Facebook pages that we're going out on today to follow that. But I do just want to give a shout out to everybody here around the circuit, all the competitors, all the mechanics, all the crews who are making these race efforts a reality. And I got that in just in time before the engine notes went up for our Honda cadets heading out onto circuit. So Jack Price leads them out onto the track so that they can bed themselves in, as it were, and come around to take up their grid positions. It's going to be the standing start for our Honda cadets. And it was a few minutes ago that we went through our grid. So I will just give a quick reminder of the first few rows of the grid. It will be Jack Price and Lucy Whilton on row 1, Oliver Meek and Dan Butcher on row 2, Rio Licata and Jake Schulz are row 3. Row 4 is Noah McNicholas and Joshua Smith, who is the current E-plate holder, we should say, in this field as well. Theo Champney and Bobby Pete round out your top 10. We've got support coming in for Seb Tuteo. Good morning to Jack Collins, who's sending that in. And we've got James of Alpha Live on the comments section today. So if you see all the Alpha Live messages going on there, he's monitoring the comments today. So do please interact with him, as I say. Let us know, let him know who you're here to support, where you're tuning in from as well. Always fantastic to see where everyone's tuning in from around the country and indeed around the world. Brilliant to be able to bring you this coverage. Here we go then, just lining up on the grid then for our first race of the day. The 8 minutes on the clock. And it'll be eyes on that digi-flag and on the lights to get us underway here at Whilton Mill. Here we go then. Lights out and away we go for our Honda Cadet Heat number 1. And Jack Price leads them into oblivion for the first time. And then through the right-hander at the crook. And as they head up the hill for the first time, it looks to me like our pole sitter has got away nicely here. It's a good start as well from Dan Butcher, who appears to have got himself up to second place, as we've got a spinner there out to driver's left. Slightly unusual phase of the corner to lose it in. I think that was Finley Lyons who was going off to the left-hand side there. Now, can I already see signs of rain there on the camera? Yeah, we've got a driver going wide there down at Ashby. I think that might have been Jake Schulz. That looked like the 27 to me as the head of the field works their way through the infield corners. Yes, there is rain on the camera. So here we go, and here we go right at the front of the field. This is Josh Smith in the E-plate kart coming to the forefront here as they come around to finish lap number 1. Sorry, not quite to the forefront. I think that was a move for second place. We'll confirm that on timing as they come through to finish this lap. It was indeed a battle for second place. Jack Price, your leader then. Josh Smith in second. Dan Butcher in third. Rio Licata fourth. And Theo Champney rounds out your top 5. But right now for the lead of the race, up the hill, Jack Price is having a move lined up on him by Josh Smith. As meanwhile they go 3 wide, even 4 wide slightly in the mid part of the top 10 here. All working their way through there. Can see the likes of Theo Champney, Lucy Whilton, Riley Thatcher involved in that battle there, as the top 2 though have broken away just slightly in the early phases of this first heat. Don't forget there are championship points on offer in these heat races, 36 points on offer for the winner of this. Still this lead battle heads towards the boot, but it looks to me like Smith may be making the move, and indeed he does. Nice, tidy, textbook move in many ways into the boot. Although I always think that move under braking is often made to look quite easy. It can often be an easier move, actually, to hook up the next few apexes of the boot. So that was a good, strong move there from Joshua Smith to get to the head of the field. Theo Champney in third there with Rio Licata behind. 55 versus the 19 is further back. That is a move. I think that's Joshua Bigembe. It is indeed. Current championship leader coming into today, who has just put a move there on Riley Thatcher, which I believe means he's promoted himself up to 6th place. Some good battles further down the field as well. Can see Mayan Patel is on the move up through the field. Harrison Leach with a good few moves on that last lap as well. So plenty of battles going on throughout this field of young drivers here at Whilton Mill. Into the boot goes the head of the field. Joshua Bigembe is past Majewski there as well, it looks to me. So it's Smith, Price, Champney, Licata, Whitcomb, your top 5. Joshua Bigembe up 3 on that last lap, up into 6th place as they all come up the hill. Who's this pulling to the inside? That looks like Harrison Whitcomb trying to make a move, and Bigembe's trying to get involved around the outside with Majewski as well, but he's going to have to hold station for now. It looks to me like Majewski, though, has got past Whitcomb in that exchange. And it still looks like there is light rain falling here. I suppose the risk here being that it can become something more substantial, as there's a look there through Wilkins by Whitcomb. And down towards Osiers. Onto the back straight then. And that is a change for 2nd place, isn't it? Theo Champney in that sequence of corners has managed to get back past Jack Price there as they head through the boot. So it's now Joshua Smith in the lead, Theo Champney in 2nd, Joshua Price in 3rd. And you can see Majewski, Licata, Bigembe, Whitcomb, the order for now in that battle over 4th place. But it looks liable to change quite quickly here, as that's Bigembe having a look down the inside of Licata, and I think Licata has lost out there to not just Bigembe but Whitcomb and potentially Hayden Gray as well, I think, as they came through Christmas corner. Whitcomb working well with Bigembe effectively here to make some movements up through the field here. Oh, and there's a driver off there too. That's Jack Price. That's Jack Price with kart issues there. Oh, and that's disappointing for him. That is disappointing for him. Clearly he has lost a drive there. You can see the frustration. He was running really, really well. Did really well, of course, leading, taking the field away from pole, but managed to retain that for the first couple of laps. So disappointing for him, and hopefully we'll see him come back into the sharp end of things later on into the day. As I could just see in the background there, I think that was Mayan Patel having a look at Riley Thatcher over 8th place into Christmas corner. Downhill braking into Ashby. You can see on the camera shot that we just had there the slant to that corner. It sort of drops away from you. It's a challenging braking zone in many ways because it's downhill. What you gain in the braking for Christmas corner, you lose in Ashby effectively, as this is a move here looking from Whitcomb on Hayden Gray, but Gray comes back in the 2nd phase of the boot brilliantly, but that is fantastically read by Oliver Majewski, who opportunistically sweeps past both of them as they're negotiating for position in the boot. That was nicely judged there by Majewski, and it takes him up to 4th place. There was nothing too wrong really with what Gray and Whitcomb were doing. I actually thought it was a very good response from Gray to the pressure, as there's a move there from Mayan Patel to get past Rio Licata. So Patel working well gradually up through the field here. Impressive drive up there. Through the infield section goes Oliver Majewski. Hot off that opportunistic move a lap ago. Here is your battle over 2nd place. Theo Champney versus Joshua Bigembe into the boot. So 4th in the championship at the moment in 2nd place versus the leader coming into today in the form of Bigembe, but still a long way to go in this 2021 season. Joshua Smith, your leader on the road at the moment, with just under 90 seconds left on the clock. As behind, look at this, a look from Hayden Gray to take back position from Majewski, and he's been able to get the job done. Whitcomb was looking for the opportunity there as well, but it was not forthcoming, unfortunately. And the more they battle, the more that this is falling into the hands of Mayan Patel as well. So this is going to be an interesting battle on the last few laps. Some other good battles as well. Can see Finlay Lyons trying to do a good recovery. Obviously saw him going off to driver's left on the first lap. Potentially spinning on a sort of slightly damp surface maybe. We did see some rain, so up to 13th place now. So decent recovery there. Can see Tyler Davis up a couple of spots as well to 15th, and Jake Schulz, who I think we also saw spinning off on lap 1 at Ashby, working his way back up as well to 19th place currently. So some good recoveries, but also certainly some drivers who will be looking for opportunities later on in the day. But look at this opportunity here for Bugembi. Textbook down the inside there. Lovely underbraking for Christmas corner. And I think Theo Champney was not going to fight that one too hard in many ways, because he's still running well here with some good points. He'll obviously look for the opportunity back, but that was a good setup by Bugembi into that Christmas corner. That is probably the most common place to see a pass. The next most common place, I would say, is probably through the boot, and then possibly Ashby as well. Although, as I say, the downhill braking nature of Ashby can make a move under braking deceptively difficult. But if you can nail corner exit, you can also sweep by Wilkins as well. Here we go, though, on to the last lap. Joshua Smith is 4.7 seconds up the road, which is an impressive margin in this oh-so-close Honda Cadet class. Look at this, though, over second place. Bugembi knows that he's got to go defensive here, positions his cart well up the hill to dissuade Champney from making a move. We've also got a good battle still going on between Majewski and Whitcomb, and Gray and Patel behind. This is all fantastic. Again, Bugembi has to go defensive. That will compromise his speed down the next straight, but it's a short one to the left-hander at Wilkins. There was a little look there from Theo Champney, but he's going to keep his powder dry for now. Again, Bugembi positioning his cart well there as they head through Oisers onto the back straight. But here is the young man who has taken this race and controlled it brilliantly. He holds the E-plate. He's also going to have the opening win of the day. As look at this coming through the boot. Joshua Smith wins, but who's going to take second here? Majewski's got himself into the battle. This is a brilliant stuff for the last lap. And it's Bugembi in second, Whitcomb in third in the end. Majewski 1/100th behind in fourth. Hayden Gray, Mayan Patel, Theo Champney in seventh in the end. Rio Licata in eighth, Riley Thatcher ninth, Adam Hill rounding out your top 10. It was Tuteo, Lyons, Davis, Pullen Meeman, Butcher, Schulz, Till, Pete, Whilton and Zach Champney to round out your top 20. And it was Gameo, McNicholas, Leach and Jack Price we saw very unfortunately coming to a stop at the side of the road. Well, that was a dramatic last lap. It was a dramatic race all told, in fact, to get us started. Next up here at Wilton Mill, it will be the first heat in IARMY Cadet. Let's take a look at your grid then for heat number 1 of your IARMY Cadet class for round 5 of the 2021 FastR Wilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. Jensen Chalk will take this one from pole, and then it will be Quinn Cross alongside Aaron Richardson and Archie Lovett on row 2, Will Green and Zach Green on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Max Mason and Levy McGrath. Finlay Hines and Jacob Angelo are rounding out your top 10. Alfie Brown and Braith Murdoch on row 6. Row 7 is Jack Poole and Max Hauler, Max Yule and Sukmani Kira, Kanesh Rao and Kian Amy, John T. Restrick and Jacob Nairn round out your top 20. Then it's Leighton Kelly and Jack Jones. Teddy Porter rounds out your grid for this first heat of IARMY Cadets. As they head out onto track, and I will declare early on that I am not 100% convinced as to the grid that I've just read out, because I can see it's Aaron Richardson who's leading them out onto track, and I do have a conflict between what we had on screen there and what I've got from the latest on Alpha timing. So I'm going to perhaps give you a slightly amended order in a second. because I think we have a slightly, a somewhat updated grid here that's coming through to me in the box. So I'm actually going to correct what was said. Apologies for that confusion. I think it's going to be Aaron Richardson who starts on pole with Will Green alongside Zach Green and Max Mason on row 2, Levy McGrath and Finley Hines on row 3, row 4 for Alfie Brown and Braith Murdoch. Max Ewell and Kenish Rao will round out your top 10. Kian Amy and John T. Restrick on row 6, row 7 for Jacob Nairn and Leighton Kelly, then Jack Poole and Teddy Porter and Sukhmani Kira to round out 17 karts, as we are going to be good for a start here. It is indeed Aaron Richardson who leads them away into turn 1, our first rolling start of the day. Here we go then, through Oblivion and the Crook. And there's already a sign there as they're going up the hill, and that is because it has been a full start. I couldn't see the flags from where I am situated, but I could see the gestures, and I just wanted to wait a moment. But yeah, it is indeed declared a full start. There is the downward yellow chevron on a green background to indicate the full start, effectively that you're going from green flag conditions down to a yellow flag kind of condition. You can see there the marshal's just making sure that our young Army Cadet drivers calm it down and get their heads back in the game, ready to go again. As they will come round again here, we would expect to get going. And away we go, but I think that one's going to be immediately called false again as well, because that seemed very out of formation to me. We'll double check that as they come round, but I can see the flashing light there on the gantry, and yep, that was immediately called a full start again. So it's what we're looking at here, folks, is for them to not have a break in formation in order that the start is declared valid. We did, as I say, have the slight spots of rain in the Honda Cadets, but I think that has now melted away, that shower. So we're going to hopefully go again. Third time lucky, hopefully, for these Army Cadets. Just to acknowledge, it is Joseph Captain Tonis, who currently leads this championship, coming into today. Here we go then. This one looks a little better to me. I think this one could be the one. Aaron Richardson leads them away into turn 1. It's a good start as well from grid position 3 in the form of Zach. Oh, and that's a problem there into the wall. I think that was the 22 of Alfie Brown there. The lead pack works their way through the top of the field, but yeah, unsurprisingly, we're going to see the red flag there. That's never nice to see. Very fast start to the race, of course. There that leads you straight into the Oblivion and the Crook complex, so rightly so. They're going to check. It looked like a heavy impact into the wall. So we're just going to have the red flag there. As I say, I believe it was Alfie Brown who we saw going into the wall to driver's left there, which can be a heavy impact. So all the right precautions being taken here just to check that everything's okay with the driver there. So as you can see, the field have taken up the 2x2 formation on the back straight here, whilst the attention has just been given to stricken driver. Just on the outside there of the Crook, and one wouldn't quite be up to full speed there with the race start, but still a very fast part of the circuit, obviously. So just all those precautions being taken to check the driver's okay. Let's just take a break here on the audio comms, maybe on our Alpha live stream, give you a quick reminder of a few bits and pieces here whilst we're just waiting for this this race stoppage here.
Welcome to Whilton Mill, a beautiful circuit situated in the countryside of Northamptonshire. Let's take a lap around this circuit. We start the lap off with Oblivion and Crook, the fastest part of the circuit where it's pretty much flat out if you're brave enough. You come in and clip the first apex, clipping the second and not running out too wide onto that rough tarmac area. We then head uphill into the heavy braking zone of Christmas Corner, a very tricky corner on this one where it is very easy to compromise your exit speed as you fight for track position. You head round the kink and start sector 2 through Inkerman and the Ashby hairpin. Try to avoid that inside curb as it can massively unsettle the kart. Heavy braking in the downhill hairpin of Ashby, again not running out too wide. We head into the two left-handers now of Wilkins and Oisiers. Great for overtaking opportunities, but really easy to make any slight mistake. Downhill into the braking zone on this one, trying to watch that inside curb, slightly running out wide as you want a good exit onto the back straight. We start sector 3 and the boot, the trickiest part of the circuit now, as it's very high curbs, very bumpy through here as well. As you hit both those apexes, round the final corner we head in towards Pit Bend, avoiding that inside curb and finishing the lap here at Whilton Mill.
So here at Whilton Mill, we are still just waiting for race resumption here for our Army cadets after a crash in turn 2 for Alfie Brown at the start of this Heat 1 in the Army cadets. Thank you to everybody online who's sending in comments wishing the driver well. It was quite a big... He just got on the outside of a group of 3 karts going side by side through the crook, and I think he just ran out of road basically off to the left. And the trouble with the outside of the crook is there's not a lot of grip there, and so it can really quickly spiral that you'll, you know, you skirt out wide and then you start to get onto the grass, and at that point it's very easy to go wide into the corner there. It was a sort of spin such that I think it was the right side of the kart, rear right of the kart going in, so obviously quite a lateral motion to that for Alfie Brown. So just making sure that, that he's okay, but the ambulance did go onto the circuit and is now cleared, which is why you can see that our field is going to get themselves back underway again, such that we can resume this one. But yeah, thank you to everybody wishing the driver well. As I say, has been recovered off of the circuit to be given some attention by the paramedics here at the circuit. Just check that he's okay. Hopefully, as granted, agreeing with some of the comments here that obviously that was quite not the nicest looking shunt into the wall. It is a well protected part of the barrier around the circuit. So who knows, hopefully we may be able to see him out there again later on in the day, who knows. But good opportunity to shout out to all the marshals and paramedics who make the racing possible here today. Here we go though, looking for the restart here. The 54 is Will Green, the 6 is Aaron Richardson, and we are underway again here at Whilton Mill for heat number 1. Through Oblivion and the crook they go. Field of 16 karts now that we're left with here. Will Green leading Max Mason, that is, in the 71, and Max Mason's going to try it around the outside of Christmas, and there's a little bit of pod-to-pod contact there. You saw him just go wide a little bit, and that's going to compromise Mason down the hill. Going to be under pressure from Aaron Richardson, but I'm not sure if Richardson's going to be able to do anything with that. Hines and Zach Green go battling away in the background as well. Actually no, excuse me, that's Braith Murdoch, who's had a really impressive start as well, currently pressuring Finley Hines, and that's because Zach Green has got past Finley, I believe, up into 4th place in the earlier phase of the lap. So plenty of changes off of the restart here at Whilton Mill. Good luck coming in for Leighton Kelly, should mention here on YouTube. Thanks to the Rosehill Youth Theatre there, tuned in and commenting. Do keep your comments coming in for who you're supporting here today, as working their way up the hill now is Will Green, race leader, but he's got Max Mason in his wheel tracks. He gives the gesture to say let's work together, but how compliant is Mason going to be, as behind them meanwhile Zach Green goes down the inside of Aaron Richardson, or perhaps one should say up the inside for Christmas Corner, because it is an uphill braking zone, and gets the job done there as they head down towards Ashby Corner. Braith Murdoch and Canish Grau both having impressive restart laps there, up 2 and 3 places respectively. Sukmani Kira as well with a good first lap amongst our novice runners. Look out for the black number plated drivers for our novice runners as opposed to yellow number plates. As coming back now is Richardson at Mason, but it's side by side through the boot. Mason's going to come back out, and that's going to nerf his competitor onto the grass, and well held there from Aaron Richardson. That was a hard in the mouth moment there for the young driver, but he was able to gather that one up quite nicely there, considering you know, it's not the nicest place to lose control of your kart there. Paddock is a fast flowing corner, and there's a reason why there's so much of the protective barrier there as well, but that was well held there, albeit it'll be disappointing for him. And now Zach Green has a look at Will Green for the lead into Ashby Corner and gets the job done down the inside and now gives the indication of let's work together. But yeah, after a dramatic lap and a half there, we've got Zach Green to the head of the field. Max Mason in third, Finley Hines in fourth at the moment. But still plenty of battles going on. And Aaron Richardson will be looking to work his way up if he can after that that incident at the end of the last lap. Zach Green leads then. Will Green in second, Max Mason, Finley Hines, Canish Grau, Rafe Murdoch, Max Yule, Levy McGrath, Cian Amy and Aaron Richardson, your top 10. Then come our novice field of runners. Restrick currently at the head of those. As having a look down the inside of the 46 there is Aaron Richardson trying to get the recovery underway here. But Cian Amy having a look at Levy McGrath in earnest as well ahead of him. So he's going to need to navigate that as he comes upon these battles. Can see Canish Grau putting some pressure on Finley Hines there as well over fourth place. Here is Max Mason, in fact, who's part of that. So it's actually a battle over third place there, because Mason having to have a quick look. Judge, where are these drivers around me? What do I need to do? Where do I need to position myself to deter a move? 2.5 minutes left on the clock. There's been a delay if you're just joining us here today. Red flag for Alfie Brown. There's been a few changes in the battle over 11th place. Sukmani Kira has got up there into that position. But look at this. Finley Hines down the inside. At the top of the hill, the 57 now past the 71. So that's Hines up into third place. Nice little move there from the 57. So it's now Hines, Mason and Rao through the midsection of the lap. Through Wilkins, down into Oisiers, and onto the back straight. Say just before we look to that, and as I try and say something, they're going to go again here. Rao is going to try past Max Mason and gets the job done under braking into the boot. Can Max Mason come back in the latter phase of the boot section? No, not for now. So it's now Finley Hines in third, Canish Grau in fourth, and Max Mason in fifth. Changes as well as Aaron Richardson begins to work his way up the field, up into ninth now, just got past Levy McGrath. And yeah, what I was trying to say at the start of the previous lap was that Sukmani Kira has got up to 11th place past Jack Poole and John T. Restrick. Leighton Kelly, Teddy Porter and Jacob Nen all in that pack as well. 1 minute left on the clock then. Zach Green leads by less than a second from Will Green. Here onto the back straight, though, having to think about possibly defending his Finley Hines here because he's under pressure from Canish Grau, and there's pod-to-pod contact there, but holding on round the outside there was Hines, but it's compromised him in the latter phase of the boot, and that means that both Rao and Mason are going to get by there. There was an earnest effort to try and defend that from Finley, but it didn't pay off there. And he's trying to come back at Max Mason as they head up the hill into Christmas Corner. And it's allowed Braith Murdoch to get onto the back of this as well in the 14. And Max Yule isn't too far down the road either, so this one could get tasty in the latter laps of this one. Fastest lap of the race, a 52.17 last time round for our race leader in the form of Zach Green. We're looking here at your battle over third place. Currently it's Canish Grau in the 23 there, leading this pack in that third place battle. It'll be called the last lap this time around for Zach Green and Will Green. They've spaced out slightly. Now here, there, you can see the gap that's opened up there. So I think all things being equal, they should come home in those positions. So it's all about the battle from third place down for me. And in fact, it's a slight gap here that Max Mason has been able to open up to Finley Hines behind. So is Mason going to have a look at Canish Grau in the final tour of the circuit here? There, your race leaders going through Ashby. As I say, if you're just joining us, there is going to be a slight delay to the schedule here after a red flag for Alfie Brown. Just getting some attention from the medics here at the circuit after a hefty impact into the wall at turn number 2. But as we understand it, happy to say fundamentally okay, which is good to see. This young man here, though, Zach Green, is going to cross the line to take the win in heat number 1 for the Army Cadets for round 5 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Will Green comes across the line second. Canish Grau hangs on for third, ahead of Max Mason, Finley Hines, Braith Murdoch, Max Ewell, Kian Amy, Aaron Richardson, and on the last lap there, I think, Sukhmani Kira getting by Levy McGrath to round out your top 10. Good race, that one. Obviously didn't have what we wanted in the form of red flag in the midst of it, but once it got underway again, it was an entertaining one. That we're going to be coming up next with our first heat of the day in X30 Minis here at Whilton Mill. Let's take you through the grid then for heat number 1 of the X30 Minis. It's going to be Jack Owen Drawbridge on pole with Charlie Mills alongside, Riley Bishop and Fred Green on row number 2. Lucas Field and Jensen Pugh make up row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Miles Turnbull and Freddie Lloyd. The top 10 are rounded out by Charlie Neve and Luke Fleming, and then it's going to be Josh Jones rounding out your 11-car grid for this first heat of the day for X30 Minis, now running on a slight delay after the red flag. Here they are waiting to go out onto the circuit. And there indeed they are going out onto the circuit for our X30 Minis. So we've gone slightly up in the age range here. For those of you unfamiliar with the UK karting classes, these drivers are going to be aged between 12 and 17 years at this point. And they run very similar machinery to the X30 Juniors do the X30 Minis, just with a restrictor on the exhaust. This championship led coming into today by Aidan Hassan. So going to be interested to see how we get underway here. It's going to be Jack Owen Drawbridge to lead them away though for the 8-minute heat. And there's an immediate spin there through Oblivion, and that's never a fun place to spin. Didn't quite manage to catch which number it was that went round there in amidst the pack, but coming up the hill, Riley Bishop is going to be challenging Owen Drawbridge here and gets by, as does the 15 of Fred Green. So good start from Green there from 4th on the grid, and going across the grass, bit of cross-country driving there for Miles Turnbull in the number 43. Manages to get back on it, but I'll just double-check who it was who spun there at the start on timing. Here's the battle for the lead, though, and going for it is Fred Green through Oises. It's side-by-side onto the back straight. They're still going. They've switched back around the other way here. It's now the 32 on the left, and Riley Bishop is going to hang on there as they go through the boot, but that was quite the exchange, and indeed Fred Green is going to come back at him, and there's pod-to-pod contact as well a little bit there through that part of the lap, and it is Fred Green who leads the race at the end of that first lap. What a first lap that was. That had all sorts of drama. I think it might have been Lucas Field, might have been Luke Fleming, excuse me, who was spinning. Lucas Field's dropped down a number of positions as well, though. So dramatic start for our X30 Minis. Fred Green leads, Riley Bishop in second. There it is on your screens now. Jensen Pugh in third, Jack Owen Drawbridge, your pole sitter, now in fourth. Freddie Lloyd, Charlie Mills, Miles Turnbull, and Josh Jones. Highest of our novice plated drivers as well as coming through the boot here. Riley Bishop's going to try and get a bit of a switchback, but it's not going to give enough overspeed to challenge on this occasion. Contact warning for Luke Fleming. Finds himself at the back of this field at the moment. Coming up the hill again then. How much will these two feel inclined to work together in the early phases to branch out a gap? Because it's interesting to me that both Jensen Pugh and Freddie Lloyd closed in on these two on that last lap. So it is not spreading out. In fact, now is basically three of them nose to tail at the head of this field as they head through Wilkins. onto the back straight, and look at this, Riley Bishop looking to the inside into the boot, and will go down there. There was strong there on the first lap as well, but Fred Green did come back in the latter portion of that, but this time it is Riley Bishop who hangs on and gets that move done for the lead of the lap. Then 3 laps already done of this one. And now up the hill, if anything, Green is under pressure from Pugh. Look at this, nose to tail amongst the top 4. No moves attempted through Christmas Corner. It's Riley Bishop, Fred Green, Jensen Pugh and Freddie Lloyd, your top 4, working their way through the top part of the circuit. The rest of the field fairly spread out, albeit there's a good battle going on between Miles Turnbull and Lucas Field over 7th place at the moment. So keep an eye on that one. Don't forget, if you have a spare screen available, you can head to live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC to have basically a more detailed version of the timing tower that if you're watching us on the stream via YouTube and Facebook, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. You can get that with more detail, with a circuit map. If any race update information, such as a full start, for example, that'll be shown in real time there. And just general session information. As having a look there is Pugh down the inside of Green into Christmas Corner, gets the move done, nicely done, and Green is not going to come back at him for now at least, unless he feels he's got the overspeed into Ashby, and he does, and it's an immediate counter-attack, but there's a contact there across the nose of Pugh, and that sent Fred Green off, and that was such closely run stuff. There was definitely no malice in that at all from either driver. I obviously only saw it in the moment that one time at this point, but to me that looked like a bit of a racing incident between those two getting muddled up. It was a very honest attempt and from Fred to try and get by. It's now Riley Bishop, Freddie Lloyd, Jensen Pugh, Jack Owen Drawbridge up into 4th place. Fred Green's dropped down to 8th as a result of that. At least managed to gather it back up on the grass and get back onto circuit rather than ending up in the barrier on that one. Slightly unusual to see that incident. You can see how the drivers are allowed here to run onto the runoff out of Ashby. That's absolutely fine. They can use plenty of that, so long as they're not dipping off of that and onto the grass. That's a-okay. So when you see that, although it is technically over the white line, that's important to bear in mind. Certain particular rules about the runoff here at Whilton Mill. There are rules about track limits though at this final corner. Fastest lap of the race from Jensen Pugh. You can see him here in the 60 car pursuing Freddie Lloyd up the hill towards Christmas Corner, and he has really closed onto the back there. Riley Bishop, best part of a second ahead of these two, so they're not out of it yet. So this is the key thing. They don't want to battle too much, I don't think, because if they want to give it a little bit longer to see if they've got the pace to get on to terms with Riley Bishop and potentially have a bigger prize on offer in the form of the lead of this race. Having said that, this is the heat. This is not the trophy final. So the bigger points on offer this afternoon. So that does have a slightly different tactical approach to it. Fred Green on his recovery now, I suppose you would say, up to 7th place past Miles Turnbull on that last lap. Personal best from race leader Riley Bishop, and a new fastest lap from Lucas Field in 6th place. And here's the attack for 2nd place from Pugh on Lloyd, and that was nicely done. Pugh just had the overspeed up the hill. Will Lloyd do a reenactment of what we saw a few laps ago and try back into Ashby? No, thinks better of it this time. Does not try and dive down the inside of Ashby in immediate counter-attack. Through Wilkins, through Ozio onto the back straight. But will surely look for another opportunity before the race is done if he can keep on terms pace-wise with Jensen Pugh in that 60 car. Riley Bishop leads then, Jensen Pugh in 2nd, Freddie Lloyd in 3rd, Jack Owen Drawbridge 4th, Charlie Mills rounding out the top 5 at the moment. Fastest lap of the race with Lucas Field, a 46.78 in 6th place. That's in his pursuit. I say in his pursuit, but Fred Green has got by him on that last lap, as had Miles Turnbull. So having set the fastest lap of the previous lap, Lucas Field, something dramatic's happened to Lucas Field, dropping down the timing now. Haven't caught on the cameras, apologies, what that was. 70 seconds left on the clock for this one. Do you keep your comments coming in? Hayden asks, have Junior Max gone out yet? No, they haven't. They are coming up later. A couple of them are going to have the Mini Maxes out after this, and then it will be Junior Max. The schedule slightly delayed after a red flag during our IARMY Cadet first heat. New fastest lap of the race, though, from Freddie Lloyd here as he tries to come back onto terms with Jensen Pugh. It's going to be this lap plus another. So is it time for the effort to try and get onto terms with Riley Bishop? I mean, they're not too far back. They're within a second of Riley, but they're still not within striking distance yet. So do the gloves come off now? And you can see there, Jacko and Drawbridge, as it turns out, having a somewhat quiet one in the latter phases of this race. And here we go, though. We're going to be coming on to the final lap now, and it has been a very honest attempt here by Jensen Pugh and Freddie Lloyd to get onto terms with Riley Bishop. The gap has gone down, actually. It is just 0.3 of a second as they come across the line, but they're going to need quite the draft up the hill. They're going to have it, though. They're in the slipstream. They don't go for the move now, though. But look at this, nose to tail for the top three as they go through the top part of the circuit, through the right-hander at Inkermans, and it's going to be downhill braking to Ashby, but I don't think anyone's close enough there as they come on to the infield part of the circuit now. Through Wilkins, will there be a dive bomb into Osiers? That's one place you can make a move, and I think there was a little look from Pugh to try and tuck the nose under there, but I don't think it's going to be on, and I think his thoughts immediately now turn to just covering off any moves from Freddie Lloyd. No, that was quite a dive in some ways in the boot, but he is under pressure from Lloyd. But it is going to be, as they started that final lap, it's going to be Riley Bishop with the win. Jensen Pugh, no, this was the last lap. Apologies, I got my clock wrong. They're still racing here. That's good. We get even more action. Nose to tail still then up the hill. Riley Bishop goes defensive, as does Pugh, but Pugh now trying to hang it around the outside of Christmas. That won't work, and the opportunity will be there for Freddie Lloyd to capitalise if he can get the switch back through Inkermans and get the downhill braking into Ashby, but he ducks out of making that move. Here we go then, into Wilkins. Is it this lap that there's an opportunity to Osiers? Just a little move back towards the mid-track there from Riley Bishop just to deter any moves. You can see a good battle going on in the background just there. I think it was between Josh Jones and Luke Fleming as well, out there quite close on this closing lap. But here is the look from Freddie Lloyd through the boot, but he's not going to be able to find the overspeed. It's going to be Riley Bishop ahead of Jensen Pugh, Freddie Lloyd in third. Good battle between that top three. Jacko in Drawbridge. It'll be Fred Green, Charlie Mills, Miles Turnbull. Then we expect it to be Josh Jones, Luke Fleming, Charlie Neve, and not sure what happened to Lucas Field there, but had some good pace at some parts in the race, but ultimately falling down the order. So that was your X30 Minis. Next up here at Whilton Mill, we're going to have the first heat for Minimax. Here's your grid then for Heat 1 of Round 5 in Minimax. Harrison Morrow will start this one on pole with Harrison Crowther alongside. Blake Ticehurst and Chase Fernandez are on row 2. Oliver Sander and Aaron Full are row 3. Row 4 is going to be Ewan Charman with George Ivanov alongside Michael Dalton and Ben Crossley round out your top 10. It's going to be Edward Rose and Josh Camp on row 6. Row 7 will be William Ray and Ethan Jeff Hall. Championship leader coming into today, Dan Amo and Freddie Warelock are row 8. Row 9 is going to be Charles Green and Ollie Wise. Callum Ghosh and Reg Hayward round out your top 20. Lloyd Hare and George Barker are row 11. Row 12 is Sasha Bagley and Corey Fowler. It's going to be Wilf Butler and Levy Earl on row 13. Row 14 is going to be Mikey Walker and Andrew Douglas. Devon Nolan and Oliver Smith round out your top 30. And there's going to be Ronnie Coburn and Lena Summers-Kelly for this 32 kart grid of your Minimax class. Healthy grid size there for our Minimax. Already out on circuit. Do keep your comments coming in. Hope you're enjoying this coverage coming to you from Alpha Live. Myself, Howard Mitchell from Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms position. as I say, enjoying my first round of this 2021 season that I've been able to come to. We've heard from my Double Dash partner in crime, Andrew Mather, for a lot of the season. I believe he's also had some, he's had Chris Zora as well, had in the comms position. We're all vying for it, you see. We all want to come here and have a look at the action, because we've already seen plenty of great racing, and that was only for the first heat of the day. Here we go, though. Harrison Morrow in the 75 will lead them away for the 8-minute heat. Into turn 1 they go. You can see a good start there from Blake Ticehurst in the O-plate kart. Keep an eye out for him, but it is the 7 of Harrison Crowther who's in front as they come up the hill for the first time. Look at this, 2 wide and even 3 wide through Christmas Corner. I'm delighted to say, though, it looks to me like they've all worked their way through the top part of the circuit cleanly enough. Oh, and as I say that, there's an incident there involving the 55 of Ollie Wise, and I think, did I see the 63 of George Barker having to go off wide in avoidance, so not entirely perfect throughout the field, but they'll be able to get themselves back up. I believe as here at the front, Crowther being put under pressure here by Ticehurst in the early phase of this race. So at the end of lap 1, it is Harrison Crowther who leads Blake Ticehurst in second, Chase Fernandez in third, Oliver Sander and Ewan Charman round out your top 5. And indeed, having pressure from Charman there is Sander, the 39 being pressured by the 42 through Christmas, but nothing happening, nothing actually changing in the end. And there's a slight gap back to the likes of Josh Camp, Ethan Jeff Hall, Michael Dalton, etc. Little breakaway group, though, here amongst the top 5 for our Minimax drivers. If you're tuning in for another class, we are slightly delayed due to the red flag that we had during the Army Cadet first heat of the day. Crash for young Alfie Brown, who, as we understand it, is fundamentally okay. Understandably shaken up after what was quite a heavy impact with the wall. Here's Blake Ticehurst, though, down the inside. Neat move there from the O-plate driver, and Chase Fernandez tried to tuck underneath as well, but couldn't quite make it work. So change of the lead there. Ticehurst past Crowther, and Crowther does not come back at Blake through Ashby. But will do his utmost to stay within those wheel tracks now, as this is a brilliant group of 7 here. Breaking away, everyone down to Josh Camp in 7th place in the 74 car, a part of this train at the front. Brilliant stuff in the early phases here. It's one of those things where, you know, if you get compromised on your line, you're going to lose out heavily here. It's not going to be one position you lose. You'll have lost that rhythm, and you'll be to the back of that snake. Some other battles going on as well, but look at this. Blake Ticehurst side by side with Crowther, and behind them as well, a look from the 51 of Jeff Hall on Fernandez, and gets the job done, but gets compromised, which is going to allow Fernandez to come back at him. That was an interesting one, and Fernandez is going to try down the inside of Ashby as well there. And he's made it work, and that has put the 42 of Ewan Charman, who was getting involved in that, I believe, down to the back of the pack. It's all change all the time here. But it is Fernandez who's got by, but now that's Jeff Hall having a look. So Ethan Jeff Hall down the inside of Fernandez into the boot, and has got that job done, as there's a warning for Ollie Wise. Not quite sure what that is for, but something about the conduct out there has gained the unwelcome attention there of the race steward. Crowther in the lead then. Ethan Jeff Hall there with the move on Chase Fernandez. Blake Ticehurst there as well, with Ewan Charman trying to find a way by in the 42 there through Christmas Corner, but can't find a way by the O-plate driver. Josh Camp, Ollie Sanders right with him. New fastest lap of the race from Reg Hayward on that last lap in his attempt to presumably join in this rather fun party that they've established at the front of the field here in Heat 1 of the Mini Maxes. There he moves on into the boot down the back straight. Charles Green has got past Aaron Full as well on that last lap, up into 9th place. So it's all bunching up. You can see how the field, what was once 2 snakes, is slowly morphing into just one long snake of karts. Levi Earl up 2 places on that last lap. As look at this move there, the 51 by the 7, that's changing the lead. Crowther is now behind Jeff Hall. Change of the lead there for the race then, and it came off the back of Ethan Jeff Hall setting the fastest lap of the race on that last time around. So Ethan Jeff Hall up into the lead. Move into Christmas corner with 3.5 minutes left on the clock here in the first heat. You can see there Blake Ticehurst still with, in fact, Ewan Charman's got by Blake Ticehurst on that lap as we were looking at the change of the lead. And now Ticehurst under a bit of pressure from Josh Camp as well in the 74 there. As our leaders head through the top part of the lap now. This circuit with a slight slope to it, to those who are unfamiliar. Racing the international layout, of course, as well as there's a driver going off to driver's left there. You can see the yellow flag come out immediately on Marshall Post D. So somebody there spearing off to the left. Now there is plenty of runoff there, so one would imagine they managed to recover that little off-track moment back to the circuit, but they're going to have lost out heavily there. We'll call who that is on timing as they come around this time. Didn't really see a huge amount of contact leading to that, but it was towards the back of shot there. And it looks like it might be Aaron Full. No, sorry, it's not. It's Freddie Verloc. As look at this. For the lead of the race, another attempt. That is an exact repeat move of what we saw that changed it last time around. Harrison Crowther back past Ethan Jeff Hall, showing him exactly the same move that he showed to him a few laps ago. Harrison Crowther then back to the lead of the race. This one's fantastic and is bunching up, as that was Reg Hayward, I think, having a look down the inside of Blake Ticehurst through Oisiers. We'll look to see if he managed to convert that one as they come around this time, but it's a new race leader, or a returned race leader, one should say. Harrison Crowther to the head of the field then, still over 90 seconds left on the clock, and Reg Hayward did make that move stick on Blake Ticehurst. So Reg Hayward up to 6th place, and now drawing out the slipstream again. Ethan Jeff Hall is going to return the favour once again, and this time the 90 of Chase Fernandez is there, trying to snap at the heels as well, but can't get the job done. But what that's given is potentially just a bit of breathing space for Ethan Jeff Hall in the 51 to maybe just begin to eke out a gap. But immediately Crowther is going to try and get back onto the rhythm here. Crowther in second now. Chase Fernandez and Ewan Charman will not need a second invitation, though, for an opportunity. And I say that maybe Jeff Hall can start to pull away, but already Crowther has got back onto the back in the second half of this lap. This is fantastic stuff between these drivers, our top 7. And then you've got this other pack of karts to which Charles Green has just got to the head of in 8th place. Look, over to driver's right goes the race leader. Harrison Crowther's going to try and go around the outside, but it's not going to work. And meanwhile, Fernandez and Charman as well are vying for position. As down the inside there goes Fernandez on Crowther. Was he able to make that stick? Yes, he was. And now it's got to be careful moments for Crowther here, because the floodgates may open. That was Reg Hayward getting involved as well, though I think Hayward's made some progress on Josh Camp. Yes, he has. The 37 now ahead of the 74 and hounding the back of Harrison Crowther. So it's now Ethan Jeff Hall in the lead with Chase Fernandez in second, Harrison Crowther in third, and under a lot of pressure here from Reg Hayward. Ewan Charman as well lost out in that pack of 7 on that lap, because he was down to 7th now. Daniel Lamore and Ben Crossley passed Oliver Sander on that last lap as well. Andrew Douglas and Corey Fowler having a good battle out there. It's all change here. Side by side goes Josh Camp and Blake Ticehurst. Blake Ticehurst going to get a switchback, and he's going to go down the inside of Ashby Corner, and that was nicely done there by the O-Plate driver, past the 74 and back up into 5th place. The last lap board will be shown to these drivers the next time they cross the line. And coming back here is Camp, having a look down the inside of the boot, but that is going to be the opportunity for Ewan Charman in the 42 to basically sort of almost slot into the gap that opens up in the second part of the boot there, and has got the job done. So that Charman past Josh Camp there. Daniel Amor past Charles Green for 8th place as well in the pack that's further down behind this one. We're on the last lap though, and we're looking at the 74 there of Josh Camp, trying to find the gap down the inside of Christmas Corner, but can't make it work there. Still Ethan Jeff Hall at the head of this one, but under so much pressure now by Chase Fernandez. Will Fernandez have a look into Oziers? No, he's not, because it's going to be Reg Hayward who finds the gap down the inside of Oziers and gets up into second place. Beautiful opportunism there by Reg Hayward. Is he going to have enough pace to challenge for the lead? Look at this, trying to slip the gap there is Chase Fernandez to come back for second place. It's going to go 2 wide, maybe even 3 wide, because Harrison Crowther's getting involved as well. It's going to be Ethan Jeff Hall across the line. Chase Fernandez will hang on for second. Reg Hayward in third. Blake Ticehurst managed to get good speed onto that last straight to take 4th place off of Harrison Crowther. Ewan Charman in 6th, Josh Camp in 7th, Daniel Amor at the head of that next train of karts. Ben Crosley, Charles Green rounds out your top 10. Aaron Full, Mikey Walker, Andrew Douglas, Levi Earl, Oliver Sander in 15th, Devon Nolan, Corey Fowler, Freddie Rarelock, William Ray, Harrison Morrow to round out your top 20. Oliver Smith, Ronnie Coburn, Callum Ghosh, Ollie Wise, Wilf Butler, Lloyd Hare in 26th, Lena Summers Kelly in 27th, George Barker, Sasha Bagley, Michael Dalton in 30th and 31st for George Ivanov. Well, that was another highly entertaining. All these heats are delivering so far on the entertainment factor, I've got to say. Next up here for you here at Whilton Mill in round 5 of the FastR 2021 WMKC, it's going to be Heat 1 for our Junior Max. Let's go through the grid then for this first heat in Junior Max. Another healthy grid, I'm happy to say. 205 entries across the day here. Leo Lacastro will be on pole with Pearson Bullock Carter alongside Sam Gornall, and Murphy Aldridge are on row 2. Jack Cooper and Spencer Brown are row 3. Row 4 is Jessica White and Ronnie Mansfield. The top 10 is rounded out by Max Lee and Mikey Porter. It's going to be Alfie Gallagher and Oliver Kerr on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Jacob Rhodes and Joe Garraway. Row 8 is going to be Noah Hadley and Leo Purchase, and then it's going to be Michael Morgan and Lexi Belk on 9. Freya Belk and Jensen Weston take us through to the end of your top 20. Then it's going to be Daniel Chabula and Ronnie Smith on row 11. Row 12 will be Ollie Ward and Luke Ringham. Row 13 is going to be Miles Dawn and James Jackson, Jez Williams and James Jackson and Jez Williams on row 14. Row 15 is going to be Jacob Dukes and Charlie Ellis to round out the top 30. And then it's going to be David Aletina and Dan Armstrong, Alfie Bray and George Allen to round out your karts out there. Junior Max then underway. Do keep your comments coming in. Where is Jacob Dukes? The question came. I've got Jacob Dukes as starting 28th on the grid, but I confess that is also where I got slightly out of sync with our graphic, which suggests there might have been perhaps a late change to the grid. So we'll keep the eyes on for that. Good luck wishes coming in from Riley Brown for Jack Cooper, Ronnie Smith and Ollie Ward. Going to be interesting to see how they get on. Leo Lacastro in the 16 is at the head of the field. Pearson Bullock Carter is alongside in the 15. And away we go for the 8-minute first heat in Junior Max. Into oblivion they go. And through the crook. And we've got them splaying out in the usual 2 wide, 3 wide formation up the hill. But it does look to me like our pole sitter got away well, as there's a little bit of contact, and that's going to be round for Noah Hadley in the 74. And it happened because I believe it was Max Lee who just got ran out of road off to driver's left. So that's definitely a timing error on your timing towers at the moment on the left-hand side of your screen on the stream. It is not George Allen in the lead of the race. It is this man here, Sam Gornall, who's managed to navigate his way to the head of the field on this first lap as they come across the line. This is so tight here, and that looks like the 22 of Oliver Kerr has had an issue there and is going to have to recover. Not sure if that was a self-induced spin or he had help, as that's a look there by the 62 of Ronnie Mansfield down the inside of Spencer Brown through Christmas Corner. And indeed, he's going to immediately set about getting by Murphy Aldridge as well, I believe. Sam Gornall, your leader. Leo Lacastro in second. Pearson Bullock Carter in third. But I don't call any further than that, because I think I may have seen the 62 of Mansfield getting down the inside of Murphy Aldridge in the 44 there. We'll double check that one as they come through. Plenty of moves on that opening lap, major opening lap there for Dan Chabula and Dan Armstrong, actually, both of them up 6 places respectively. It was indeed Ronnie Mansfield getting by Murphy, Aldridge and Spencer Brown was able to follow through as well. So it's now Gornall, LeCastro, Bullock, Carter, Mansfield, Brown and Aldridge, your top 6 in that pack. Joe Garraway in 7th. That is Lexi Belk that we just saw, I believe, going through the top part of the circuit. Jacob Jukes is out there, just to confirm, currently running in 21st place. So there we go, those who were asking on YouTube. There's the 65, Spencer Brown, trying to get onto terms with Ronnie Mansfield. Mansfield, though, just with the fastest lap of the race, 45.47, and it's for that reason that he finds himself in the wheel tracks of Pearson, Bullock, Carter, and he's going to go down the inside of Christmas Corner there and gets the move done. Good opening phase of this race here from Ronnie Mansfield, has really taken this race by the horns in the early phases, and there's still plenty of this one to go. Max Lee, as I understand it, your championship leader coming into today, but Ronnie Mansfield has had his fair share of success as well. 2 finals victories, I should say, for him so far this season. Sam Gornall, your leader, though. Leo LeCastro in 2nd, Ronnie Mansfield now up into 3rd, past Bullock Carter, as we saw on that last lap. We're looking here at Bullock Carter under pressure from Spencer Brown, who's going to go down the inside for the 2nd lap in the row. That is a position lost at Christmas Corner for Bullock Carter, I'm sorry to report. Joe Garraway was looking for a way through there, but it wasn't forthcoming, and that's the position he was in, courtesy of getting past Murphy Aldridge on that previous lap. Dan Armstrong and Ronnie Smith and Jacob Jukes, indeed, all making progress on that last lap as well. There's a yellow out at the boot for somebody or something, which the drivers need to be made aware of. Couldn't see anything as we followed Ronnie Mansfield through on the cameras there. That move of Brown on Bullock Carter confirmed on your timing now as they've crossed the line. Now this is Leo LeCastro beginning to come under pressure from Ronnie Mansfield. The gap out to Sam Gornall in the front is 1.32 seconds as we've just passed the halfway stage in this race. David Al Leitner up into 15th place, past Miles Dawn as well. That's another move that's happened recently. Leo Purchase past Jess White as well into 11th place. Plenty of good battles going on throughout the field. And if anything, it's closing up a bit more here. I say closing up a bit more at the front. At the very front, Sam Gornall's able to hold Mansfield at length, and that's because he's got by Leo LeCastro, and that was a move as well there. That is Alfie Gallagher, I think, getting by on Jack Cooper. Is indeed number 10 of Alfie Gallagher. Max Lee as well, trying to get on top. Now there's potentially the reason for your yellow. That is Dan Chabula, who is going very slowly down the entry into the pit exit, so disappointment for him. I want to say that he had such a promising first lap, didn't he? I think he was one of the drivers who got up 6 places, as there's a new fastest lap from Ronnie Mansfield in his pursuit, I should say, excuse me, of Sam Gornall at the front of this field. Should say it is a timing glitch at the moment. George Allen, I regret to report for fans of him, is not in the lead of this race. That's a transponder issue there. So it is the number 4 of Sam Gornall who we need to keep an eye on. And also this here, which is the battle between Leo LeCastro and Spencer Brown over 3rd place. You can see the yellow card of Joe Garraway as well there, who wants to buy in to this one. Max Lee past Jack Cooper on that last lap. We did see a little bit of battling going on amongst the 12 and the 77. Any moves forthcoming this lap in the battle over 3rd? No, not this time around. But still plenty of time to go in this one. Dan Armstrong's got past Miles Dawn now for 17th place. Noah Hadley past Freya Bulk as well. Oliver Carr passed Michael Morgan. Remember, he had a spin or some kind of incident that put him off to driver's right in the boot early on, so a little bit of recovery from him, and it was a mechanical flag that got shown to Dan Chibula, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that. That's why he had to pull to the side of the road. And look at this, being able to tuck under Browham here was Garraway, and that's nicely judged by Garraway, and immediately Brown's going to be under pressure from Bullock Carter, and as they cross the line, actually Bullock Carter was ahead, so I think that may have been 2 positions lost for Spencer Browham. Yes, it is. The 65 down there to 6th position indeed, and has been shown a mechanical flag on being reported here. So that's disappointment for Browham as well. And is he down on power? He's definitely being compromised there, isn't he? Murphy Aldridge and Max Lee going by. You can see him looking down left-hand side there, not happy with something, and unfortunately that's going to be him reporting to the pit lane and out of the running at the sharp end of this one. Disappointing there. The gap at the front has gone down by 1/4 of a second. It's now 3/4 of a second effectively, as there's another fastest lap of the race from Ronnie Mansfield, down another 3/10. It's closing up nicely here in the latter stages. I'm not going to lie, folks, if it carries on like this throughout all of these heats, I'm going to have no voice left by the time we get to these finals. This is brilliant stuff. Here is your race leader, Sam Gornall, in the number 4, who's controlled it from the outset. By the end of lap 1, he had got himself up into the field. There's the mechanical flag confirmed on your screens on the Alpha live stream for Spencer Brown. Disappointing for him, but he's shown well here, and hopefully we'll see more from him later on in the day. Leo Castro still in 3rd, but Joe Garraway starting to apply pressure there as well, with Pearson Bullock Carter not far behind either, and then Murphy Aldridge is leading a good battle over 6th place as well. Plenty of stories to still be played out as we go on to the last lap here. Sam Gornall has 3.5 tenths in hand, but the gap came down even further on that last lap. The pace is with Mansfield. Is he going to get onto the back though? Close enough to have an opportunity. He is right on the back through the top part of the hill. Is there going to be an opportunity straight away into Ashby? Going defensive there is Sam Gornall. That's obviously going to compromise his corner exit though, but he should be able to hang on for the inside through Wilkins. But I think it might be Ozier's where he's really vulnerable. It is, and he's wise to it. Goes to the inside, but again, the switchback opportunity is going to be on there for Ronnie Mansfield as they come onto the back straight. Good positioning so far from Sam Gornall to deter the move into the boot. I think he's done enough to hang on to it, unless there can be a tuck under here from Mansfield, and he can't quite do it. You could see him running all over the curbs, but it is going to be Sam Gornall who takes the win in heat number 1 for Junior Max. Ronnie Mansfield in 2nd. Leo Castro will hang on for 3rd, but there's a change there as Bullock Carter gets up to 4th. Joe Garraway and Jack Cooper's dropping a few positions that last lap. So Joe Garraway in 5th, Max Lee in 6th, 7th for Murphy Aldridge, Alfie Gallagher in 8th, 9th for Leo Purchase, Mikey Porter rounding up the top 10. Then it was Lexi Belk, David Al-Leitner, Jack Cooper, as I say, dropping down a few positions on that last lap to 13th. Dan Armstrong in 14th. Jess White. Spencer Brown in the end in 16th. So dramas there for Spencer, obviously, with the mechanical flag. That's where he's classified there. Miles Dawn, Ronnie Smith, Jacob Dukes, Noah Hadley rounding up the top 20. Then it's Freya Belt, Luke Ringham, James Jackson, Ollie Ward, Oliver Carr, Jacob Rhodes, Charlie Ellis, Michael Morgan, George Allen registering 29th. And then we saw issues for Dan Chibula and Alfie Bray, that I think will classify in 31st. That was your Junior Max first heat. Then next up we are going to have our first heat in X30 Junior. Let's take you through the grid then for heat number 1 of X30 Juniors. Luke Sintler will start this one on pole. Leo Brown alongside Jensen Buckingham and Micah Taylor on row 2. Jude Fernerhoff and Harry Ewell are on row number 3. Row 4 will be Finlay Harrison and Jack Collins. Jaden Gregg and Kian Leon Gamao are rounding out your top 10. Then it's Thomas Reddy and Ollie Stilp on row 6. Row 7 will be Sam Longley and Henry Gregory. Luke Taylor and Kian Geraghty on row 8. Row 9 will be Ethan Simmons and Reese Lomax. The top 20 is completed by Kira Harris and Oliver Harris. Kai Carrington and Lily Jeffs are on row 11. Row 12 is Tristan Powell and Tom Ryan. And indeed, that is, the screen stayed on then. I was worried there was an additional row that I didn't know about. But there we go. That is how they line up for the 24 kart grid for your X30 Junior Heat number 1. Do keep your comments coming in. Sparky Eagles says close one. Yeah, it was. Brilliant close finishes we've had actually in many ways across the board. on this one. So long may that continue into the day. So we're ready to go here with our X30 juniors. Luke Sintler in the 72 to lead them away. You can see him on the right of your shot here on driver's left. The 1 through 3 of Leo Brown alongside. Here we go then, round that final corner. Look to me to have largely stayed in formation as they get underway. Into oblivion they go. And there's Luke Sintler goes slightly driftwards there. No, it wasn't Luke Sintler, excuse me. That was the 53 of Jude Fernerhoff. I think he got a little bit sideways through turn 2, and it's allowed. That's why I got confused, because our pole sitter has absolutely run away with it there. Dream start here for Luke Sintler off of pole as they all work their way through Ashby. So far so good on this start. There are plenty of exchanges for position going there, and there's somebody going off onto the grass that looked to me. Oh, and there's someone round and facing the wrong way at Oziers. Couldn't quite make out who that was. We'll take a look at timing this time around, but dream start there for our pole sitter. So it is Luke Sintler across the line in first. Jude Fernerhoff, Leo Brown. Good start for Ethan Simmons, the E-plate holder. Up 6 positions on that early lap. Luke Taylor, I think, had issues in the air. Tristan Powell and Kira Harris, I think, was the driver who was facing the wrong way out of Oziers. So a few dramas there on the opening lap. I commentator cursed it, didn't I? I said so far so good. I shall stay quiet, folks, honest, for the start. But yeah, good start here for Luke Sintler. It is Sintler in that 72 kart. Name not showing up on your timing towers on the left-hand side. But that is who's piloting that effort. And then look at this train battling over second. But they would do well, of course, to work together here to try and get onto the back of Sintler. Jaden Gregg has had some incident on that lap, has dropped down a lot of positions there, but is still circulating. And look at this, the 133 having a go at Jude Fernerhoff and getting the job done. So that's Brown back up into the position where he began this race, and immediately Jude Fernerhoff is under pressure from Finley Harrison from behind as well. And the 49 and the 48 have, I think, both got through. Indeed, yeah. So Finley Harrison and Micah Taylor both past Jude Fernerhoff now. So Fernerhoff dropping down some 3 positions on this lap, but still very much a part of this train of karts who are going to try and, yes, they're going to want to sort themselves out in terms of position, but if possible, they want to get onto terms with Luke Sintler in that 72 kart here. Not for the first time today. We've sort of got 2 trains developing in the top half of the field. You can see Henry Gregory in the back of your shot there, trying to get onto terms with this pack. And oh, and that's a moment there for Ethan Simmons at Christmas Corner. You can see the frustration there, not sure what led to that. But our E-plate driver has rotated. Back underway again now, though. And look at this, closed up for the lead now in the boot. Luke Sintler with close attention from Leo Brown. Here we go then, on to lap number 5, and the top 6 have closed up very nicely here. It's Luke Sintler, it's Leo Brown, it's Finley Harrison, Micah Taylor, Jude Fernerhoff and Henry Gregory. And look at this, a move for second place. Leo Brown having pressure from Finley Harrison, and Harrison's judged that nicely to go down the outside from Leo Brown, and doing it as well, this is the important thing, without losing too much time to Luke Sintler as well. That hasn't just abandoned the effort to get onto terms with the leader. So nicely judged there from Finley Harrison. Micah Taylor having a look. Immediately Harrison has a look for the lead, and he's going to get the job done. Nice move there through Oziers by second place and up into first. Micah Taylor's on the grass though, on the back straight, and has had to recover it. So Taylor's going to drop to the back of this pack. I'm going to have a little bit of work just to get onto terms again. But Finley Harrison is your new race leader. Luke Sintler in second still. Leo Brown in third. And Brown right on the tail. I'm going to have a look at Sintler now and gets the job done. But the disappointment for Brown, if anything, is that that's no longer going to be for the lead as it would have been a lap ago, because Finley Harrison was charging on that last lap. 77 of Henry Gregory trying to buy into this battle as well. Now on the rear of Sintler. and has a look indeed, and the 77 has got through. So Gregory passed Sintler into third place. So it's now, as they come across the line this time, going to be scored as Harrison, Brown, Gregory and Sintler. That's your top four now. And what was a nose-to-tail pack of 7 karts has really spread out quite a bit now. Micah Taylor has got by Jude Fernerhoff, recovering from that off-track cross-country moment on the previous lap. Reese Lomax trying to get on to terms with this battle and is doing a good job of it. 1.7 seconds he was able to gain on Taylor and Fernerhoff on that last lap because of the way that they were battling. Further down the order, can see Luke Taylor's just got past Harry Yule for 15th place. Jack Collins just got past Kai Carrington over 19th place. Got a few questions coming in on YouTube, folks, about where people finished in certain races. I'll try and answer those where I can, but failing all else, you can head to results.alphatiming.co.uk, click on Whilton Mill Kart Club and get all of the confirmed results as they're coming through throughout the day. So that's results.alphatiming.co.uk. And you'll be able to see all of the, click on today's event and you can verify where all that's happening. Oh, as I say, I'll try and answer those questions as and when they come in, but obviously it's often in the midst of these quite frenetic turn. Obviously we've got quite a schedule to get through here at Whilton Mill, so it's the turnarounds between the races where we're obviously trying to get all the grids sorted and get that info out. So it's, I'll do my best, but liable to potentially miss those comments. So failing all else, results.alphatiming, that's alpha with a PH, in the same way that it's spelt in Alpha Live, who are providing you with the stream coverage today. Do hope you're enjoying it, and hope you're enjoying the comms around the circuit as well. Fantastic to have so many of you out today at Whilton Mill. Thomas Reddy past Jensen Buckingham on that last lap, takes himself up into the top 10. Jack Collins still on the move as well, past Lily Jeffs on that last lap. We're looking on your screens at Leo Brown, who's currently in second place. So far, not able to get onto terms, though, with Finley Harrison, who leads this one after taking it in spectacular fashion a number of laps ago, getting past the top 2 places in one lap. The Christmas corner went from third to second and then immediately dive bombed down the inside of Osius to take the lead coming onto the back straight. Jude Fernerhoff in the pits, so some issue, some drama has befallen Fernerhoff's race. That's going to be disappointing there. Hope to see more from Jude later on in the day. There's the 52 of Reese Lomax, who is now past the 48 of Micah Taylor. So that's a change that we didn't catch that on cameras, but that is a change for 5th place there, confirmed as they cross the line. Reese Lomax, after working so hard to get on to the back of this pack. Sam Longley as well, getting past Kian Leon Gamiao, as Ethan Simmons continues to charge up the order. And look at this, the number 3 of Gamiao looking at Sam Longley and returns the favour. So they've swapped positions back again. So it's Gamiao past Longley up into 8th. And it's as it was a couple of laps ago. Reese Lomax, as I say, confirmed past Michael Taylor, and Ethan Simmons getting past Harry Yule for 15th place in his recovery after that spin up at Christmas Corner. The next time that Finley Harrison crosses the start-finish line, he will be shown the last lap board, and there it is, happening right before your very eyes. He's now been shown the last lap on the DigiFlag, and all being well, all things being equal, he should bring that one round. He's got a 1.1 second gap, which is healthy. A healthy margin to have. Just got to the front and controlled this one nicely, did Finley Harrison. You wouldn't believe that it was nose to tail between the top 7 a few laps ago. They have spread out quite a bit as all those battles have transpired. You can see still quite close there between, I think that was Micah Taylor and Cian Geraghty, getting quite close there in the battle over 6th place. But it's going to be this man here, Finley Harrison, who's going to round the final corner and cross the line to take the win in Heat 1 of the X30 Juniors for round 5 of your FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Championship. Leo Brown in 2nd, Henry Gregory in 3rd, Luke Sintler finishes 4th in the end, Reese Lomax in 5th, Micah Taylor, Cian Geraghty, Kian Leon Gamau, Thomas Reddy, Jensen Booking rounds out your top 10. Jaden Gregg and Sam Longley, Ollie Stilt, Luke Taylor. Ethan Simmons finishes 15th in the end after having to recover from an incident. Harry Yule, Jack Collins in 17th. Lily Jeffs in 18th, highest placed of your novice plate runners. Kai Carrington in 19th, 20th for Oliver Harris. Tristan Powell classified in 21st, and then Kira Harris will classify in 22nd. Jude Fernerhoff's race unfortunately ended in the pits. There was your X30 Junior Heat 1. Then next up here at Whilton Mill is going to be X30 Senior. Let's take a look at the grid then. It's going to be championship leader coming into today. Lucas Ellingham on pole with Oliver Henwood alongside Nathan Ames and Daniel Hackett on row 2. Jake Yanagasawa and Alex Johnston are row 3. Row 4 is going to be Thomas Massarella and Ellis Bourchier. Archie Forber and Jerome Phillip round out your top 10. Thomas Glyde and Ty Stansfield round out your are on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Benjamin Southgate and Alex Keynes. Row 8 is going to be Mason Weir and Vishal Patel. Jordan Brown and Jolie Pettit are row 9. Harrison Pugh and Mick Banner make up row 10. Row 11 is going to be Matt Orcott and Curtis Louis. And that's how they line up. Your 22 karts for this Heat 1 of X30 Seniors. Still plenty of racing to go. If my maths is correct, we are on race 7 of a whopping 26. So plenty of racing action to come. Support coming in from Hugo Gilbert for Curtis Louis. Starting towards the back of this one, we're going to be interested to see how he gets on. See what he can do from 22nd on the grid. And yeah, I mentioned the results.alpha timing. I think James Fitzhugh of Alpha Live is doing a good citizen service, and I think he's posting the link to these race results as they're confirmed on the results, the Alpha Timing results website. So it's results.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on WMKC for those results. It's live.alphatiming.co.uk /WMKC if you have a spare monitor that allows you to follow along with the timing in greater detail. On top of the timing tower that's to the left-hand side of your stream. And also if you're around the circuit as well. Here we go though. Lucas Ellingham leads them away into oblivion for the first time today in the X30 Seniors. And up the hill they go. And it looks to me like it's been a good start by Ellingham, as behind him pressure from Henwood being applied to Nathan Ames as they go through the top part of the circuit for the first time. It's clean enough so far. 2 wide, 3 wide, nearly 4 wide as they head into Ashby Corner, but delighted to say that so far, I'm jinxing it again, aren't I, potentially, but the experience so far showing of our X30 senior racers. Onto the back straight they go. Nathan Amos has been able to deal with that pressure from Oliver Henwood. Dan Hackett has lost out to Jake Yanagasawa on this first lap, it looks to me. Lucas Ellingham leads though. Nathan Amos in second, Oliver Henwood in third, Jake Yanagasawa in fourth, and then it's Alex Johnston to round out your top 5 as they head up the hill. Archie Forber trying to apply pressure over that position indeed, and further down that's the 82 on the 21, excuse me, no it's not, it's the 62 of Alex Keynes on the 21 of Massarella, and there's the 75 of Jerome Phillip, who has gone way off there at Christmas Corner and is clearly none too happy as to the conduct that led to that. Didn't quite see how that one began though, because we were looking at the move from Keynes on Massarella, who I believe managed to make that stick. Here is the 304 of Alex Johnston leading them through the boot. And he's got past Oliver Henwood, so he's made some progress on this lap, and indeed he has, confirmed now in third place. So it's Johnston and Henwood, Yanagasawa in third, fourth and fifth respectively. And behind them the 14 of Archie Forber there, pulling out to try and get past Hackett. as that's Henwood back past Johnston as well through Christmas as well. So Henwood back up into third, but immediately Johnston's going to try and attack back, but I don't think was able to make that stick. No, he wasn't. So it's Oliver Henwood back up into third place. And as I say, I think Forber managed to get past Hackett as well there. So change for sixth as well. Alex Keen's up a couple of places on that last lap too. Plenty of change going on here in the order, but as we look at this battle from third place down. Oh, there we go. There's a move between Hackett and Yanagasawa going on. Ty Stansfield getting involved as well here. Plenty of karts involved in this battle. Here's Henwood, Johnston, Yanagasawa, Forber heading through Christmas corner. Real pressure being applied now by Johnston on Henwood. He's going to try down the inside of Ashby. They're going to be side by side at the apex. How's that all going to work out on the runoff? It's still side by side in many ways, but I think it's going to go the way of Henwood, and it's going to allow Yanagasawa to buy in, and also Forber as well is, I think, going to go down the inside. It's going to be an expensive series of corners there for Alex Johnston. The gamble he made did not pay off. Behind them, though, that looks like Ellis Borchier may have got past Ty Stansfield to me. Yeah, it looks like the 58 has got by the 22, indeed confirmed now on timing. Good lap for Jordan Brown as well, past Jolie Pettit and Thomas Massarella up into 12th place. Yanagasawa now challenging Henwood. The 84 on the 17 through Christmas corner is going to make it stick, and actually the 17 of Henwood keeps his foot in it for too long. It's going to allow Johnston back through, and Archie Forber as well, who's read so many opportunities well in the early phases of this one. The 22 of Ty Stansfield is through as well. I feel very sorry for Oliver Henwood at the moment. Henwood's getting a little bit mugged on this lap, and that's the nature of the racing in X30 Seniors at the moment in the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. It's just like that at the moment. If you get taken offline, if you're compromised, if you've lost your rhythm, you can fall right down the order, and there it was exemplified, I'm sorry to say, by Henwood, but he's still in this. He can fight back from that position. Yanagasawa there, I think, saying to Johnston behind, let's work together, but Johnston doesn't want to hear any of it. He's going for the move there, as meanwhile Ty Stansfield is pressuring Archie Forber, and I think that comes courtesy of the fact that Ellis Borchier may have got by Forber there. Yes, he has, and indeed he's going to immediately try and move on Yanagasawa, so that's Borchier in the 58 down the inside of Yanagasawa in the 84 at Wilkins. Have to be bold there to make the move stick. And meanwhile on the back straight, Yanagasawa still having to defend. That's Dan Hackett in the 44 trying to have a look, and he's going to throw it down the inside of the second part of the boot, and that's going to put Yanagasawa out wide. It's going to allow the 17 back in of Oliver Henwood. All change here, and Alex Keynes has got by Yanagasawa as well. So it was Yanagasawa on that lap who had the costly one as Henwood begins to work his way back up the order. My goodness me, there's so much good battling going on here. You know, it's close run stuff. It's robust, definitely, but they are giving themselves good racing respect by and large out there, which is good to see. Lucas Ellingham still leads, and that's the thing. That's why Yanagasawa was giving some gesticulation to his drivers on the previous lap to say, can we work together, please? It wasn't forthcoming for Yanagasawa, that cooperation, but it's allowed Luke Ellingham to get up the road by 3 seconds. And likewise, Nathan Ames, who just crossed the line now, is a further 2.5 seconds to the good. So 5 seconds separating Alex Johnston in third from the leader, with the 36 of Ames in the middle. But it is now very much a battle over third place. I'm not sure that this pack can do enough and calm it down enough for long enough to catch up onto the back of Ames for second, and certainly Ellingham in first. This is the 58 of Borchier. Under pressure from Archie Forber and Ty Stansfield. Good battle you could see there going on further down. I mean, none of them are separated by more than a second, all the way down to Harrison Pugh in 17th place. So really nice tight pack of karts from third all the way down to 17th. You can see there, that's a wide moment that looked to me for Yanagasawa coming through the final corner. Vishal Patel confirmed past Thomas Glyde on that last lap. As ducking out from behind the wheel tracks is Archie Forber there, looking down the inside of Borchier and makes the move stick. Another nicely read move there by Archie Forber. Impressive little drive so far from him, reading the situation well. Just under 90 seconds left on the clock then here. Greg Smith asks, no Johnny Elliott? Nope, don't believe so. Not seen, can't see Johnny out there. I've just realised that was about 7 minutes ago. Sorry, it's been an engaging heat, this one. As Johnston leads them onto another lap in this battle over third place. Archie Forber, last lap was opportunistic at Christmas. Will he do it again? Another repeat performance. Yes, he is, down the inside. Brilliantly read by Archie Forber. Takes himself up into third place. Nice series of moves over the laps from Forber. Sat 8th in the standings, according to the scoring I've currently got in front of me here for the championship, although bear in mind there are drop scores to be taken into account, which at this phase in the championship is not, easy to predict. The 22 of Ty Stansfield now slotting in behind the 58 of Ellis Bourchier, but you don't feel he's going to slot in for too much longer because he's looking for an opportunity to duck out and have a move. But meanwhile, this is Archie Forber on Alex Johnston. Oh, and there's contact, and that's going to put Johnston round, and that's disappointing for Alex Johnston. Just ran out of the room. It's easily done when the kart's going. He's beached on the grass as well. Yeah, it's easily done when drivers are running through side by side there, because, yeah, there's that runoff apron there on the outside of Christmas Corner, but the driver on driver's right has to give enough room to driver's left, and likewise the driver on the left doesn't have to cut across too quickly. But there is a move from Ty Stansfield on Bourchier, nicely judged there to take Stansfield up into 5th place as we are on the final lap of this one. Lucas Ellingham out in front by some 8 seconds, going through the top part of the circuit, whilst these drivers are going up the hill. And there is Ty Stansfield going defensive, and that's a really serious look from the 62 of Alex Keynes there, but he can't make it stick because he just got held up on the apex of the corner. And actually, if anything, it's put him under pressure from Dan Hackett in the 44, and Jordan Brown won't need a second time of asking either. We do need to draw our attention, though, to start-finish straight soon, because coming around the final corner now is Lucas Ellingham in the 99. There he is. It's going to be Lucas Ellingham who's going to take the race win in dominant fashion here. Nathan Amos has had a very quiet one, having got to 2nd place as well, but he's going to cross the line there. And here comes Archie Forber leading home what's been a fantastic battle. Ty Stansfield in 4th, 5th for Ellis Bourchier in the end. Dan Hackett in 6th, Jordan Brown in 7th, Alex Keynes in 8th in the end. Thomas Massarella recovered well to 9th. I seem to recall he went down into the mid-teens at one point. Vishal Patel got himself into the top 10. Oliver Henwood, Jake Yanagasawa was in a lot of those battles, both of those two drivers. Thomas Glide in 13th, 14th for Jolie Pettit. Mick Banner in 15th, Benjamin Southgate, Mason Weir, Harrison Pugh, Jerome Phillip, Alex Johnston to round out your top 10 after that incident up at Christmas Corner. Ran well, though. It'll be interesting to see how he does later on. Curtis Louis and Matt Orcott round out your field for X30 Senior. Next up here at Whilton Mill, it's the last heat of our first rotation of heats. It's going to be heat number 1 in Senior Max. Another healthy grid then to take you through here. It's going to be Brandon Klein Nagelvoort on pole with Catherine White alongside. Spencer Shinner and Josh Valance are on row number 2. Row 3 is going to be Tommy Edmonds and Mikey Austin. Teddy Clinton and Ryan Luscombe on row 4. Jaden Neil Holder and Harrison Crook round out the top 10 with Carl Dunford and Joshua Pickford on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Johnny Elliott. Ah, there you go. Comments on the street. Ah, yes. I was looking at the wrong class's entry seat. There we go. Johnny Elliott there. Josh Taylor alongside Lewis Wild and Archie Brown in row 8. Row 9 for Bradley Philpott and Rob Ellis. Top 20 is rounded out by Luke Wooder and Harry Holland. Archie Elliott and Harry East. Alex Hughes and Cheers Simpson. Sam Hawthorne, Alex Jackson on row 14. Row 13, sorry. Row 14 is Jack Davis and Tommy Lee Davis. That's how they line up then for the first heat. Yeah, apologies. There, he is in CD round. Yeah, Ross O'Meara was on it. Apologies. I'm trying to keep across the 205 entries today. But yes, for anyone who's tuning in and going, but I was tuning in for Senior Max, what happened to the timetable? We did have a red flag during this first cycle of heats. We had a red flag in the Army Cadet race earlier on. Alfie Brown having quite a nasty impact with the wall at turn 2. Fundamentally okay, I'm happy to report. So that's why we're slightly behind schedule. So yeah, apologies folks, I was doing Control F on the wrong entry sheet there. Apologies. Johnny Elliott very much in the field. Going to be interesting to see how he gets on in this one from 13th on the grid, but it is Klein Nagelvoort who's going to lead them away and immediately off to driver's right, and that was the most chaotic start. We saw that one got off to a flying stop, I'm afraid to say, and is immediately called as a full start, and I'm unsurprised. Unsurprised to see that was a different one, wasn't it? And was it Harrison Crook, I think, who had to take avoiding action by literally going around the marshal post. So that was an interesting one there for our senior Max drivers. It's Klein Nagelvoort though in that 93 kart on the pole position, the 33 of Catherine White alongside. And we will go again here. Bring you to the end our first round of heats. So, yes, if you're tuning in for, say, Honda Cadet Heat 2 or iArmy Cadet Heat 2, we are a little bit behind schedule. Here we go, though. Another attempt at the race start. That one looks a lot better, I have to say, as Klein Nagelvoort leads them through Oblivion and the Crook for the first time. We've got drivers off to the left. Nothing as serious as we saw in the iArmy Cadets earlier, but there's a driver coming to a stop there down at the outside of the Crook. Not sure if they just maybe got something caught under their cart, really. They just seem to slow gradually there. As I say, very little grip on the outside of that Crook corner as the snake of karts work their way through Wilkins and Oziers onto the back straight there. Still the 93 of Brandon Klein Nagelvoort at the front here. It's Spencer Shinner who's got up into second place, Catherine White in third, as they all work their way through. The yellow flag out there for the stricken driver, and the stricken driver, I believe, is going to be Johnny Elliott. Irony or not, is it because I mentioned his name more on comms? Have I got a strong acting commentator's curse today? Johnny Elliott is your driver at the side of the road, and you can just see his car getting recovered there, so disappointment for him. Sorry for the build-up, Greg. There is a move. Oh, and there's someone off onto the dust there, coming out of Ashby Corner. I believe that was Jaden Neil Holder in the dust there. So heart in the mouth moment for him. Meanwhile, back at the front, pressure being applied by Shinner on Klein Nagelvoort. And Catherine White with pressure from Tommy Edmonds as well here. And yeah, the expensive lap being confirmed there for Jaden Neil Holder, down 6 positions to 14th place, to the benefit of people like Harry Holland, Rob Ellis, up into 8th and 9th respectively now. Still plenty of time left on the clock though. Nice little pack here, breaking away at the front. There's a look there over, I think, 5th place. And that is Teddy Clinton getting by Tommy Edmonds. No, it was over 4th place, apologies. As there's someone spun round at Christmas Corner. It's the number 69 of Jack Davis. And he's been collected. Sorry, he got involved in someone else there. Yellow flags out as they come onto a new lap then. Klein Nagelvoort still in the lead. Shinner, White, Teddy Clinton, Josh Valance as well. And yeah, it was the number 69, and I think it was Tommy Lee Davis who's maybe the other car involved in that. Up at Christmas Corner. There's a move though. Catherine White has been demoted a few positions there. Teddy Clinton and I think Josh Valance as well. Past Catherine White at Ashby Corner. Still Spencer Shinner applying the pressure to our leader, keeping Brandon honest here. So it's now Brandon Klein Nagelvoort, Spencer Shinner, Teddy Clinton, Josh Valance, then Catherine White, Tommy Edmonds, Harrison Crook, Harry Holland. It's your top 8. Fastest lap of the race from Carl Dunford in 10th place though, so it's all closing up nicely here. Archie Elliott just got had an expensive lap. There's a really tight pack of karts from about 16th place down. Luke Wooder up to 17th place. Josh Pickford in 18th, 19th. Shez Simpson and Harry East rounding out the top 20 for now, but plenty of exchanges going on at the moment, plenty of opportunity for it to change. Still half the race to go, and then some actually. On to lap number 6 comes Brandon Klein-Negevort. It's another fastest lap of the race, this time from Harry Holland, getting by Harrison Crook on that lap. Up into 7th place now for Holland. Through the top part of the circuit. Shinner's just dropped back a little bit off of Klein-Negevort on this lap, and is indeed under a lot of pressure now from Teddy Clinton, who, as we've seen already, has not been afraid of putting the move in. We've seen some good moves already from Teddy Clinton. Indeed, I thought we might see something from Ashby on this lap, because he has been strong there. That's why where he got past Catherine White a few laps ago, but at the moment keeps the powder dry. Several personal bests being set on that lap. And a new fastest lap of the race from Sam Hawthorne down in 14th place. Mechanical flag being shown for Bradley Philpott, I'm sorry to say. So he will have to report to the pit lane. I think it was a couple of rounds ago that we had the dramatic flip for Bradley Philpott. So good that he's back competing. But there is the mechanical flag for a technical defect, also known as the meatball flag. The orange circle in the middle of a black flag. There's Catherine White leading Tommy Edmonds and Harry Holland, and then another pack of karts further down, Harrison Crook, Rob Ellis. In fact, Rob Ellis passed Harrison Crook, excuse me. So Rob Ellis up into 8th at the head of that pack, which is made up of himself, Harrison Crook, Carl Dunford, Archie Brown. Catherine White coming under a bit of pressure from Tommy Edmonds, but manages to hold it off for now. We're looking here at your top 4 heading through the top part of the lap. Not a lot of spread between these. The leader not being allowed to get away with it here. Great work so far from Shinner as a second place, and that's another instance of Catherine White going onto the grass, though. That's the second time we've seen that this race, unfortunately. Didn't see what led to that, but was in an exchange, close exchange with Tommy Edmonds and Harry Holland in the battle over 5th, so she'll have lost out again in that. 2 minutes left on the clock then. On to lap number 9. The top 4 separated by 0.7 of a second, if that's good enough for you out there. That's nice and close. Contact warning for Archie Elliott. As down the inside of Tommy Edmonds, there was, I think that was Harry Holland making moves there. Was indeed, and looking to buy into that as well is Rob Ellis in the 46, trying to get by. So changes going on there for 5th place and 6th place. Here's your battle for 2nd again on screen. Then there's the 71 of Harry Holland. So I think they got past, yeah, they have got past Tommy Edmonds on that lap as Harry. Archie Brown up into 9th, past Carl Dunford. Jaden Neil Holder past Harrison Crook for 13th. Plenty of good battles going here. It's difficult to follow it all, to be honest with you. We're doing our best, though. Catherine White under pressure from Archie Brown through the top part of the circuit, but Brown can't convert it. And look at the driver's plane to the inside into Ashby Corner. That's a lovely little move there by Ryan Luscombe to get past Carl Dunford. Not past Carl Dunford, excuse me, Sam Hawthorne. I think it was Hawthorne following Luscombe through. Apologies. So many battles going on here. It's brilliant stuff. The 23 of Tommy Edmonds under severe pressure here from Rob Ellis as well. Maybe just giving some breathing space to Harry Holland. Yes, it was indeed Hawthorne and Luscombe past Dunford. Still Klein-Negevort, though, who has led this from lights out. I think that might be the first time we've had that today. Although, did Lucas Ellingham manage to do that, actually, potentially? Yeah. But still an impressive showing here from the number 93. They'll be shown the last lap board this next time around, and if anything right now, unless Shinner has a really good final set to this lap, I would say that it's going to be more about the battle for 2nd than it will be for 1st, because Teddy Clinton is looking very racy here, and Josh Valance is in the wheel tracks as well. Last lap board shown then. It's now gone out to 0.8 separating the top 4. Goodness, it's getting spread out. Up the hill then, round Christmas corner, nothing on this time around. Spencer Shinner had just got a tiny amount of breathing space, and Teddy Clinton and Josh Valens won't want to be throwing away a good haul of points here in this heat, but also will take the opportunity if it presents itself. Into Osiers, they don't have a look, and it's actually calm as well between Holland, Edmonds and Ellis in the background as well. So after quite a frenetic series of laps, it's actually going to be a relatively calm one on the last lap, but it's Brandon Klein-Negevort who's remained calm throughout and will take the win. Spencer Shinner in second, Teddy Clinton in third, Joshua Valens in fourth, Harry Holland, Rob Ellis did get by Tommy Edmonds on that last lap, for sixth place. Catherine White in eighth, Archie Brown in ninth, Sam Hawthorne finishes 10th. There was Jaden Neal Holder, Ryan Luscombe, Alex Hughes, Luke Wooder in 14th, 15th for Carl Dunford in the end, Harrison Crook, Josh Pickford, Cheers Simpson, Josh Taylor, Lewis Wild to round out your top 20, then Mikey Austin, Harry East, Archie Elliott, Alex Jackson in 24th, and then I think there was dramas for everybody else. Bradley Philpott, Tommy Lee Davis, Jack Davis and Johnny Elliott all running into issues. That was our first rotation of heats. Next up, it is going to be Honda Cadet Heat 2 here at Whilton Mill. Let's take you through the grid then for our first Heat 2 race of the day. Jensen Hookey and Charlie Warren will be on row 1, Sergio Wirtz and Jack Starbuck on row 2. Joshua Jarvis and Callum Wilson are on row 3. Row 4 will be Victor Hansen and Max Fallon. Jensen Walker and Emily Cooper round at the top 10. Bobby Peat and Theo Shampney are row 6. Row 7 for Josh Smith and Noah McNicholas. Jake Schulz and Rio Licata are row 8. Row 9 is Daniel Butcher and Oliver Meek. Rounding out the top 20, it's going to be Jack Price. It's going to be Lucy Wilden and then Jack Price, Thomas Butcher and Hugo Majewski are row 11. Row 12 for Ellis Pullen-Meeman and Zach Champney. And Tyler Davis there, rounding out the grid. That's how they line up then for heat number 2. Do keep your comments coming in. Let us know here at Whilton Mill who you're supporting. This is your Alpha live stream of round 5 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. My name is Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Enjoying these races along with you, I have to say. It's been brilliant racing action so far. Been fantastic stuff. As we head into the afternoon, we've got our second round of heats, second rotation. There'll be a single third heat that will be in this class indeed for the Honda Cadets. And then we'll be going into our all-important finals as Jensen Hookey leads them out onto track. Don't forget, this one will be a standing start. So you will see the drivers slow down towards the end of this lap. And good luck wishes coming in for our pole sitter from Simone Hookey. Afternoon to you, Simone. I'm sure we'll be watching intently to see how Jensen can do off of the line in the number 36 car. Charlie Warren alongside Sergio Wirtz and Zach Starbuck, are your second row. It was during Heat 1 of the Honda Cadets that we saw just a tiny drizzle of rain, very light, which I have to say, to a certain extent, I'd forgotten what rain looked like in this part of the world. It's been swelteringly hot in some parts of the Midlands, and I know other parts of the country as well over the last week. Slightly cooler conditions today, but giving way, therefore, to the risk of rain, and one wonders if we'll be done with that for the rest of the day. There were possibilities of thunder showers. Number of hours away from now, though, based off of the forecasts that were around this morning. At the moment, though, perfectly dry conditions for this young field of drivers in the Honda Cadet class, aged 8 to 12 years. Their second opportunity to bag as many points in the championship, but also put themselves on for as good a grid position as possible for this afternoon's final. Their eyes are going to be on that box on the right-hand side of your start gantry, the digi flag. When those go out, it's time to hit the loud pedal. Away we go then. Jensen Hookie leads them away and towards Oblivion Corner for the first time and is able to cover off any threat, I think, from Charlie Warren. Yes, he is. So coming up the hill, it is Jensen Hookie who leads them, as they almost all go to driver's right to try and open up the opportunity, but there's very little opportunity forthcoming because they are all over to the right. Was the Honda Cadet first lap line being employed there, and understandably so. Excuse me, I don't no, it's not Jensen Hookie who leads them through the corner. Apologies, because it is at the head of the field. It's the number 92 of Charlie Warren who did get the good start of the line. There is Jensen Hookie, though, still showing well there in third place. The 88 of Zach Starbuck has got up into second place, I can see out there, as that looks like Noah McNicholas battling early on. So yeah, apologies to Jensen Hookie fans, not in the lead coming up the hill, but very much in the fight at the front, though, in third place there. So Charlie Warren in first, Zach Starbuck in second, Jensen Hookie in third, and there's a look from Starbuck for the lead and gets the job done on Charlie Warren. Is that going to give Hookie an opportunity through the top part of the lap, or perhaps breaking down into Ashby? Holds station for now, keeps the powder dry. Pressure coming from behind in the form of Josh Jarvis as well in the 14. And side by side here between the 57 and the 30, I believe that was, which means Emily Cooper has had a fantastic start to this lap, if I read that correctly, because that means she's up a number of positions early on. But Zach Starbuck now into the lead, and there's a move for third place. Joshua Jarvis goes by our pole sitter Jensen Hookie there to take that position in third, and behind them it looks to me like there's still exchanges going on between Max Fallon, Sergio Wirtz and Emily Cooper. Josh Smith in 8th as well as they head up the hill for the third time in this race. That's a look from Emily Cooper. And Jensen Hookie as well starting to put pressure back on to Joshua Jarvis now in their battle over third place. Through Wilkins Corner they go. Charlie Warren coming under pressure, and Jarvis is going to go down the inside of Ozier's and make the move stick. So that's a change for second place there. Jarvis past Warren. That's Joshua up into second place, and he'll now look to try and apply some pressure to our leader in the form of Zach Starbuck as they come to the end of lap number 3. It's the fastest lap of the race as well for Josh Jarvis, although it's immediately beaten by Jack Price down in 10th place, who's just got by Callum Wilson for 10th place on that last lap. Could see Bobby Pete has got past Victor Hansen, as well as Charlie Warren and Jensen Hookie go side by side in a little bit of a repeat of the race start, and Jensen Hookie's made that move stick. Sergio Wirtz coming under pressure from the E-plate owner in the form of Joshua Smith in the battle over 6th place. And I think that has gone the way of Smith, who's now past Sergio. Max Fallon as well part of this battle, but I think Smith's got past both of them. Into boot. And now Charlie Warren comes under pressure from Joshua Smith, who goes down the inside, managed to have the overspeed in the latter part of the boot, and that was nicely judged by the E-plate kart. Sergio Wirtz in 6th, so it's now Starbuck, Jarvis, Hookie, Smith, Warren, Wirtz, Theo Champney up into 7th. Good lap for Theo there, and you can see why. You can see them battling away in the background here as Jensen Hookie goes side by side with Joshua Smith, and Smith is through in Christmas Corner. Still half of this race to go. Plenty of support coming in. David Edwards supporting our current race leader, I believe, in the form of Zach Starbuck, or potentially Zach Champney. I'm going to put that up as a general support of Zach's there. New fastest lap of the race from Joshua Smith, 53.73. Trying to get onto terms with Joshua Jarvis, and here they are, your race leaders, first, second and third. And Jarvis has managed to find a way through on the inside. And Smith is going to work with him as well. And they're both going to get by on Zach Starbuck. Good working together there between Jarvis and Smith. But Smith is now going to probably end that and look for a way through. Is it going to be down into Oz as he tries it? No, it's not. But there is a feeling of inevitability that he's going to try at some point to get the move done on Josh Jarvis. Goes to the inside here, into the boot, and that's the move done for our E-plate runner. Joshua Smith then to the head of the field on that lap. It's now Smith, Jarvis and Starbuck. Jensen Hookey still running well in fourth. Charlie Warren in fifth. Max Fallon has just got past Sergio Wirtz in sixth place. And Emily Cooper still racing well here. Not seen too much of her on the stream, but she's been having some good battles further back. And there is the move for second place. That is Zach Starbuck getting back past Joshua Jarvis there for second place. So nice return of the favour there from Starbuck. Back up into second place, and we'll see how the pace is trying to get onto Joshua Smith, or whether Smith's going to start controlling this one. It looks to me like he's already got a little bit of breathing space at the head of the field here. Jensen Hookey doing well to stay with this pack. There he is in the 36. And yeah, good battles going on. There's Charlie Warren currently in fairly clean air, but plenty of battles going on further down here. That was Jack Price past Emily Cooper was the significance of that shot that we were just seeing as they came through the last corner. It's now Wirtz in 7th, 8th for Jack Price and Emily Cooper in 9th. Theo Champney rounds out your top 10 at the moment. Louise Richardson, I think, showing support for Bobby Pete on YouTube, I believe. Joshua Smith currently your leader. Zach Starbuck recently back up into second place, having previously led this race, did the 88 driver. Zach Champney passed Lucy Whilton for 15th on that last lap. So plenty of good battles throughout the order here. And again, Jack Price makes some progress. The 71 making some good moves here, up into 7th place now. But Charlie Warren here is under pressure from the 63 of Max Fallon as they come through Christmas Corner. And there is the 71 of Jack Price right on the scene to see if there's anything to be had here. There's nothing at the moment. But now down the inside of Charlie Warren again is going to try Max Fallon. That's going to slow them both up, and it's causing a little bit of a traffic jam behind here as they negotiate the position, because Jack Price, Sergio Wirtz, Theo Champney and Emily Cooper all one in on this, I think. Cooper perhaps falling a little bit off the back of it for now. Still, though, Charlie Warren is able to hold on to this place. It's good defensive driving here from Charlie. The next time that Joshua Smith sees the start-finish line, it will be to be shown the last lap board, which begins now. So here we go, on to the final lap. You can see there Sergio Wirtz on the back of Jack Price. Excuse me, on the back of Theo Champney. And then there's another pack there that we've barely been able to mention of Rio Licata, Bobby Pete, Ellis Pull and Meeman. There's plenty of battles going on here, but here's the battle over second place. Zach Starbuck leads Joshua Jarvis through the top part of the circuit. All things being equal, I think Joshua Smith is looking like he's going to bring this one home. Further battling, though, behind that was Charlie Warren and Jack Price going side by side practically into Ashby Corner. Here still is the battle for second place, though. Starbuck, Jarvis, Hookey, still Charlie Warren in 5th as well, driving so well defensively there. It's going to be this young man, though, who's going to come around the last few corners. Joshua Smith did well getting to the head of the field, and he was able to keep the race under control from there. Joshua Smith takes the win in heat number 2 for our Honda Cadets. It's going to be Starbuck in 2nd, Jarvis in 3rd, Jensen Hookey in 4th, Charlie Warren in 5th, and some drama befell Max Fallon, I can see, dropping down the order on that last lap, but it's Jack Price in 6th, 7th for Theo Champney, Sergio Wirtz in 8th, 9th for Emily Cooper, Max Fallon in the end classified 10th. Rio Licata then led home that other pack of karts there of himself, Bobby Pete, Ellis Pull and Meeman, Zach Champney, Victor Hansen, Lucy Whilton in 16th, 17th for Callum Wilson. Then it was Jensen Walker, Tyler Davis, Daniel Butcher in 20th place, 21st for Noah McNicholas, Thomas Butcher in 22nd, Jake Schulz we expect to come home in 23rd, and Hugo Majewski will round out the results for that one. Don't forget, results are out for timing.co.uk for your confirmed results of each of these races. Next up here at Whilton Mill, it will be Heat 2 in Army Cadet. Here's your grid then for Heat number 2 of Army Cadets. Cian Amy and Kanish Grau are your front row. Max Ewell and Brave Murdoch are on row 2. Alfie Brown, we hope to be seeing return to the track. We'll see in a moment, with Finley Hines alongside on row number 3. Row 4 is Levi McGrath and Max Mason. Zach Green and Will Green are on row 5. Row 6 is Aaron Richardson and Sukmani Kira. Teddy Porter and Jack Poole on row 7. Row 8 is Leighton Kelly and Jacob Nairn. And John T. Restrick will round out our 17 runners in this one. Good luck messages coming in from Gillian Hall. Hello to yourself. Good luck to Levi McGrath in the number 68, and also to Max Mason, wishing good luck there as well. Some people asking, where's the Junior X30? They are coming up in where we are. Junior X30 will be in about 3 or 4 races time, bearing in mind we are behind schedule because of a red flag that happened in the first heat in this very class early on. And I'm just having a look at timing. Delighted to say that Alfie Brown in the 22 is back out there, so returning to the circuit after what was a nasty knock with the wall. Didn't want to declare that one before we saw it confirmed, but Alfie Brown is back out there, so brilliant to see. Good luck coming in for Aaron Richardson as well, from Louise Richardson. And good luck messages coming in for Leighton Kelly as well. Plenty of great support being shown online then. Here we go then for heat number 2. It's going to be Cian Amy leading them away. Into oblivion they go for the first time. And through the crook and up the hill, and I'm delighted to say it's looking... Oh, and there's an impact there between the 44 and the 54. That's Kira and Will Green who've come together there, but they both managed to gather it up rather well. Actually, that was good control from Will Green to bring that back. But yeah, a bit of the heart in the mouth moment there, but nothing, I'm happy to say, as serious as we saw in the first heat. Max Mason with a good start here, putting early pressure there on Brave Murdoch, it looks to me, for second place as they come onto the back straight for the first time. But it is Kanish Rao who's leading them at the moment into the boot. Rao, Murdoch and Mason, your top 3. It looks like it's going to be at the end of that first lap. Indeed it is. Finley Hines in 4th as well. Max Ewell down to 5th, 6th for Cian Amy. Zach Green and Aaron Richardson up to 7th and 8th. And yeah, it was indeed Sukmani Kira and Will Green who had the heart in the mouth moment there. As there is the 53 of Zach Green going down the inside of Max Ewell. Meanwhile, for second, is that a look there? No, it's not a look for second, but it is a look for 4th place there between Finley Hines and Zach Green. The 57 versus the 53, and the 53 now goes down the inside. So Green battling away there with Hines. Is he going to make that move stick? Looks like he's got it done. That was a nice move there from Zach Green. Not too much that Finley Hines could do about it. He positioned it as well as he could. But I think once the line was opened up into Osiers, the opportunity was there, and Zach Green just put that one home. Kanish Grau leads. Brave Murdoch in 2nd. Max Mason in 3rd. Zach Green in 4th. Up 3 positions on that lap and setting the fastest lap of the race. So he's looking racy here, is Zach Green. He's in the wheel tracks of Max Mason, and I'm not sure if Mason's aware because he's somewhat opened the door there and allowed him to get back through. But Max Mason has also been looking quite racy here, but immediately Zach Green's going to try the move on Brave Murdoch as well here. He's going to go all down both of them, down the inside of both of them to the lead of the race for Zach Green, and there's contact there between Max Mason and I think it was Kanish Grau trying to recover after that move from Zach Green. to contact there. Again, good job by Max to, another good job to gather up the pieces there by Max to get back on the road. But I'm sure he won't be seeing the positive sides quite as much as I will be in that moment. But he is still running it again. He's got him back underway. He is far down the order as a result. We're going to see a replay here. So maybe, was it off of Canis Grau or was it with the 14? Yeah, he just went 3 wide here. Yeah, and so you had Murdoch on the inside, you had Rao on the middle, and Max Mason, not sure if he was aware that they were necessarily going 3 wide, but they certainly were. And yeah, it's a difficult one to call, that one, because, you know, obviously Rao couldn't necessarily give more room. Couldn't give more room on the outside by going further inside, lest he make contact with Braith Murdoch, and had he have done so, then he would have speared off along with Max Mason. So difficult one, that one. It's generally the rule would be don't go 3 wide into Wilkins. In some ways, lifting off and waiting for the opportunity down into Ozius may have worked better there. But that's easy for me to say in a cosy comms box in hindsight. Zach Green, your leader. Braith Murdoch in second. Cian Amy now up into third in amongst all of that. And look at this, nearly going 3 wide again on this straight, as that is the 23 of Canis Grau trying to come back up through the order after that incident there. Past Levi McGrath, that is, into 6th place for Canis Grau, who started second on the grid for this one. Over the halfway stage then, Zach Green beginning to control this one. Got to the front in emphatic style, doing a double overtake through Ashby. We're looking at Canis Grau, as I say, past Levi McGrath, and the 57 of Finlay Hines is with them as well. So good little battle that over 6th place. New fastest lap of the race from our race leader, Zach Green, which underlines the pace that he's got, because he's not got any draft effect to help him out. This is the 46 of Cian Amy coming under pressure from Aaron Richardson, and Richardson is going to go down the inside. Important to give racing room, and that was good racing room given by both. It allowed Amy to get back past, but what Richardson didn't do was close the door by straight lining that approach to the left-hander after Christmas corner, which I colloquially like to call Boxing Day, but I don't believe it's got an official name. And it comes after Christmas, right? So it works. So good racing room given, and that battle will go on for a few more laps now, I reckon. Richardson, though, right now under pressure from Max Ewell in the 75 there, who in turn has a recovering Canis Grau with him. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Zach Green with another fastest lap of the race. Now 3.3 seconds to the good out front. This is the battle for second between Braith Murdoch, Cian Amy, Aaron Richardson, Max Ewell and Canis Grau. That's this pack of 5 karts. Finlay Hines not too far off the back either, nor is Levi McGrath. And then there's a bit of a gap of 3 seconds down to Jack Poole and Alfie Brown. As I say, great to see Alfie Brown back out there after a nasty shunt earlier on. There's the 44 of Sukmani Kira, who has come to a stop, I think, off to driver's right there, off the start-finish straight. So possible kart issue there. Did have the contact on the first lap. Did Kira. So maybe that was that put a gremlin in the works. That was Will Green that contact was with on the first lap. As look at this up the hill, the 46 of Amy under pressure again from Aaron Richardson here. And Richardson again is going to try the same move. Again, he's going to give the racing room there, and is going to allow Cian Amy to swoop back in. There's very fair racing there from Richardson. But here's another attempt into Wilkins, and this time surely he's going to go down the inside. Nicely judged move there from Aaron Richardson. Shown really good patience, I think, with making that move. Hasn't thrown it away with, as I say, squeezing the fellow driver, and has made that move stick. Nice stuff there from Aaron Richardson in the number 6. Nevertheless, I'm sure Cian Amy will be trying to fight back should the opportunity present itself. Zach Green leads 5 seconds to the good now, ahead of this pack of karts we're looking at here, which is Braith Murdoch in the 14 in second. Aaron Richardson now up to third. You can see Cian Amy coming under pressure as behind. That is the 23 of Canis Grau, and there's a little bit of grass and dust kicked up there, but I think Kean Amy doing well there to hold on to that position, because that was a lot of pressure from Rao there. Meanwhile, behind, Finley Hines and Levi McGrath. No, excuse me, Max Ewell, apologies, and Finley Hines are onto the back of this. So that means that Rao got past Ewell in the early phase of this lap. Braith Murdoch with pressure from Aaron Richardson, who's shown some good moves so far today. Here's Finley Hines. You can just see going side by side with Max Ewell. They're still side by side, having gone through paddocks side by side together. It's going to be Ewell for now, but that's nice and close between those two at the moment. They're on the penultimate lap now. Will Green up into 9th, Max Mason up into 10th. Two drivers who are both on a bit of a recovery after incidents earlier on in the race. Maybe ones to watch later on in the day. Clearly, one would expect on balance on their pace to perhaps be further up the order, but incidents transpired. As I say, both of them did well to hold on to the car in the circumstances, actually. Shout out to Sestju, who puts in good luck for Kira and Teddy Porter. No, okay, yeah, that may not have come to. It may not have come to pass that it's been a great race for Kira, because there's clearly been an issue there for the 44. But hopefully we'll see a good showing from Sukmani later on in the day. Here we go then on the last lap. Zach Green is 6 seconds to the good here. Kind of checked out on this one. This is an interesting battle though. Can Richardson go down the inside of Braith Murdoch here? There's nothing on for him in Ashby, though he definitely had to think about it. He's been strong in this part of the lap as well. Will there be an opportunity down here into Hosiers? There's a little move just over to the left, a little bit from Braith Murdoch to deter any move. This man here, though, Zach Green, we've seen relatively little of him on your streams, and that's because he's controlled this one so strongly. Zach Green is going to round the final corner to cross the line with the win. The battle goes on for second place. But it is going to be Braith Murdoch who hangs on. Good race there from Braith as well, to absorb the pressure there and finish in second place. Aaron Richardson in third. Kanish Rao recovering to fourth in the end. Finley Hines in fifth. Sixth for Kean Amy. Max Ewell in seventh. Eighth for Will Green. Max Mason in ninth. Levi McGrath in 10th. 11th for Jack Poole. Alfie Brown in 12th. Leighton Kelly in 13th. 14th for John T. Restrick. Teddy Porter in 15th. And then I think we saw Jacob Nairn potentially with an issue, or no, sorry, Jacob Nairn still circulating, will be classified 16th, but Sukmani Kira unfortunately with an issue. That was Euro Army Cadets Heat 2. Next up is going to be Heat 2 for our X30 Minis. It's round 5 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships, and it's time for Heat 2 in the X30 Minis. Freddie Lloyd will start this one from pole. Miles Turnbull alongside Jensen Pugh and Lucas Field are on row 2. Fred Green and Riley Bishop make up row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Charlie Mills and Jack Owen Drawbridge. It will be Joshua Jones and Luke Fleming on row 5, and Charlie Neve will round out the 11 kart grid. Now you may look at that and go, that's the smallest grid we've got today, Howard. Is that going to lack excitement? No, not at all. If you saw Heat 1, you will know that this provided a lot of entertainment earlier on today. I think that has really stood out to me so far. There hasn't really been a class that's that has really stuck out to me as being quiet. It's all been fast and frenetic, which is what we love to see. And don't forget that if you are watching today and you go, this looks really good, I want to see how the championship's gone so far in greater detail, and I maybe didn't see that, it is all there for you on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. You can go back and look and all of the previous rounds this season, and indeed in previous seasons, it has to be said, for WMKC. But yeah, always good fun is WMKC, and I'm very impressed by, as I say, my first time in the comms box this season. My first opportunity to see the FastR 2021 WMKC, and so far I'm having a lot of fun. I hope you are as well, whether you're watching online or you're here around the circuit. Freddie Lloyd then on pole in the 17. 43 of Miles Turnbull alongside. Here we go then. Eyes on the lights for the, and it's a false start, I think that was immediately called. As they head up the hill, I'm really expecting to see, yeah, there is the gesture from Freddie Lloyd to go. We've got a full start here, buddy. So they will roll up again. I want to say this was this class before that had the full start, so not doing too well in that particular metric, shall we say, for full starts. We will go again then. Freddie Lloyd on pole, Jensen Pugh second in the number 60, Miles Turnbull and Lucas Field, excuse me, Freddie, let's try that again. Freddie Lloyd and Miles Turnbull are your front row, then it's Jensen Pugh and Lucas Field, that's your second row of the grid. Here we go then, and away we go for heat number 2, and this start's called good so far at least. They cross the line and into oblivion for the first time. And it is Freddie Lloyd who's leading them up the hill. Good start from Miles Turnbull as well to retain second, but he's under pressure from Jensen Pugh as he was on the first attempt from the start, and Jensen Pugh's got through, and indeed so too has Lucas Field, so that's not been great. A Christmas corner for Miles Turnbull in the 32 is going all over the grass there. That's Riley Bishop with a very dramatic moment there. A little bit of rallycross going on perhaps there, but managed to stay a part of this main pack for now. But heart in the mouth moment, no doubt about it, for Riley Bishop in the 32. As this is Jensen Pugh versus Lucas Field. Lucas Field trying to go around the outside into the early part of the boot. That was a very impressive move, but it's going to allow Pugh to come back at him. He's going to surely go down the inside of paddock corner, and indeed he will. So it's Freddie Lloyd who leads, Jensen Pugh in second, Lucas Field just about in third, but Fred Green was arriving on the scene there, and I think he may have already got through in the 15. Yes, he has got past Lucas Field there. So Fred Green up into third place already. So Riley Bishop, our winner from earlier on, and is that, who's that off as well? That's our race leader. Was that Freddie Lloyd that I just saw off track there? I don't want to, I'll call that officially in a moment. Jensen Pugh still battling away with Fred Green. There's the 77 with a couple of wheels on the grass from Lucas Field there. No, I don't think it was necessarily our race leader off the road. Apologies for a false alarm there, and that's Fred Green off and into the wall. And that was side-by-side action there through the boot, and just found absolutely no grip on the outside there. Understandably frustrated. No, it was not Freddie Lloyd we saw off. So I thought from the reaction of frustration from the driver who we saw going off that it was from slightly higher up. But yeah, Freddie Lloyd leads and has set the fastest lap of the race, I should say, 48.47. Jensen Pugh in second, Lucas Field in third, Jack Owen Drawbridge in fourth, fifth for Miles Turnbull. Riley Bishop, I think it might have been Riley again, having an off track at the top of the lap. I think that might have been why it was so frustrating, because it was a second instance. 77 then, Lucas Field here, defending against Jack Owen Drawbridge for third place. New fastest lap of the race from Riley Bishop, 48 dead. Trying to get up back onto terms here is the Heat 1 winner. There is a disappointed Fred Green. On the shot. Hopefully we'll see more from him later on, though. I'm going to keep his chin up and come back to the next one with some focus. Just a disappointing moment. As I say, very little grip on the outside of Christmas corner, and was reacting to the kart sort of splaying out, I think, in the mid phase of that corner. Freddie Lloyd, your leader then. Jensen Pugh in second. Lucas Field in third. Jack Owen Drawbridge applying pressure in fourth. Miles Turnbull in fifth. New fastest lap of the race from Lucas Field in his pursuit of Jensen Pugh. Here is Freddie Lloyd on your shot, and then here's the battle over second place. Equidistant at the moment between second, third and fourth. This one's simmering away nicely. Another fastest lap of the race from Riley Bishop though. Really trying to get back onto terms. Putting pressure now on Luke Fleming and Joshua Jones. Ten races left in this field after Fred Green has sadly had to retire. Over the halfway mark as well. Freddie Lloyd controlling this one well at the moment. 2.5 seconds to the good. Is this battle for second place about to flare up here? Because they will have been noting over the last few laps that they haven't really been able to get onto terms with the leader, so I think it might all be about the second position now between these three. Maybe they will give it a little bit longer though to see if that changes. And then behind them there is Miles Turnbull. You could just see just a few kart lengths ahead of Charlie Mills, Joshua Jones. That's the path that Riley Bishop is beginning to work through. Past another kart on that lap was Riley Bishop, past Joshua Jones up into 7th place. Here is Jensen Pugh again, leading the battle for second. Lucasfield distinctly closer this time. It's all just closing up nicely between these two. I used the term simmering away nicely a few minutes ago. I still think that's the case. It'll be interesting to see, though, at what point it comes to the boil. And there it is. That's the look into Wilkins from Lucasfield. It answered the question immediately with a look there on Jensen Pugh, but I did not, for my money, have enough alongside to make that move stick, but has managed to keep in it, and here down the inside definitely has enough alongside to make that move stick into the boot. Nice move there from Lucasfield. And that's drama. That's drama for Jensen Pugh. Has he got some kind of... Yeah, he's got some kind of problem there. We didn't see any contact. I mean, there was contact, I think, earlier on in the lap in Wilkins, maybe, when Lucasfield had a go. But, yeah, there's an issue there for... issue there for Jensen Pugh. Not quite sure what that was, but he's underway again now, I'm happy to say. Here's Riley Bishop looking at the back of Miles Turnbull, and here's the move into Wilkins. So, for me, yeah, Wilkins is a bold corner to make the move. You've got to have more of your kart alongside. This one, though, this all looked fine, and here, Jensen Pugh seemed to be running fine, but then seemed to immediately be off to driver's left. I'm not sure if there was contact maybe just off of shot between Pugh and Owen Drawbridge. Either way, here's Riley Bishop, who's just got by on Charlie Mills and Miles Turnbull. So it's now Riley Bishop in 4th, Charlie Mills in 5th, and Miles Turnbull down to 6th. Jack Owen Drawbridge with the new fastest lap of the race, trying to keep the pressure on Lucasfield for second. The 37 of Charlie Mills having to defend against Miles Turnbull there. Down into Ashby Corner goes Riley Bishop. Joshua Jones on the back of this pack as well, looking for any opportunity, as there's a bit of an off-track moment there for Luke Fleming in the background, but manages to recover that one. Good control rate so far from Freddie Lloyd. That was a thought there, wasn't there, from Joshua Jones. Like, maybe I can just fire it down the second part of the boot, but I think wisely made the call that he didn't quite have the advantage to do that. It's a cheeky little move. Basically, the racing line to hook up the last bit of the boot means that you don't, when you've gone through the left-hand part of the boot initially, you don't go too far over to the right-hand side of the track because you want to be back over to the left to swoop into the next few right-handers. And in that moment, you can just basically open up your steering effectively and go down the inside of the first right-hand part of the boot. And it's quite a cheeky little move. It's basically a nice little block pass. But it's got to be the right moment. If you misjudge it, you're just going to aim for a closing gap. At this part that we're looking at now, so you can see the drivers sort of stay mid-track and then back over to the left to open up the right-handers, but you can just sort of go, okay, well, that's a gap, I'll go for it. But take some good racecraft to know when you can do that. And drama for Lucas Field on that lap as well, because he's now down. Or is it? No, it's not. It's a transponder issue, because here he is with Jacko and Drawbridge. So this is a battle for second place. I think timing's having a bit of an issue here, because that is most certainly the 77 versus the 72 as well. I thought we hadn't seen a drama for Lucas Field. There he is, into the boot. The 77 ahead of the 72 still. Coming on to the last lap, though, is Freddie Lloyd. Controlled this one brilliantly. All things being equal, would expect him to hold on to it this lap. Lucas Field's transponder, I think, has stopped activating across the time loop, but we can see there very much so that he is in second, with Jacko and Drawbridge in third. Riley Bishop in fourth at the moment, Charlie Mills in fifth. For me, I think Owen Drawbridge is just a little bit too far back from Lucas Field to make any attempt this lap. You can see a good battle still going between Miles Turnbull and Joshua Jones, though, between the 43 and the 84. There's a yellow flag being shown, though, so not sure if we've got another stricken driver, though. Here is Freddie Lloyd, though. He's controlled this one brilliantly, and he's going to loop it through the final few corners here. Another good example of a race well controlled. Freddie Lloyd takes the win in heat number 2 of our X30 Minis. It's going to be Lucas Field in second and Jacko and Drawbridge in third. Albeit there's a timing glitch that makes it look otherwise. Riley Bishop in fourth, Charlie Mills in fifth, Miles Turnbull in sixth. There's Joshua Jones, Luke Fleming, Jensen Pugh in the end. We expect to come home in ninth after drama in the middle of the race there. Charlie Neve will be 10th. Lucas Field classified in Charlie Neve in 9th and Lucas Field classified in 10th. Fred Green unfortunately having to retire in that one. Plenty of drama, as I say, even though it was one of the smaller fields we've got here today. Next up is going to be Minimax here at Whilton Mill. The grid then for Heat 2 in Minimax for round 5 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Ronnie Coburn will start this one on pole. Oliver Smith alongside Devon Nolan and Andrew Douglas are on row 2. Row 3 will be Mikey Walker and Levi Earl. Wolf Butler and Corey Fowler make up row number 4 with Sasha Bagley and George Barker on row 5. Lloyd Hare and Reg Hayward are on 6. Row 7 will be Callum Ghosh and Ollie Wise. It will be Charles Green and Freddie Waylock on row 8. Row 9 will be Daniel Amor and Ethan Jeff Hall. Row 10 will be William Ray and Josh Camp. It will be Edward Rose and Ben Crossley on row 11. Row 12 will be Michael Dalton and George Ivanov. Row 13 is going to be Ewan Charman and Aaron Full. Row 14 will be Oliver Sander and Chase Fernandez. Blake Ticehurst and Harrison Crowther will round out the top 30, and then it'll be Harrison Morrow and Lena Somers Kelly on the back row of your 32 kart grid for this one in Minimax. Getting ready for the race start here. With Ronnie Coburn on the pole in the 17 and the 28 of Oliver Smith alongside. Here we go then for the race start, and it's immediately called as a false start. So they will line up again. So drivers will line up again and try and go again for this one. Question coming in as to why there's only 2 heats for each class. I think it's just the attempt from the organisers, based on the numbers that we've got, to keep the schedule manageable, is why we're looking at that. Is why we're seeing these big healthy grids. And away we go then for heat number 2. Ronnie Coburn leads them away. I should say we do have a 3rd heat in Honda Cadet, because those ranks are particularly healthy as they head up the hill though for the first time. Ronnie Coburn going defensive against Andrew Douglas as everyone works their way through. 2 wide, even 3 wide at the top of the hill. Yeah, as has been noted in the comments, yeah, I think it was the popular opinion that we go for that number of heats, as 63 of George Barker is off on the grass, but manages to hold on to it well, and will be frustrated, and is clearly frustrated, but will at least be able to stick with the pack, as still the pressure is being absorbed by Ronnie Coburn here from Andrew Douglas at the head of the field. The number 11 of Levi Earl looks to have had a good start as well as they come around to finish this first lap. Yeah, as being noted in the comments, it's being looked at, I think, is the short answer for the second and the 2 heats versus the 3, as there's a move there by Levi Earl up into 2nd place past Ronnie Coburn, because lead change there with Andrew Douglas at the head of the field. And onto the grass there for the 54 of Devon Nolan. Bit of a dramatic moment there as they're battling away. Was trying to find a way through at Ozias. It's given an opportunity, I think, to Corey Fowler to move slightly further up. Plenty of action then on this lap. Andrew Douglas leads, Levi Earl in 2nd, Mikey Walker in 3rd, Corey Fowler in 4th, Ronnie Coburn in 5th. Here's your lead battle. Andrew Douglas with Levi Earl right behind. There is a look, though, from, I think that was Charles Green trying to make up some positions at Christmas Corner. As you can see, nice string of cars, not too much field spread at the moment. Plenty of opportunities to make positions, but that's also plenty of opportunities to lose them if it comes to tears as well. That's the 28 of Oliver Smith ahead of Ronnie Coburn now. So I think that's Smith up to 5th place. This is the 41 of Daniel Amor as well, who's making good progress up the field here. Championship leader coming into today, Levi Earl past Andrew Douglas for the lead then. I don't think we captured that one on the cameras, but change for the lead. Levi Earl up into 1st, Douglas in 2nd, Mikey Walker still 3rd, Corey Fowler. Here is your lead battle. So Levi Earl in the 11 here at the head of it. Into Ashby Corner. Douglas holding station for now. And then Mikey Walker, you can see behind, leading the train of karts of Corey Fowler, Oliver Smith, Ronnie Coburn, Devon Nolan, Daniel Amor. They're all in there. Really good stuff here. The 17 of Ronnie Coburn tries to tuck underneath Daniel Amor here, but I think Amor's got the move done, so another big lap of movement there, with Devon Nolan getting up to 6th, Daniel Amor up to 7th, at the expense, unfortunately, of Ronnie Coburn for fans of his effort, but he's still running well here. And there's a look down the inside of the 41 from the 51, so that's Ethan Jeff Hall getting past Daniel Amor. And, oh gosh, some drivers tempting the grass there, and that was a grass moment there for the 40 of Lloyd Hare. Managed to recover well. Harrison Crowther there in amongst the battle. You've got himself and people like Blake Ticehurst coming up through the order in this one from a fairly lowly grid spot, so that's an interesting factor in this race. Still Levi Earl your leader though. Andrew Douglas right with him, separated by less than a quarter of a second. Mikey Walker in 3rd still. New fastest lap of the race from Ethan Jeff Hall. As look at this on the 32. Corey Fowler goes down the inside of Christmas Corner. Does Walker have a response? Might well do into Ashby, but behind him, Devon Nolan under pressure from Oliver Smith but it doesn't pay off. Sorry, not Oliver Smith. Ethan Jeff Hall, I think, has got past Oliver Smith, but it doesn't pay off. And immediately, Devon Nolan is going to go down the inside there of the demoted already Mikey Walker, I think. So it's not a great lap here for Mikey, unfortunately. This is exactly what I'm talking about. If your rhythm gets upset, it's hard to gather up the pieces. For my money, he's actually done a good job there, because he's already gathered it up and is defending hard against Ethan Jeff Hall. So good stuff there. And look how close this is in this sort of second pack, as it were, led by Charles Green. So 9th all the way down to the back of the pack, basically, for that second pack of karts. Devon Nolan now hounding the back of Corey Fowler over 3rd place. And still there's a battle at the front here. This is not a race that where the leader is, you know, checking out at the front. Levi Earle and Andrew Douglas close together at the front of this field. Plenty of places to look here in the second heat for Minimax. There's Ethan Jeff Hall going side by side with the 29 of Corey Fowler, and it's gone the way of Jeff Hall. So Ethan Jeff Hall moving up even further here. And that puts him into 5th, does it? No, it's 4th even, excuse me, for Ethan Jeff Hall. Daniel Amor past Mikey Walker as well on that lap. Harrison Crowther working his way up well. Past Blake Ticehurst. Chase Fernandez as well, up a couple of positions on that last lap as well. Track limit warning given for Charles Green. He'll want to avoid violating that anymore. Devon Nolan here under pressure from Ethan Jeff Hall, and Jeff Hall goes down the inside on Devon Nolan, as behind them Daniel Amor and Mikey Walker and Corey Fowler, excuse me, continue to negotiate that position. But Devon Nolan has, I can see, been taken by Ethan Jeff Hall. So change for 3rd place. Jeff Hall up into that spot and does it with style in the sense that he's done the fastest lap of the race as well, the 46.95. So can Ethan Jeff Hall we've got less than 90 seconds on the clock, can he do anything to eat into the 1.5 second gap between himself and Andrew Douglas up front? And indeed, will Levi Earle and Andrew Douglas start battling again over the lead of the race, which will play very much into Ethan's hands if that does begin. Chase Fernandez has just got himself up into the top 10. Good battles going on throughout this field. I always say there's 2 flavours of commentator's curse. The one is the stereotypical one, where I immediately say someone's doing well and then it all goes pear-shaped. The other commentator's curse is, I wish I could tell you about absolutely everything that was happening at the moment, but there's so much going on out there that sadly I can only say one thing at once. It's brilliant stuff out there. Mikey Walker past Corey Fowler now. Ben Crossley up to 16th place, past Callum Ghosh and Freddie Verlock. Reg Hayward as well, up to 14th place on that lap. But you can see here, going defensive now is Levi Earle. I think the gloves are starting to come off. They're side by side for the lead of the race, heading towards Wilkins. Levi Earle will have the inside line for this next corner, but will there be an opportunity for Douglas to snap back across the driver's left? No, there's not, but Ethan Jeff Hall is right on the scene now. He's done another fastest lap on the last lap. Nose to tail for the top 3 of this one. Earle to the driver's left, and look at this, round the outside of both of them goes Ethan Jeff Hall to set himself up for the inside for the second part of the boot. Can Earle come back at him? Side by side through paddock. Earle pushes the boundaries of what you can get away with on that curb there. It's 3 wide, even 4 wide into oblivion. It's going the way of Andrew Douglas for now as they come up the hill. Devon Nolan's involved in this now. Daniel Amor, the top 5, nose to tail. It's Devon Nolan, the only one who stays on the conventional driving line. He's going to have overspeed out of it, but I don't know if he can do anything with it. It's still Andrew Douglas in front, though, as they come through the top part of the circuit. I think it's Ethan Jeff Hall now up into 2nd place in the 51. Andrew goes defensive, and well he might, because it must feel like the entirety of Northamptonshire are trying to get by now. Devon Nolan is arriving on the scene. Mikey Walker is getting involved in this now. On this last lap, Andrew Douglas in the lead. Jeff Hall trying to look for a way down the inside like he did last lap, but it's not going to pay off there. There's someone dipping a wheel on the grass in the background, but it's going to be Andrew Douglas who takes the win ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall. Levi Earle in 3rd. Mikey Walker, what a brilliant last lap to play into those battles opportunistically there to come 4th. Daniel Amor in 5th. Devon Nolan in 6th. Oliver Smith in 7th. 8th for Harrison Crowther. Corey Fowler in 9th. Blake Ticehurst to round out the top 10. And then it was Chase Fernandez working his way up to 11th, 12th for Ewan Charman, Charles Green in 13th, Reg Hayward in 14th, Ollie Wise in 15th, and it was Werlock, Crossley, Ghosh, Coburn, full to round out your top 20. Then it was Lloyd Hare, Oliver Sander, William Ray, Michael Dalton, Wilf Butler, Lena Summers-Kelly, George Barker, George Ivanov, Harrison Morrow, Sasha Bagley in 30th, and Josh Camp classified 31st. My goodness me, that one, I said it was simmering, didn't I? Was it that race I said? I can't remember now, but that was a brilliant crescendo to the end there and a fantastically entertaining final lap. Plenty more of that to come, hopefully. There's certainly plenty more racing coming your way here for round 5 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Coming up next is heat number 2 in Junior Max. Your grid then. Daniel Armstrong will start this one from pole. David Al-Aitner will be alongside Charlie Ellis and Jacob Dukes on row 2. Jez Williams and James Jackson are your third row. Row 4 is going to be Miles Dawn and Callum Romain. Luke Ringham and Ollie Ward round out the top 10. Ronnie Smith and Daniel Chibula are on row 6. Row 7 will be Jensen Weston and Freya Belk. Lexi Belk and Michael Morgan make up row 8. Row 9 is going to be Leo Purchase and Noah Hadley. It's going to be Joe Garraway and Jacob Rhodes rounding up the top 20. Oliver Carr and Alfie Gallagher on row 11. Row 12 will be Mikey Porter and Max Lee. Row 13 will be Ronnie Mansfield and Jessica White. Spencer Brown and Jack Cooper are row 14. And then it's going to be Murphy Aldridge and Sam Gornall to round out the top 30. Leo LaCastro and George Allen. Pearson Bullock Charter and Leo LaCastro then. And then George Allen and Alfie Bray. That's how they line up for heat number 2 of Junior Max here from Whilton Mill Kart Circuit. One of the premier karting venues in the UK, and as I say, my first time covering WMKC for 2021 for the FastR 2021 Championships. And as I say, brilliant to see how healthy the paddock was coming in this morning, just how the awnings are all the way around the site now, which I've seen before, but I'm not sure I've seen it quite to this extent. Great to see how well WMKC has supported these days. Daniel Armstrong then your pole sitter, David Alaitner alongside Jacob Dukes and Charlie Ellis. And that is the 16 of Leo LaCastro, who's very much not taking the start of this one. The start is happening though, and there we go. Daniel Armstrong leads them into oblivion. We've got some karts far off the back of the pack. You can see Noah Hadley was miles off the back of the pack there for some reason, but as they work their way up the hill for the first time, it's still Daniel Armstrong as they work their way under braking. There's a spin in the middle there, and that's caused a bit of a pile up there. That's the 50 that was spinning on the inside as they just went through Christmas Corner, and it's collected a fair few of them up. So I think there was Michael Morgan going into a spin. Unsure whether that was an unforced error or whether there was help involved there. I think everyone involved has been able to keep going, but it's going to have stretched out the field early on here as the number 11 is going side by side with the 34. That's Charlie Ellis battling with Jacob Dukes. Jacob Dukes holds on. No, the 50 has not been able to keep going. So Michael Morgan, the kart that was on the inside that spun at the start of that, we're going to see this here as they come up the hill. So you're just going to see, yeah, there was a hit on the rear of Michael Morgan there, so there was contact between him and the number 13, and just all concertinaed from there. So I think it was Jacob Rhodes who, interestingly enough, has just had to report to the pit. And I think there was just some contact there. Obviously, very difficult to judge the braking at that point when you've got a field of some 33. Actually, it's 32 because we saw Leo LaCastro at the side of the road piling into Christmas Corner. These little misjudgments, like the butterfly effect, isn't it? If you just one person misjudges the braking point, it causes a little bit of a nudge, which puts somebody into a spin, which puts it all out of kilter. Then, as that is a moment out of kilter as well for the 44 there of Murphy Aldridge, who manages to gather it back up but lost out a little bit of time there. This is Miles Dawn being put under attack from Ronnie Smith and Charlie Ellis, I believe, through Christmas Corner, as I think that's Leo LaCastro's kart. Oh no, sorry, it'll be Michael Morgan's kart, I think, being recovered now on driver's left coming out of that, as they work their way through the mid part of the lap now. This is the 11 of Charlie Ellis defending against the number 30, which is Jensen Weston. Number 9 of Jez Williams defending hard here against Jacob Jukes and David Aleitner. And side by side here between Williams and Aleitner. So that's gone the way of Jacob Jukes in that little battle, but at the moment it's still Jez Williams hanging on against the number 63 of Aleitner. Dan Armstrong still your leader. Just under 5 minutes left on the clock. Dan Armstrong leads. Jacob Jukes now up into second confirmed. Jez Williams in third. David Aleitner in fourth. Then it's James Jackson and Ronnie Smith. Daniel Chabula having a better time this time out than heat number 1, where I believe he had to, if memory serves, he had to retire from that one, I think, or shown a mechanical flag of some description. Leo Purchase in 8th, 9th for Charlie Ellis. Lexi Belt rounding out your top 10 at the moment. That was a big lap for Leo Purchase, and that is the 44 off. So that is Murphy Aldridge, and that is quite a way off up at Christmas Corner, and you can see the assistants coming already in the form of the marshal running over to help recover that kart. We cut back to Jez Williams in that battle over second place. Jacob Jukes not able to get on up the road. As, yeah, we're getting a bit of a... there's a little bit of a car park going on out there. There's a few drivers at the moment just having to sit this one out. Murphy Aldridge dropping down the order, and Pearson Bullock Carter as well had an expensive lap, but is still circulating, has just crossed the start-finish line. But yeah, Murphy Aldridge will take no further part. So by my reckoning, we've lost Murphy Aldridge, we've lost Michael Morgan and Jacob Rhodes, and I don't think Leo LaCastro ever got going. So high attrition rate in this one. This battle's still going on though, and Jez Williams has been able to get past Jacob Jukes back up into second. So it's now Williams, Jukes, Aleitner. That's how they line up. James Jackson not too far behind this either, nor is Ronnie Smith. And up the hill this time is Aleitner, who pulls out to driver's right, looks for the opportunity down the inside of Jacob Jukes. So another change there in this battle for second, third and fourth. Jukes down to fourth now. Mikey Porter has just got past Charlie Ellis on that last lap. Sam Gornell's on the move as well, up into 16th. See that Spencer Brown's got past Joe Garraway. Noah Hadley past Freya Belt. All up and down the field. We have these battles going on in our junior max ranks here. Dan Armstrong, 2.9 seconds to the good at the front. Change for third confirmed between Aleitner and Jukes. And look at this, up the hill. That is Ronnie Smith under pressure from Leo Purchase, and Purchase gets the job done in the 71. Yes, yeah, look at them. And that's the 37 having to come in to the pits. That is Jessica White. As this is the 98 going down the inside at the boot. So that is Lexi Belt past Jensen Weston for 9th position. Nice little move there into the boot. Fastest lap of the race from Ronnie Mansfield. And that is why we find him right on the tail here of Leo Purchase through the top part of the lap. We'll have a look down into Ashby Corner. Not for the first time. An impressive, but look at this, Purchase coming back there. I was about to say not for the first time, an impressive move there by Ronnie Mansfield, and it was, but it was also an impressive counter-attack from Leo Purchase. Mansfield tries again there into the boot, but Purchase is hanging on to this one. He's not giving this one up, and look out for Ronnie Smith as well. in the 96 getting involved. This is all starting to bunch up here in this battle. On to lap number 10. Good defensive driving then from Leo Purchase, but look, just shoots the gap there from Ronnie Mansfield, and that might be job done there for 6th place. Mansfield through after what's taken him about a lap and a half to negotiate, though. Good defensive driving from Leo Purchase there. Now Ronnie Smith will try to get by. Ronnie Mansfield will try and get onto the back of James Jackson in the 41. Lead gap has gone down slightly over the last couple of laps. Jez Williams showing some good pace, setting personal bests, but I think by and large it's going to be difficult to take on that gap. Here's the train then of Mansfield, Purchase, Smith, Belk. It's and actually, sorry, they've now got onto the back of James Jackson here, so this is a battle for 5th, and there is the move by Leo Purchase on James Jackson. And that is going to be Jackson coming back at Purchase through the boot and onto the final lap. So Dan Armstrong leads by some 2.75 seconds. Jez Williams still in 2nd. Al Leitner in 3rd. But look at this battle up the hill. Jackson coming under pressure from Lexi Belk. Belk's looking for the gap but can't quite open it. And that will give the opportunity to Ronnie Smith if he can find the gap, but that in turn is going to make Mikey Porter smell the opportunity as well. And in the end, they all decide to stay where they were. Nice little exchange there. And this, between Jackson, down the inside goes Belk into Wilkins. Lovely move there from Lexi Belk. Judged the gap brilliantly there, but it's this man here, Daniel Armstrong, who's going to come around the final corner to take the win. It'll be Jez Williams in 2nd, David Leitner in 3rd. Jacob Dukes in 4th, Ronnie Mansfield in 5th, but how's it going to line up now? It's going to be Leo Purchase, Lexi Belk, Mikey Porter in the end in 8th, Ronnie Smith, James Jackson. To round out your top 10, Jensen Weston, Max Lee in 12th, Sam Gornall, Alfie Gallagher, Daniel Chabula, Oliver Carr, Jack Cooper, Charlie Ellis and Spencer Brown. Noah Hadley to round out your top 20, Miles Dawn, Joe Garraway, Freya Belk, Piers Bullock Carter, Luke Ringham, Alfie Bray, Ollie Ward. Then it'll be George Allen, and I think everybody else has had some kind of drama before them. Jessica White, Murphy Aldridge, Michael Morgan and Jacob Rhodes, all with drama during that one. That was your Junior Max Heat then. Coming up for you next here at Whilton Mill will be X30 Junior. Kira Harris then will start this one from pole. Reese Lomax alongside Ethan Simmons and Cian Geraghty are on row 2. Luke Taylor and Henry Gregory are on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Sam Longley and Ollie Stilp. Thomas Reddy and Cian Ian Gameau will be rounding out the top 10. Jaden Gregg and Jack Collins are on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Finley Harrison and Harry Yule, Jude Fernerhoff and Micah Taylor on row 8. Jensen Buckingham and Leo Brown are on row 9. Row 10 is occupied by Luke Sintler and Tom Ryan. Tristan Powell and Lily Jeffs make up row 11. Row 12 is Kai Carrington and Oliver Harris. And then it should be it, because I was looking at the right. There we go. It's a 12-row grid. So there's going to be a slight pause here, I think, whilst those last few bits and Kart. Okay, so it looks, I'm just being told we have got someone who's often injured at Osiers, which is interesting because I'm not sure what issue, I'm not sure what incident. We didn't see a major incident into Osiers on camera. It's the 58 from that last race, which would make it Joe Garraway. So just some attention being given to Joe, and rightly so. So there'll just be a slight pause here before our X30 juniors take to the track, as we just wait to make sure that Joe's okay. Just whilst we're waiting for that then, as we go into the afternoon's running in earnest, I suppose you could say, let's take another look at an onboard lap of the circuit with Anthony Jordan talking us through it.
Welcome to Whilton Mill, a beautiful circuit situated in the countryside of Northamptonshire. Let's take a lap around the circuit. We start the lap off with Oblivion and Crook, the fastest part of the circuit, where it's pretty much flat out if you're brave enough. You come in and you clip the first apex, clipping the second and not running out too wide onto that rough tarmac area. We then head uphill into the heavy braking zone of Christmas Corner, a very tricky corner on this one, where it is very easy to compromise your exit speed as you fight for track position. You head round the kink and start sector 2 through Inkermans and the Ashby hairpin. Try to avoid that inside curb as it can massively unsettle the kart. Heavy braking in the downhill hairpin of Ashby, again not running out too wide. We head into the two left-handers now of Wilkins and Oisiers. Great for overtaking opportunities, but really easy to make any slight mistake. Downhill into the braking zone on this one, trying to watch that inside curb, slightly running out wide as you want a good exit onto the back straight. We start sector 3, and the boot, the trickiest part of the circuit now, as it's very high curbs, very bumpy through here as well, as you hit both those apexes. Round the final corner, we head in towards Pit Bend, avoiding that inside curb, and finishing the lap here at Whilton Mill. Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Do hope you're enjoying your Alpha live stream of round 5 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. I would just say a shout out to Jay Amor, who just mentioned on YouTube how to correctly pronounce Daniel Amor's name. Thank you very much. As a commentator, I have to say, I mean, we've got 205 names here today, obviously doing my best with it, but if I am ever saying it wrong, it's obviously nothing personal. Do just correct me on it, and that's all that's needed. So thank you very much for that, and apologies for getting it wrong up till now. Still waiting then for our X30 juniors to get underway here, just as we're checking that that Joe Garraway is okay after that previous race, and a number of karts to be recovered as well. But do hope that you're enjoying all of the action here today, as we have our second round, of course, of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship here for this month. Organisers being able to put in an additional race meeting earlier on in the month of July as our X30 juniors go out onto track. Just a reminder, it's going to be Kira Harris on pole for this one in the 120. Reese Lomax alongside Ethan Simmons and Cian Geraghty, your second row. Luke Taylor and Henry Gregory, your third row. Shout out to Josh East as well there, who we can see on the photography. You've seen him many times at the Ashby shot today, just poking over the precipice to look and get some of the brilliant photography today. So do check him out. As we get ready for race start here. So, as I say, the 120 of Kira Harris there, on driver's left. Away we go. Start's been called good so far. Into oblivion they go then. The 24 kart field. And it's a good start from the pole sitter. It's a really good start though from Ethan Simmons. Look at the drive he's got, and actually not true. I think that was Kira Harris slightly compromised in the second part of the crook. So sorry for saying it's a good start, because that's not quite the case. It's actually Ethan Simmons, I think, who's got to the head of this one. There's the 73 of Cian Geraghty battling away as well through Inkermans. As they work their way through Ashby, somebody's off onto the grass. I think that was our pole sitter onto the grass. I think that was Kira Harris there. And it looks like it may well have been Reece Lomax who's got to the head of the field. It is Reece Lomax who's got to the head of the field in the 52. Ethan Simmons going side by side, though, with the 77 of Henry Gregory over second place. And it's not going to go the way of Ethan Simmons. He's frustrated there to have ended up on the outside of the boot. And it means he's lost out there to the likes of Cian Geraghty and Luke Taylor. Reece Lomax leads, Henry Gregory in second, Cian Geraghty in third, Luke Taylor, Finley Harrison, Jaden Gregg, your top six. It was indeed Kira Harris on the grass. There's the 48 of Micah Taylor putting in a move on Jaden Gregg, gets the job done. So that's Micah Taylor up into sixth place now in that 48 car. And there is Ethan Simmons in the E-plate trying to recover after being put out wide in the boot. We're looking here on your shot. Finley Harrison trying to get onto the back of Luke Taylor in the battle over fourth place, and then the rest of them come streaming through the boot section. Still Reece Lomax in the lead. Henry Gregory, though, right with him as they come up the hill this time with the 52 and the 77. Actually, still perhaps a little too far back, but not too far back there is Finley Harrison, who goes down the inside of Luke Taylor and takes that fourth position, which he's been threatening to do so for the last half a lap or so. Jude Fernerhoff past Thomas Reddy as well on that lap, and Micah Taylor past Jaden Gregg, Leo Brown past Jensen Buckingham, Guy Carrington as well, up to 23rd place. Here's your lead battle though, Reece Lomax versus Henry Gregory. Through the boot they come. Finley Harrison had the fastest lap the last time around, but I reckon it's about to be beaten. It was beaten by Finley Harrison, a 45.59, who's got past Luke Taylor on that lap as we saw. Closing up a little bit at the front now, as you can see, as they come through Christmas Corner. Sunlight beginning to shine even more so on this Whilton Mill kart circuit. If you've never been, we're just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire. Do check out Whilton Mill. Plenty of stuff you can do there. The look for the lead there from Henry Gregory on Reece Lomax, but Lomax was able to fend that one off, and Gregory immediately wise to the idea that that may have given the opportunity to Cian Geraghty behind, but nothing forthcoming on that front quite yet, although Geraghty now much closer. And Finley Harrison coming along with this as well, so it's nose to tail between the top four. Lomax, Gregory, Geraghty, Harrison. Luke Taylor and Micah Taylor won't be too far back either, or aren't too far back I should say. No one makes a move amongst the top four into Christmas Corner. It's all about picking your moment in a situation like this, because if it doesn't pay off, you're going to regret it for the next few laps at least. Good battle lining up behind them as well. Luke Taylor and Micah Taylor aren't too far off the back of this, but Ethan Simmons is starting to put serious pressure on them. He's just got past Jaden Gregg on the last lap. But look at this. This is Finley Harrison down the inside of Cian Geraghty, and that's the kind of decisive move you need to make. That was good stuff there from Finley Harrison. Gets himself up into third place. And at the same time, Henry Gregory past Reece Lomax. There's a moment there, and that is the 92 of Thomas Reddy dropping down the order, having spun off, and that was a bit of a hairy moment for Tom Ryan as well, who immediately came around the final corner to discover a slow-moving kart. There's Josh East. Hello. Good job on the photography. And he's got plenty to photograph, because look at this. The 74 of Luke Taylor dropping down the order. I think that's Micah Taylor by Luke Taylor, and I think Ethan Simmons has followed through as well. You can get that on the next lap round, Josh. There'll still be nose to tail, I reckon. And look at this. The 53 comes back at them. Jude Fernerhoff down the inside of Luke Taylor now. It's been a costly lap for Luke Taylor, I think, because he's lost out as well to Jaden Gregg as well. So Henry Gregory leads, Reese Lomax right with him. Finley Harrison, fastest lap of the race just now, in third. Cian Garrity in fourth. Ethan Simmons now up to fifth. Micah Taylor in sixth. Jude Fernerhoff in seventh. Jaden Gregg in eighth. There's Ethan Simmons to the head of this field. And there's your top four that he's trying to get onto terms with. Reese Lomax there, former race leader, now in second place, trying to stay on terms with Henry Gregory, coming under increasing pressure again from Finley Harrison, who's, as I say, got the fastest lap of the race. Jude Fernerhoff up another position on that one, past Micah Taylor. Luke Taylor past Jaden Gregg. Sam Longley as well has been on the move in the last couple of laps as well, and that's an issue there for the 34. That's race over for Jaden Gregg. Frustration for him there. He was running well, he was in the top 10. As I say, just got passed by Luke Taylor, but yeah, not sure what transpired there. I think, did I see that the front wheels looked like they were pointing at odd angles from what I could see from that long shot. We're maybe going to see a replay. Oh! No, he just went, just a wheel failure. Okay, front wheel failed. Thank you, James, on production. Yeah, wheel failure, very unusual there for Jaden Gregg. But, okay, that makes sense why he looked frustrated and kicked the thing slightly. But yeah, heart-in-the-mouth moment. Not where you want it to fail either. Although arguably probably where it's most likely to do so, because that will be, you know, a big load on that as you turn into oblivion. Bit of breathing space for Henry Gregory. Cian Garrity down the inside of Reese Lomax at Oziers. Is he going to make that stick? No, he's not. Not for the first time this race. Reese Lomax defends well, or hangs on well, one should say, around the outside of Oziers, coming onto the back straight. There's Ethan Simmons, who's taking Jude Fernerhoff with him, trying to get into this top four party. Well, make the top four party a top six party, perhaps I should say. Micah Taylor and Luke Taylor still nose to tail there as well. Gamayo is dropping down the order a bit, just gone down to 14th place, so not sure what happened on that last lap. And that's a look of, that was Jude Fernerhoff getting by Ethan Simmons. There we go, into Ashby Corner, but Simmons is going to come immediately back at Fernerhoff there. And he's going to try and cover across, but Fernerhoff's going to come. Beautiful exchange between these two. Fernerhoff's going to be down the inside onto the back straight and has got the job done. Really nice, firm, fair racing there between these two. And Jude Fernerhoff is up into 5th place. Still Henry Gregory, your leader, now by 0.6 of a second from Finley Harrison. Reese Lomax and Cian Garrity still there in 3rd and 4th. Fernerhoff confirmed up into 5th. Got 2 more laps of this one to go. We're just under now. Can Micah Taylor and Luke Taylor get onto terms with Ethan Simmons? They're certainly trying. You get this feeling that they're keeping things clean and fair and not battling too much at the moment. Although, having said that, I can just see the 133 you just saw in the shot there of Leo Brand's arrival on the scene is breaking up the party. I think that was... he's not quite got the move done. But yeah, that's now battle joined between Micah Taylor, Luke Taylor and Leo Brown. On to the last lap though is our leader though, Henry Gregory. Not too far up the road, but should be able to bring this one home. Holding out well here against Finley Harrison, has responded well, because Harrison, make no mistake about it, has had some brilliant pace. They actually set exactly the same lap time on the last time around, so that's one way to hold someone at arm's length. Set it to the exact same time, to the 100th of a second. Here he is though, he's going to come around the final corner, and Henry Gregory will take the win in X30 Junior. It'll be Finley Harrison in second, Reece Lomax in third, Cian Geraghty in fourth, Fernerhoff in fifth, and Ethan Simmons, Micah Taylor and Luke Taylor in seventh and eighth, respectively. Leo Brown and Luke Sintler to round out the top 10. Ollie Stilp, Sam Longley, Jack Collins, Cian Gamayo, Thomas Reddy in 15th. Then it'll be Jensen Buckingham, Tom Ryan, Kira Harris, Harry Ewell, Kai Carrington to round out your top 20, Lily Jeffs, Oliver Harris, Tristan Powell, and Jaden Gregg we saw with that unusual wheel failure there, putting him out of the running. Right, that was your X30 Junior. We're going to have X30 Senior for you up next. Your grid then for X30 Senior Heat 2. Jolie Pettit will take this one from pole. Jordan Brown alongside. Vishal Patel and Mason Weir are on row 2. Alex Keynes and Benjamin Southgate are on row 3. Ty Stansfield and Thomas Glide are row 4. Row 5 is Jerome Phillip and Archie Forber. Ellis Borchia and Thomas Massarella are row 6. Alex Johnston and Jake Yanagasawa make up row 7 with row 8 occupied by Daniel Hackett and Nathan Amos. Oliver Henwood and Lucas Ellingham are row 9. Row 10 is Curtis Louis and Matt Orcott. Mick Banner and Harrison Pugh round out your 22 racers in your X30 Senior Heat 2. Do hope you're enjoying the coverage. You can see that they're ready there on the dummy grid to come out for their second heat. Any support coming in during that last race. Do keep comments coming in. We've got our X30 Senior now, Heat obviously, then it will be your Heat 2 and Senior Max, and then we will have finished our rotation, our second rotation of Heats. We've only got one class with the third Heat today, which is the Honda Cadets. That's the format we're running for this weekend. And then we'll be getting into the finals with Army Cadet kicking us off with that. Obviously that's where the big points will be on offer. The 60 points on offer for the trophy final win in Army Cadets, and indeed all the other classes that we're running here today. So that is where your big points are on there. Here we go though for X30 Seniors. Jolie Pettit to lead them away, and away we go, and it's immediately called as a full start, so the drivers will have to go again, and I'm going to imagine that that was for the breaking of formation there, which race control were none too happy with. Here we go then, ready for another attempt at this one. It looks to me like we may be a little bit out of formation here actually, because pole's definitely on the left here, but away we go. Vishal Patel effectively I think got a bit of a free pole position there, because it looked to me like Pettit was over to driver's right as they came around that final corner. And it is indeed Vishal Patel who leads them up the hill at the start there, so not entirely sure what happened there. They're going 2 wide, even 3 wide on the apex, but so far so good on those endeavours. Everyone facing the right way at the moment. Through Ashby Corner they go. We've got someone doing, we've got a bit of drifting there, I think, from Curtis Louis there through Ashby, but on the whole that all looked fairly decent. Number 80 there of Jordan Brown just giving the early instructions to his fellow racers. Shall we work together? Don't lose the rhythm this early on, saying that to Alex Keynes, who I believe he's just got by for third place. No, for second place. So Vishal Patel leads, Jordan Brown in second, Alex Keynes in third, Alex Johnston in fourth, and Ty Stansfield in fifth. And that is a slow-moving Thomas Glide, who has clearly got a problem with the nose of his kart. So that's not gone well for him, and unfortunately that's going to be race run for the number 65. Here is the battle towards the front of the field. Looks like Alex Keynes has got up into second place. That's the 58 of Ellis Borchia as well, challenging Alex Johnston, which I imagine is going to be over fourth place. Because Jordan Brown is now behind Alex Keynes. So Keynes wasn't up for working together. He felt he had the pace advantage over Jordan Brown and has gone up to second place. So it's Vishal Patel in the lead. Alex Keynes some 9/10 of a second behind. Here is Ty Stansfield, though, who's got up and is going to try against Jordan Brown there for third place, and he's going to make it work. And immediately Jordan Brown is going to be under pressure from Alex Johnston as well, down into Ashby, but Johnston can't make it work, and indeed is clipped very slightly as well, and that's going to compromise him and put him under threat from Ellis Borchia from behind. But I think they hold station for now. There was Archie Forber, I think, putting a move on Daniel Hackett as well into Osiers, coming on to the back straight. Through the boot then, we're with Alex Johnston defending against Jordan Brown, whom he's got past on this lap. There we go. Alex Keynes, Ty Stansfield, Alex Johnston. And I heard, if that audio feed from the camera I just heard in my headset was on point, it sounds like there's a broken exhaust there, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see a mechanical flag, because something definitely sounded off with one of the exhausts there. That is the 26 of Curtis Louis reporting to the pit lane. I wonder if it was that which I heard. Patel leads and has the fastest lap of the race, and more than a second now in hand of Alex Keynes in second place. Keynes, if anything, needs to worry more about this situation, which is himself in the 62 and the 22 of Ty Stansfield closing in now and keeping him very honest in the battle over second place. Then a few kart lengths back to Alex Johnston, leading that battle between himself, Ellis Borchia, and Jordan Brown over 4th, 5th and 6th. Nathan Amos has just got past Daniel Hackett up into 9th place. And look out for Archie Forber. We saw him working his way up the order well in Heat 1 earlier on. He just set the fastest lap of the race to get himself on terms with our pole sitter, Jodie Pettit. So keep an eye on that. This is your second place battle, though. And here goes Stansfield looking down the inside, and that was an aggressive move there down the inside of Wilkins. Saw the gap, muscled it open and made it work. And that's now Ty Stansfield up into second, and immediately Alex Keynes has Alex Johnston on the scene for him to... No, sorry. Yes, indeed. Alex Johnston and Ellis Borchia there right with him. And that's Archie Forber now past Jodie Pettit as well. So Archie Forber up into 7th place. Coming up to the halfway mark on the clock then. Alex Keynes, as I say, with close attention of Alex Johnston from behind in the battle over third. 1.6 seconds the gap that Vishal Patel has in front. Does Ty Stansfield, now up into second place, have some pace to respond to that with and begin to close that gap, I wonder? Because, as I say, still half the race to go. Archie Forber there has now, it looks to me, been able to break the toe of Jodie Pettit, and is now setting about catching on to the back of this battle that we've been following closely on your stream between Johnston, Borchia and Brown. New fastest lap of the race. This is the attempt I was interested to see. A 44.93 from Ty Stansfield. Rapid lap, that one, and does begin to eat away at the lead of Vishal Patel, although it might not be enough at this stage. As look at this, the 62 of Alex Keynes looking for a way through, as that is Daniel Hackett, who's had to pull over to the side of the road. So race run, unfortunately, for him. I'm not sure what happened to Jodie Pettit on that last lap as well, but another person falling down the order there. Down to 15th, but still circulating as far as I can tell. There's Alex Johnston, and then it's a gap back now because Borchia is challenging Keynes here into the boot, and Borchia's got the job done. That's Ellis Borchia up to 4th place, and immediately Alex Keynes is going to have Jordan Brown all over him as well, trying to get by, but Jordan can't find a way through for now at the moment. Further back, Thomas Massarella's just got past Jake Yanagasawa to take himself into the top 10. Harrison Pugh as well. I know, it's another poor lap for Jodie Pettit. I'm not quite sure what's happened here. Into the pits goes Pettit. So, unfortunately, race run This Porsche leads Alex Keens through Wilkins and Ozias onto the back straight. Seen good racing from these two. Aplenty already today. Another fastest lap of the race from Ty Stansfield, and it takes 0.3 of a second out of Vishal Patel's lead. He's trying to give us a grandstand finish here, is Ty. As I say, I don't know if it's going to be enough with the time that we've got left. There is Jolie Pettit, sadly, out of this one. New fastest lap of the race, actually, from Lucas Ellingham, trying to keep with Archie Forber here as they both try and pursue onto the back of the 4th, 5th, 6th place battle. So I think we've seen issues for Jolie Pettit, Thomas Glide, Dan Hackett and Curtis Louis. So I think there's 18 karts still circulating in this one. Oh, and something happened to Archie Forber on that lap. He's dropping down the order now. Goodness me, there's a bit of a pattern on this race. Yeah, Forber still free-falling down that order. There he is. Okay, it's a spin. So it was a spin or an incident. He looks frustrated there, as if it may have been an incident of some kind. As I say, Lucas Ellingham had just had the fastest lap of the race and had got onto the back of him. So still circulating in the case of Archie Forber, but that's frustrating for him because he was working his way up the order fairly well. Porsche here still holding off Alex Keens and Jordan Brown. And then again, another fastest lap of the race from Ty Stansfield. Takes the gap down to 0.8 of a second. But he's only got this and another lap to go. And it's going to have to be, I mean, he will start to get a little bit of a drag effect. But it's going to be a tall order, I think, to reel in Vishal Patel, who is himself setting personal best. So it's not like he's slacking. He is still putting in as much pace as he can, which is why you're seeing tiny increments of 1.5 being taken out of his lead. Here it is. Here is the lead gap. But I'm not sure that Ty Stansfield has enough, because we're going to see the last lap board this time around. So I think it's going to take a mistake from Patel to really open up the opportunity. That's Matt Orcott ahead of them. He might come into play, I suppose, on this final lap in this sense. Indeed, he is going to, isn't he? And he may be very compliant, but it's all about whether he's aware who's there, and it's going to hold them up equally, I think, because Ty Stansfield's not going to get by. Yeah, that was fairly even, actually, in terms of how it held the top two up. So, as Jerome Phillip got by Mick Banner on that lap for 12th, I can see, but it's going to be Vishal Patel who's controlled this one brilliantly. And he's going to round the final couple of corners and come home to take the win in heat number 2 for our X30 seniors. That goes the way of Vishal Patel. Ty Stansfield is in second. Third for Alex Johnston after a race-long battle with Ellis Bourchier and Alex Keens and Jordan Brown. Lucas Ellingham in 7th. Nathan Amos in 8th. 9th for Thomas Rassarella. Jake Yanagasawa in 10th. 11th for Jerome Phillip. Mick Banner in 12th. Benjamin Southgate in 13th. 14th for Mason Weir. Oliver Haywood in 15th, and it's Harrison Pugh, Archie Forber and Matt Orcott, the last of those who will be classified as having run all of the laps. Although I think Thomas Glenn may have gone back out there, actually, to put in a few laps, but nevertheless was a lap down. That was your X30 seniors. Then next up is going to be Senior Max, for their second heat. Here's your grid then for Senior Max Heat 2. Sam Hawthorne and Cheers Simpson Alex Hughes and Harry East, Archie Elliott and Harry Holland, the first 3 rows of your grid. Luke Wooder, the E-plate holder, with Rob Ellis alongside, Bradley Philpott and Archie Brown to round up the top 10, then it's Lewis Wild and Josh Taylor on row number 6. Johnny Elliott and Joshua Pickford are on row 7. Row 8 will be made up of Carl Dunford and Harrison Crook. Row 9 will be Jaden Neil Holder and Ryan Luscombe. Rounding out the top 20 is going to be Teddy Clinton and Mikey Austin. Tommy Edmonds and Joshua Valance are on row 11. Row 12 is going to be Spencer Shinner and Catherine White. Row 13 will be Brandon Klein Nagelvort and Tommy Lee Davis. Jack Davis and Alex Jackson round out your 28 runners in this one. So this, the final of our second rotation of heats. We'll then go into a quote-unquote third rotation of heats, although, spoiler alert, it's 1 heat for the Honda Cadets. They're the only class that are running 3 heats today. And after that, we'll go into the all-important trophy finals. Here we go then. Sam Hawthorne will lead them away into oblivion. And it's a strong start from him, I think, as they come through the crook and head up the hill for the first time. And indeed it is Sam Hawthorne who leads them through. And we're going to get through cleanly. There's a lot of usual side-by-side action as we would expect. The usual jostling for position, but so far so good on that one. Heading down to Ashby Corner. They'll work themselves out there. That is Luke Wooder, I think, making some early progress here. I could just see there through Wilkins. Indeed. And that's the 25 of Harry East, coming under immediate pressure afterwards from Harry Holland. So Holland got by there on Harry East. They all stream through at the end of lap number 1. It's Sam Hawthorne in the lead, Alex Hughes in second, Shear Simpson in third, Luke Wooder up into 4th, Harry Holland up into 5th. And the 46 of Rob Ellis there having a look, I think, at Harry East. Meanwhile, the 76 of Archie Brown, I think, exchanging with Archie Elliott there through Christmas Corner. So this one hasn't settled down whatsoever at this point. There's plenty of battles going on there through Ashby Corner. There is Rob Ellis, who is now behind Harry Holland because I think he's got by Harry East. Wooder there with Harry Holland just behind. Yeah, the change of position confirmed there. Oh, not a good lap there for Archie Elliott. Not quite sure what befell there, but again, in a train like this, if a mistake is made or if you're put offline, it will be costly. There is a move of Archie Brown on Harry East for 7th place. So Archie Brown moving up the order. Teddy Clinton's on the move as well. Just got past Carl Dunford and Johnny Elliott to go up into 16th place. Joshua Valance as well on the move here, past Spencer Shinner and Tommy Lee Davis up into 21st. Don't forget live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC to get all of the live timing, an expanded version, if you like, of the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. Some of the changes of position on that lap confirmed as they come on through. We saw Rob Ellis and Harry Holland, I think. We saw Archie Brown get past Harry East, but this is Luke Wooder getting by Shear Simpson for, that's for 3rd place. So change for 3rd there as Wooder gets by, and immediately Simpson has the attention of Rob Ellis as well. And Harry Holland right there too. Fastest lap of the race currently with Rob Ellis as well. That's on the last time around, so that's why Ellis finds himself right on top of the rear bumper in many ways of Simpson. And that is a slow moving number 93, which makes it Brandon Klein Nagelvort, who has got clear damage there. So after such a strong first heat in this class, something's clearly gone wrong there for Brandon Klein Nagelvort. You could see how the kart was juddering to a stop. Yellow flags out as a result, as he's stricken at the side of the road, talking there to one of the marshals. So disappointment there for Klein Nagelvort. Rob Ellis, though, we pick up with, still trying to hunt down Luke Wooder. Simpson dropped down on that lap. Jay Simpson down to 6th place now. Joshua Pickford past Archie Elliott as well for 14th place on that last lap. Plenty of moves going on through this field, and there's one. That is Archie Brown muscling his way through Archie Simpson into Ashby. And that promotes Archie Brown up into 6th place as we pick up with him going through the boot section. Lead gap is currently 7/10 of a second between Sam Hawthorne and Alex Hughes, who we've not seen too much of in the 15, but he's controlling the race well at the moment. This is Luke Wooder under pressure from Rob Ellis. Rob Ellis is going to duck to the inside and he's hard on the brakes. He's going to go quite deep in the corner, but not too much, and that means he's going to get the position. Is Wooder going to try and mount a counter-attack? No, the Ashby counter-attack is not on this time for Luke Wooder. So they're going to carry this one on for now, but I'm sure he'll be looking for an opportunity to redress that, if he can at all do so. Having said that, Rob Ellis has been making some good moves here today and seems to have some good pace on him, so going to be interesting to see. On to lap number 8 then. New personal best from our race leader, Sam Hawthorne. Alex Hughes still within a second, and Rob Ellis some 1.3 seconds back from Hughes in 3rd. Having got by on Luke Wooder in that lap. Wooder not looking to me like he's given this one up though, staying with Rob Ellis. Can potentially see the opportunity to get onto the back of 2nd, maybe even 1st by the end of this one. You can see that train of karts there, as that's an issue there for Archie Elliott at the side of the road at Christmas Corner. We have seen a fair few more karts having issues here in the dying stage, excuse me. We've still got the finals to go, but in the more recent races, just some karts struggling somewhat. Everyone down to Teddy Clinton, nice and closely bunched here. This one could build up quite nicely towards the end. There's a bit of a gap between Harry Holland in 5th and Archie Brown in 6th, so the top 5 could become interesting, as if they aren't already. That to me looked like Bradley Philpott potentially trying to get past Harry East. Yeah, because Harry East is now battling away with Teddy Clinton, who goes down the inside of him at Oises. Good pick up on the cameras. So there is Teddy Clinton now going through the boot, and there is the 13 of Bradley Philpott, who's got himself up to 11th place. Another fastest personal best, I should say, from Sam Hawthorne. But new fastest lap of the race from Rob Ellis in his pursuit to try and get onto the back of Alex Hughes. So they are trying, the likes of Ellis and Wooder, as Lewis Wild, I think that is, yes, retiring to the pit lane. So issues there for the number 89 driver. So that means we've lost Lewis Wild, Archie Elliott, Jack Davis has had to go to the pits, Tommy Lee Davis has had to go to the pits, and we saw Brandon Klein-Negervoort juddering to a halt at the side of the road. So that's already 5 karts down, leaving us with 23 karts. Rob Ellis again with another fastest lap of the race. This is nice. This is closing up here at the front. There's your race leader, Sam Hawthorne. You could just see the nose there of Alex Hughes behind him. But now within a second of Alex Hughes is Rob Ellis. There he is. You just saw him in shot then. This is the penultimate lap. So Hawthorne might, quote-unquote, get away with it. I say that not to in any way take away from his pace or the way he's controlled this race. But I feel like it is beginning just to close up a little bit at the front. So here we go, on to the last lap. I think, all things being equal, he has enough in hand to bring this one home. Still close fights though. Battle for 6th place. There it is going across the line between currently led by Archie Brown, Chris Simpson and Ryan Luscombe involved in that. As they head up the hill. There's your lead battle though. And Hawthorne actually has opened out the gap slightly. And it's actually Alex Hughes versus Rob Ellis, because Rob Ellis has set another fastest lap of the race. So yes, there is very much a battle for second going on here. Hughes in the 51, Ellis in the 46. But I just feel like Ellis is going to be too far back to mount a challenge into the boot. Quick look over the shoulder from our race leader, from 2nd place, because our race leader is already rounding the corner. Nice pan there on their camera to our race leader. Sam Hawthorne is going to come round to take the win in heat number 2 in the senior max class. Alex Hughes in second, Rob Ellis in third, Luke Wooder in fourth, Harry Holland finishes fifth, sixth for Archie Brown, Cheers Simpson in seventh, eighth for Ryan Luscombe, Harrison Crook in ninth, 10th for Joshua Taylor. Then it'll be Teddy Clinton, Bradley Philpott, Harry East, Joshua Pickford, Spencer Shinner is in 15th, Jaden Neil Holder, Tommy Edmonds, Joshua Valance, Catherine White and Johnny Elliott round out your top 20. Winner is Alex Jackson, Carl Dunford, Mikey Austin. And that's it of everyone who finished, I think, because those are your 23 runs. We lost Lewis Wild, Archie Elliott, Jack Davis, Tommy Lee Davis and Brandon Klein Negelvoort. Okay, next up is going to be the Heat 3 race in Honda Cadets. Riley Till will take this one from pole then, with Joshua Begenby alongside. Isaac Parkinson and Adam Hill are row 2. Mayan Patel and Hayden Gray make up row number 3, with row 4 being taken by Finley Lyons and Sebastiano Tuteo. Harrison Whitcomb and Oliver Majewski round out your top 10. Then it's Riley Thatcher and Emily Cooper on 6. Row 7 is going to be Jensen Walker and Max Fallon. Victor Hansen and Callum Wilson make up row 8. Row 9 is Joshua Jarvis and Zach Starbuck. Sergio Vert and Charlie Warren make up row 10 to round up the top 20. Then it's Jensen Hookey and Samuel Gamayo. Harrison Leach and Hugo Majewski make up row number 12. And then rounding up the 25 car grid is going to be Thomas Butcher. So the third heat then for Honda Cadets. This is the only class that we are running the 3 heat format with today. There's been some discussion about the format, but that's what we're doing for this round. And it actually means that we're going to go in the same order now as you've been going with the heat. So if you're going, what's the next race? It's still IARMY Cadet. IARMY Cadet still follows Honda Cadet, because the Honda Cadet final will be they'll be interspersed. So we got basically in the middle of the finals and towards the end of the day. So we get, and I'm saying this literally as I'm crossing them off. So we're going to have Honda Cadet Heat 3. Then we'll go into the IARMY Cadet final. So the 60 points on offer in that. Then it will be the X30 Mini Final, then the Mini Max Final, and then it will be the Honda Cadet B race. Now we are currently running around about 15 minutes behind schedule after the red flag in IARMY Cadets this morning. So if you took a snapshot of the schedule that we put up at the start of the day, you can add basically 15 minutes to that. So if you are after the B final in this class, you probably want to be tuning back in around about 3:10, just for reference. And then it will also be the last race of the day, probably at around about 4:40, 4:45. But we'll wait and see. There could, of course, be other delays. Hopefully not, though, because we want to see some racing. So eyes on the lights, and we're away for the last heat race of the weekend. Away goes Riley Till. It's a good start from Joshua Begenby as well, who of course has been racing very well this year, currently leads the championship in Honda Cadets. They head up their hill. As I say, I love this, the way that the number that go over to driver's right on the way up the hill, half in attack, half in defence. It's great to see. Just underlines how competitive things are at the early stages, and also, you know, the good understanding of the basic racecraft. You want to try and find that gap on the early laps of the race. I think everybody's made. Oh, there's one spinner at the back. No, there's 2 spinners at the back. I can see that one of them is Victor Hansen. I'll look out for who else it is. But here is our breakaway leader then. And it is Joshua Begenby, who's managed to make that start really work from him for him from second on the grid. as they all jostle for position through the boot on this first lap. Bugembe leads, Isaac Parkinson is in second, Mayan Patel up into third, Adam Hill in fourth, fifth for Riley Till, your pole sitter, and it was Victor Hansen and Joshua Jarvis, your spinners, up at down at Ashby, excuse me. There is Mayan Patel going by on Isaac Parkinson for second place, and there's Adam Hill fending off, oh no, it's Hayden Gray going past Riley Till and then possibly challenging Adam Hill, but Hill managed to hold that attack off from Hayden Gray. Into Wilkins' corner that battle goes. Adam Hill in the 66, the number 6 occupied by Hayden Gray, and Hayden Gray there now goes down the inside of Adam Hill and gets that move done there, and will now try and look on up the road towards Isaac Parkinson, who, as the timing tower will confirm when we come through on this time, is now in third place after that move from Mayan Patel. And look at this. Oh, got to be careful doing that, moving across in that area, but Tutseo there defending robustly against the likes of Findlay Lyons there, and Harris Whitcomb. Here up the hill though, here's the challenge for third place. Hayden Gray looking for the gap, and he's got the job done, I think, really before the braking zone on Isaac Parkinson there. So change for third place, with Hayden Gray now the beneficiary of that particular exchange. Joshua Bugembe controlling this one already quite nicely, 1.7 seconds to the good, but going to be interesting to see how Mayan Patel now does in the clean air on pace. You've got Adam Hill versus Riley Till still going on here, the 66 versus the 44. It's in the battle for fifth place, and they're now coming onto the back of Isaac Parkinson on the end of this lap. New fastest lap of the race from Hayden Gray. He's interested in closing up these gaps at the front, I think. He's setting about trying to catch up to Patel. And does Patel have the match of Joshua Bugembe's pace? Well, yes, but only by 1/100th of a second on that lap, as there down the inside of Isaac Parkinson goes Adam Hill, and the 66 manages to get by on the 6 there. And Riley Till will immediately look for any opportunities forthcoming, but there aren't any for now. Findlay Lyons, Harris Whitcomb and Zach Starbuck all on the move up the field. Callum Wilson as well. A couple of positions on that last lap past Jensen Hookey and Riley Thatcher. So, as ever with Honda Cadets, there's battles wherever you look. Although it has to be said, not at the moment at least at the front, because Joshua Bugembe controlling this one well, and Mayan Patel now has the close attentions of Hayden Gray, who sets another fastest lap of the race. And I think the gap being as it is to the front, this is going to be a battle quite quickly, I think, between Patel and Gray. I'm not sure how inclined they will be to work together to see if they could get onto the pace of Bugembe, because Bugembe is 1.7 seconds to the good. So to be fair to them, at the moment they're not starting to battle. I think Hayden Gray is making that judgment. There's always that thing of when you come onto the back, so it's like, how's my pace? What is my pace relative to them? Where am I strong? Where are they strong? And vice versa. And then make the judgment of whether you go for the move. So there's Mayan Patel in the number 20. The number 6 is Hayden Gray. Warning for Tutseo. Needs to be a little bit careful about the conduct out there. Adam Hill in 4th, Isaac Parkinson in 5th. 6th is Riley Till, Findlay Lyons in 7th, Emily Cooper, Oliver Majewski and Sebastian Tutseo now round out your top 10, because Majewski made up a couple of... That to me looks like Isaac Parkinson and Riley Till are still battling away there as they went through Ashby, and that looks like a look from Majewski on Emily Cooper as they go through Ashby as well. So it will be interesting to keep an eye on that one. I think Emily Cooper may have just been able to stay out in front there. But it might have actually been her trying to get past Finn. No, there's still a gap between herself and Findlay Lyons. Look, oh, here it is. Here's the exchange. Emily Cooper, and again, one has to be careful doing that between Majewski and Lyons. There's coming over to cover, and then there's squeezing someone to the inside on that boot, and obviously these young drivers still getting the racecraft, cutting their teeth, as it were, with the racecraft, but they do need to just be careful, I think, of moving around between those two bits of the boot, because otherwise you could run a competitor onto the grass. All things to bear in mind. But on the whole, as ever, I'm very impressed by the standard of racing that we see in these Honda Cadets for such young drivers. So that is now Emily Cooper versus Sebastian Tuteo. So Seb there in the 24. We're looking here at Zach Starbuck versus Oliver Majewski. So this is the next battle up the road. Majewski in the 40 in 8th place. Zach Starbuck there in 9th. And then there's the battle with Emily Cooper, Seb Tuteo. And Tuteo's going to look for an inside at Oblivion, which is going to be interesting, and it's not going to pay off, and that's going to leave him immediately, I would have thought, under pressure from Riley Thatcher and Callum Wilson behind. Indeed it does. Emily Cooper now has quite a bit of breathing space coming up the hill. Side by side, that's Jensen Hookey going side by side with Charlie Warren in a bit of a renewal of a battle we saw in a previous heat today, in fact, for those two. Really good little mid-pack battle between these karts. Through Wilkins into Oisius. Zach Starbuck still on the tail of Oliver Majewski here. Looking for the opportunity. At the front, still 1.2 seconds to the good for Joshua Bigembe. And 1/10 of a second between Mayan Patel and Hayden Gray. So what's going to be interesting for me is at what point does Hayden Gray think to pounce? There's the battle for second, just swooping through your shot. And then slightly quiet one so far for Adam Hill once he's got to that 4th position, although he did well to battle up to that point. And then Riley Till and Isaac Parkinson still battling away. There they are in the 20. Excuse me. That's the battle for second, excuse me. And there's the battle between Till, Parkinson and Finley Lyons now coming into this one. So we pick up with the 2nd place battle. Are we just about going to get it? I don't know. It's going to be close for the... No, it's not. It's going to be last lap board this time around for Bigembe because he's just coming through paddock now. So here we go. On to the final lap of Honda Cadet Heat 3. Bigembe should be able to bring this one home, albeit the gap has just come down by 0.2 of a second on that last lap. So interesting one there. But here's the battle over 2nd place. Patel versus Gray. Patel knows he's got to go to the inside. Gray is going to try and get a switchback here through the corner. He's going to try and get another switchback through boxing. It almost feels like you're stacking them up as you head towards Ashby. But Patel's positioning his kart well. He's going to hold to the inside through Ashby corner. Still 2nd place going the way of Mayan Patel at the moment. Heading towards Wilkins corner. Oziers provides another opportunity for Gray to go for it, but he doesn't go for it. Nice battle in the background you could just see between Riley Till, Isaac Parkinson, Finley Lyons, and Oliver Majewski has now got onto the back of that. No, he hasn't, sorry. He's a few seconds down. But it's going to be Joshua Bigembe who comes around the final corner to take the win in Cadet Heat number 3. Mayan Patel will hang on for 2nd place. Hayden Gray in 3rd. It'll be Adam Hill in 4th. And there's the close finish between Riley Till, Isaac Parkinson, Finley Lyons, and there was Harrison Whitcomb who was in amongst them across the line. But I'm unsure if he's actually towards the bottom of the order as timing is suggesting at the moment. If so, that means that some drama befell him at some point. Oliver Majewski in 8th, Zach Starbuck in 9th, 10th for Emily Cooper, Seb Tuteo in 11th, then it's Riley Thatcher, Jensen Hookey, Charlie Warren, Sam Gamayo, Callum Wilson, Sergio Wirtz, Harrison Leach, Max Fallon registered in 19th, Joshua Jarvis in 20th, there was Victor Hansen, Jensen Walker, Thomas Butcher, Hugo Majewski, and timing is saying that Harrison Whitcomb is registered in 25th, but I'm unsure of whether that's definitely the case or it could have been a transponder issue, because I did see that Harrison did drop down the order quite something at some point in the race. I didn't see any drama before this race. Right, that's all your heat races done here then for round 5 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Next up is going to be the all-important trophy finals, and that is going to be kicking off with the Army Cadets in just a moment. Here's your grid then for the final in a Army Cadet. Zach Green will start with Will Green alongside Canish Grau, and Braith Murdoch will make up row number 2. Then it's Finley Hines and Max Mason on row 3. Aaron Richardson and Max Ewell make up row 4. Levi McGrath and Cian Amy round out the top 10. Jack Poole and Sukmani Kira will round up the 6th row of the grid. Leighton Kelly and John T. Restrick are row 7. Row 8 is Alfie Brown and Teddy Porter. And then it'll be Jacob Nairn to round out the 17 karts on the grid for that one. Those, of course, determined as the points that they've accrued over the heats. Yeah, Harry Phil asks, was Whitcomb not showing an alpha? Not entirely sure about that one, Harry. I think it might potentially a transponder issue, not 100% certain. As I say, any kind of those sorts of issues, if it's in doubt, head to results.alphatime.co.uk/WMKC. They will correct for things like that, if that was indeed the case. Yeah, so as DW Media says, great racing so far. Bring on the finals. Absolutely. Do let us know, if you're out there, who you're rooting for in these finals races. This is where the big points are on offer, of course. The 60 points in the championship. It was the 36 points for a round victory earlier on up until this point. We're now going to the 60 points, so this is where the sort of big money is, if you like, in terms of the championship. Important things to bear in mind: current championship leader coming into today, Joseph Katzentonis, not on the grid today for RI Army Cadets. Haven't had him for a couple of other rounds as well, so opportunity for Zach Green here to get those points and get on away and challenge with the championship. And here we go then, the trophy final on Army Cadets. Away we go. It's 12 minutes on the clock for these trophy finals, and Zach Green leads them away into oblivion and starts to head on up the hill, and it looks to me like he's got a good start there. Not so good though for Will Green, who I think has dropped back a little bit from his grid slot, working their way through Christmas Corner for the first time of this race. Finley Hines, I think, has got up into 3rd place there. I think it's Zach Green, Canish Grau and Finley Hines, your top 3 at the moment. But there is Braith Murdoch in the 14, trying to break into that top 3. Onto the back straight for the first time. Quick look over the shoulder from Zach Green, but he's got the start that he needed to control this one. Last had a round victory at round 2, or last had a finals victory, perhaps one should say, at round 2. But he's had exactly the start that he needs to replicate that today. It's actually been, to be fair, it's actually been the first round that he's been at since that round victory. Max Mason there, just pulling out from behind Aaron Richardson, but I think he's intending at the moment to just bide his time. That was a segue missed there for me, being the winner last time out for Max Mason in this class. So can he replicate that? He's got to get on up the road if he's going to do it. Finley Hines in the 57 here, still defending against Braith Murdoch, who's going to have... Oh, they're both going to drift out wide, and that's going to allow Aaron Richardson to cheekily get up the inside there. They just bolt each other, I think, there through the boot. But Finley Hines was able to hold on, whereas Braith Murdoch lost out there to Aaron Richardson. So it's now Richardson in 4th. Coming up the hill, Max Mason side by side now with Braith Murdoch, and Mason will have the inside line. Judges it nicely. There does Max Mason. And now the 54 of Will Green, who's dropped back a little bit in the early phase of this race, will be looking to try and start making some progress up the order. Zach Green leads, Canish Grau in 2nd. The gap just shy of a second between them coming onto this lap. Finley Hines in 3rd. Aaron Rich. Oh, and that's Finley Hines round. Finley Hines round at Osiers. Spun out at the side there, or out to the side. Disappointment there for Finley Hines. He was running really well, had a really good start. And that's a real shame for Finley Hines. Has been racing really well today. Still maybe can recover something in terms of points, but yeah, that's a tough blow for Finley. Coming up the hill, the 51 of Jack Poole has Cian Amy just behind, and Sukmani Kira is with them as well. That looks to me like Braith Murdoch and Will Green battling in Ashby, but I think for now it stays as it was. Here's Jack Poole then, one of our novice plated drivers. You can tell from the black number plate with the white numbers rather than the yellow backed number plate with the red numbers. Driving well here against Keenan. Sorry, not the yellow with the red, that's Cadet, Honda Cadets. Yellow number plate with the black numbers. There we go. Zach Green then, 1.7 seconds to the good. Kanish Grau in second place is a further 1.7 seconds up the road from Max Mason. So Max Mason, Braith Murdoch and Will Green close together and trying, I think, to work together for now to see what their pace is like. That's the 44 versus the 75, and that's one of the care points I've been talking about. Sukmani Kira and Max Yule with the contact, and Yule is off to driver's right now. And yeah, not for the first time today. I'm talking about the importance of giving the racing room there coming out of Christmas Corner. We've seen some really good examples of that racing room being given today, but it's so easy because of the way that the apron on the exit of Christmas does eventually, it's almost like a slip road onto a motorway, which appreciate our Army Cadet drivers don't hopefully come onto motorways via slip roads but too often. But there's a point where that slip road runs out, you need to be back in by that point. And in the same way that there's a courtesy that can be given by the traffic on a motorway, it kind of works the same way on the exit of that Christmas Corner going through the left-hander. This is Will Green versus Braith Murdoch that we're looking at now for fourth place at the top of the hill. I think the significance as well of that little slip road analogy is in exactly the same way. Very often, if it comes to blows, it's in your interests to give the space, because if it does come to blows, it tends to hurt both racers, not just one, when they try and merge back on. Or if they don't get the opportunity, end up clattering over the grass in the curve of that left-hander. Anyway, Max Mason here in third place. We have got quite a spread out situation at the front. 2.5 seconds the gap between Zach Green and Kanish Grau. And whilst we're not looking at Zach too much because he's not in one of the battles which we like to show you, I have to take my hat off and acknowledge the pace that he is setting in order to build that gap. 52.63. Not for the first time. He has set the fastest lap of the race last time around. So really is showing some impressive pace. Kanish Grau as well, doing really good work as well. He too has a gap of about 2.4 seconds behind. And look at this. This is Will Green down the inside of Max Mason. This is the battle for third place. And that is a nice move by Will Green to get himself up into third place. And tries to give the symbol for let's work together. There's Braith Murdoch now going through on Max Mason as well. So Mason will need to gather himself back up and see what he can do on this next lap. See if he can claw back any of that. Aaron Richardson still there in sixth. Then it's the battle over seventh. Currently led by Kian Amy, who's recently got past Jack Poole. Levi McGrath as well in there. And John T. Restrick rounding out the top 10. Alfie Brown just past Sukmani Kira as well for 12th position. As they work their way through down into Ashby. Braith Murdoch still ahead of Max Mason, but Max Mason has done a good job, I think, on this lap of gathering himself up and beginning to challenge again. On to lap number 9 for these drivers then. It's now 3.7 seconds the gap. This is a contact warning for Sukmani Kira. Involved earlier on in that contact with Max Yule that we saw. But yeah, such impressive pace from Zach Green. 3.7 seconds the advantage that he now has at the head of the field. Question coming in for when is Michael Dalton racing? So Michael's in Minimax off the top of my head, and I'd say we're about 15 minutes behind schedule, so I would guess around about, come on, I'll do the quick maths, around about 10 to 3, I would say, if you're looking out for when Michael Dalton will be racing, assuming I've got the class right and the time delay right caused by the red flag. So yeah, That would be roughly when I would expect that race to go on. Shout-outs as well. A little bit late, but go Leighton Kelly, says Anne Kelly. Plenty of support has been coming in for Leighton throughout the day. Been great to see. Good luck to Aaron Richardson. We are also proud of you. Love Grandma and all the family. Queen as well from Gillian Bennett there. Yeah, he's doing really well, I think, today. Is Aaron, is that a slow-moving John T. Restrick? It's a spin recovery. Thank you, guys. Just as I was looking at the comments there, thank you, production team, for keeping me in there. So yeah, thank you everybody for the comments who've been coming in, and do keep them coming in throughout the afternoon. But yeah, Aaron's been racing really well today, I think, and has just set a personal best there, a 53.13, so really good pace, and has had some really good racecraft throughout the day. There is Finley Hines on a bit of a recovery drive, getting past Alfie Brown. So when I questioned towards the start whether he could recover something from that, he can. He's been working his way up the order, has Finley. So another driver who's impressed me a lot today. Closest battle on track, still that battle over 4th place. And indeed over 3rd place it's still pretty close, but 4th place is particularly close between Braith Murdoch and Max Mason. Good battle as well though, between Alfie Brown and Finley Hines, which is what we've just focused on here. This is a good close battle. Confirmation of change in position there between Finley Hines and Alfie Brown. Nani Kira has got past Teddy Porter. Teddy Porter on that lap as well for 11th. And Leighton Kelly through on Levi McGrath. It's Mr. Fox doing a bit of photography there as well. Shout out to Tom Fox. Done plenty of racing against him as well. He's done some raced BUKC for Aston University, and then came and did some Club 100 races, and I've had the pleasure of being overtaken by him a number of times. And trying to keep up. It's good fun. Max Mason with a new fastest lap of the, fastest personal best, excuse me, new fastest lap of the race for Zach Green, a 52.57, continues to impress with the pace. 1 minute left on the clock. He's 5 seconds to the good at the front of this one. So very impressed with the way that he's controlled this. He's just been able to show everyone a fresh pair of heels on the pace. Here he is, doing everything he needs to do at the moment. And I'm just having a think for what this will do. This will get him, I think this will effectively nab him the championship lead. And well, he might. He's had 1 first place and a 2nd place in the other 2 finals that he's done so far. Here is Canish Grau, running a quiet one, but definitely can hold his head up high. He's been doing a fantastic job, had some great battles throughout the heats, and you know, that's the thing to bear in mind when you're seeing these finals and you're going, oh, such and such is out in front, and you know, oh, that's, you know, quote unquote inevitable, or they always have it. No, you have to work your way through the heats. You have to put yourself in that position where you're set up to have this kind of a race. And that's what it's all about. So these two are able to, you know, be relatively calm. I'm sure, you know, there is a stress associated with leading a race and running up in the podium positions, make no mistake. But they're able to have an easier time of it now because of the brilliant battling that they did earlier on. That's the thing to bear in mind. Alfie Brown up to 9th place, past Jack Poole. Field slightly more spread out now, but this is the closest battle. Still, Braith Murdoch holding back Max Mason for 4th position. Will Green not too far up the road, but I think he is far enough that he can rest easy in terms of the podium position unless he makes a mistake. You just saw him there in the edge of your shot. So here they come in towards Oziers, and that's one of the last opportunities gone for Max Mason. Zach Green, though, is rounding the final corner around about now. Here he is. Zach Green will take the win for round number 5 in the IARMY Cadets. for the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. It'll be Canish Rao in second place, and Will Green will hang on for third, ahead of Braith Murdoch and Max Mason, who may have been getting a bit tired of looking at the back of Murdoch's kart there, but it was a good battle from them throughout. Aaron Richardson can hold his head up high in sixth there. Kian Amy in seventh place. Finley Hines recovers to eighth. Alfie Brown will come across the line in ninth. Sukmani Kira comes across the line in ninth and is happy with that. Jack Poole in 10th. Leighton Kelly in 11th. And then it's going to be Levi McGrath. There's been some drama here on the last lap. Teddy Porter in 13th. Then it's Alfie Brown. So clearly something went awry there for Alfie, unfortunately. But he's had a tough day, of course. He was the driver involved in that incident that led to the red flag. So, you know, good to have seen him out and racing again after that incident. John T. Restrick in 15th. 16th for Jacob Nairn. Max Yule didn't run again after that incident up at Christmas Corner. So that rounds out your 17 karts. Next up here then at Whilton Mill, it's going to be the final for X30 Mini. Your grid then for your X30 Mini Final. Riley Bishop will take this one from pole. Tied on points though, bear in mind, with Freddie Lloyd. So this one could be a close run thing at the front. Lucas Field and Jensen Pugh are on row 2. Row 3 is Jack Owen Drawbridge and Miles Turnbull. Row 4 is going to be Joshua Jones and Charlie Mills. We'll be honest. Let's take a look at those first 3 rows. There we go. And it is indeed Joshua Jones and Charlie Mills on row number 4. Row 5 is Fred Green and Luke Fleming. And there'll be Charlie Neve rounding out the 11 kart grid. The smallest grid that we have today, but by no means the least eventful. It's been action-packed stuff here with our X30 Minis. And we're going to see how this one goes now, as they round the final corner to begin the race. Here we go then. Riley Bishop leads them away and into oblivion they go. It's a good start from the pole side of the grid. I think Lucas Field has followed through up into second place. It is indeed Riley Bishop ahead of Lucas Field as they head up the hill for the first time. Jensen Pugh in third place is going to try and seize second place back again, but it doesn't pay off. And he's got to be careful because he'll be under immediate pressure from Jack Owen Drawbridge over the top of the hill. Down into Ashby Corner they go. Still Riley Bishop at the head of this one. So they all stream through side by side between Charlie Mills and Joshua Jones briefly, but Charlie Mills holds on for now. Miles Turnbull has fallen back a little bit on this start, it looks to me, and may have some ground to make up in the rest of this race. 12 minutes, remember, because it is a trophy final. Jensen Pugh then there ahead of Jack Owen Drawbridge, but it's Riley Bishop who leads at the end of that one. Lucas Field in second, Jensen Pugh, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Fred Green in fifth, Charlie Mills, Joshua Jones, Freddie Lloyd in 8th, and that is a moment on the grass for Jensen Pugh. I'm just reading out the order, not quite sure what led to that one, but that was a costly moment for Pugh. He's going to drop well down the order as a result of that. There is Joshua Jones in the 84, having to defend against Freddie Lloyd. So I'm intrigued by I'm intrigued by Freddie's positioning there. It clearly hasn't gone well for him because we had him as grid 2, or second slot of the grid, and there's an issue there for Joshua Jones. He's going to come to the pit lane. You can see him hitting the steering wheel, I think, with some frustration there. That's disaster, unfortunately, for Joshua Jones. And we've also got the 63 of Charlie Neve out there at Ashby. So that's Neve out of the race, unfortunately, and Joshua Jones out of the race, unfortunately. So that is 2 of our 11 runners out of this one. We join back with the battle between Fred Green and Jacko in Drawbridge, which has just changed. So Fred Green is ahead now into third place. So change there. Fastest lap of the race last time round by Lucas Field, trying to keep our leader honest. This is not done yet between Riley Bishop and Lucas Field. There is the lead gap. The 32 is Riley Bishop, the 77 is Lucas Field. So we've got a battle beginning to be joined at the front, as well as the battle over third place. Jensen Pugh just broken away now from Charlie Mills and Freddie Lloyd, who continue to battle. So Pugh's trying to get back onto terms with Fred Green and Jacko in Drawbridge after that dramatic moment for him, that bit of the heart in the mouth moment, one might say, through the crook. Your lead battle goes through Inkermans, downhill braking into Ashby. Run it over the exit curb, but not too much because you've got to rejoin the tarmac at some point. Sling it through Wilkins, downhill braking into Osiers. They make it look easy, but it is an interesting corner because of that downhill braking, and then you want the apex. But there was Lucas Field nailing that section, and it gave him enough confidence to think he could stick his nose down the inside of Riley Bishop into the boot, but did not have the advantage necessary to do that. So the battle will go on for another lap, and you've just got this feeling the leader hasn't been able to break away in the way that we just saw in the previous race. This could run on and on for quite a while, this one. Riley Bishop goes defensive. You can see they're not working together to build up a gap here. They're already battling away. The switch back for Lucas Field doesn't really give him any advantage unless he can sling down the inside of Ashby, which he can't for now. I think Riley Bishop is perhaps thinking a little bit of, should we work together here? Because right now Fred Green in third place must be licking his lips at the opportunity here. Oh, and that's Riley Bishop was slow. Riley Bishop's slow onto the back straight, and it's allowed, ran wide, I'm hearing, in Osiers. And that's allowed Lucas Field up into the lead, and it's allowed Fred Green by as well. So disaster lap there for Riley Bishop. He's got it all to do now if he still wants to take this win. Jacko in Drawbridge not too far behind, only half a second back from this as well. So if it all kicks off, he's going to be right on the scene as well. But this is Lucas Field's opportunity now. It's been gifted to him, this chance. As we're going to see that. Oh, so it was an attempt from Lucas Field, and yeah, Riley Bishop just ended up on the grass as a result. So it wasn't perhaps a wholly unforced error, as I was making out, but it was still a perfectly fair overtake attempt from Lucas Field for me there. So it's difficult to know. It's all about how much driving room was given on the curve. There's a right-hand kink that brings you onto the back straight, and it'll all be to do with how much room was given on the inside there as to the real fairness of that one. So I'm not gonna make the call there necessarily. Either way, the fact of the matter is that Riley Bishop is there in third place, and will probably be feeling a little bit aggrieved, or at least a little bit frustrated at the situation. Fastest lap of the race from Jensen Pugh, trying to get onto the back of Jacko in Drawbridge. You can see him, it's there trying to push. Obviously lost a bit of time earlier on down at the crook. That second corner. Through the boot section at the moment is Fred Green, Riley Bishop, Jacko in Drawbridge, all trying to chase down Lucas Field. And you know what, that gap is going down. Fred Green with the new fastest lap of the race, a 47.3, takes 0.3 of a second out of our leader. It's not over yet at the front by any stretch of the imagination, folks. At the moment, Lucas Field has not been able to break away in the way that he would no doubt have hoped to, and this could close up nicely. As I say, Jensen Pugh pushing hard as well to get onto the back of this, so it could become as much as a 5-kart battle, this. Fred Green there in the number 15. Second place at the moment, staring the opportunity for the win. And very close range at the moment. It looks to me like the gap has gone down even further to me on this lap. And it has, another 0.3 taken out of it. Another fastest lap of the race from Fred Green, a 47.22. This is going to be interesting here. And if these two do start battling, then suddenly Riley Bishop is like, right, time to get myself back into the lead of this race. Plenty of time to play out as well. We're only just over the halfway mark, and here's the attempt right away from Fred Green down the inside of Ashby Corner and gets the job done. Beautifully judged on the brakes there, right on the limit it seemed to me. whilst keeping it under full control and has got the job done. So Fred Green to the head of the field and now gives the signal to Lucas Field behind, saying, let's work together here. Let's not keep fighting over this. And some people would say strategically that makes sense. Others would say, well, he would say that. It's in his interest, certainly, that they don't keep fighting. But the key thing here is he's got to have the pace to pull away. And up the hill, Lucas Field is in the wheel tracks, getting a little bit of a draft here. It's going to be hard now for Fred Green. No one who's got to the front of this race has been able to pull away yet. See Jacko and Drawbridge really on the back of Riley Bishop right now, but he would do well not to battle with Riley, and they can work together to keep themselves in contention for the big win. And don't forget Jensen Pugh, who's pushing hard. Freddie Lloyd as well is pushing hard here. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, actually. So everyone, basically everybody's trying to buy a ticket to the lead battle, which I suppose sounds obvious for a race, but unusually, at least half of them, I think, could actually convert that into an opportunity. Here we go up the hill. Fred Green in the lead. Lucas Field right in the... No, he's holding station for now. I think he is trying to pull out that gap so that he can have a bit of a comfort zone to try a move. And that makes sense. Let's be clear. I know I'm building it up, but that makes perfect sense with 3.5 minutes left on the clock. There will be opportunities to make the move. So you may as well work together and try and bridge the gap. The problem is at the moment that nobody else behind them is battling. So the plan isn't quite working. I don't think Lucas is going to be able to pull out enough space to feel comfortable, because Riley Bishop, technically a little slow on that lap. That was the fastest lap of the race from Lucas Field. Maybe it will work. They can pull out a bit of space, but that was a moment for Fred Green. That was not the optimum line at all. He needs to be careful of those moments. Doesn't cost too much, but it's just those little moments that makes the person behind you stop thinking, let's work together, and start thinking, oh, that was a mistake, let's have him for that. Into the boot section. You can see this different line that Lucas Field has started to take. It's just, one wonders if that's sort of just testing things out, see if he can tuck the nose under. Jacko and Drawbridge as well, still running behind Riley Bishop there. Change of position. Freddie Lloyd ahead of Jensen Pugh in 5th place. They've both had some really impressive pace trying to get onto the back of this battle, but the gloves haven't come off yet, and so the opportunity for them to catch up has been denied, and they are significantly further back than the likes of Bishop and Owen Drawbridge. They're some 2.7 seconds further down the road off this top 4. You can see the gap there. And 3/4 minutes left on the clock then. Fred Green in the lead. Lucas Field right with him. There's Josh East. Check out his photography. You've got to give him the shout out when he's giving us nice waves to camera like that. 90 seconds left on the clock. Fred Green, Lucas Field. Who's going to take this one back? You've got to feel that Lucas is going to put in the attempt, because they have been able to bridge a 1.2 second gap back to Riley Bishop. I mean, I'd certainly want a little bit more of a comfort zone than that, a bit more of a buffer, but I suppose beggars can't be choosers when it comes to this. They've done their best to open up the gap. At what point does Lucas Field attempt the overtake? Assuming that he can. That's a fast lap from Fred Green. He's not quite tucked under the nose as much as he was. But up the hill, you can tell that he clearly gets a bit of a draft up the hill and is very close at Christmas Corner, so there is going to be an opportunity. It's going to be close, I think, on the clock as to whether this is the penultimate or the anti-penultimate lap. There's the 43 of Miles Turnbull, leading Luke Fleming up the hill. 9 karts still running in this one. Fred Green, Lucas Field, Riley Bishop, Jacko and Drawbridge, Freddie Lloyd, Jensen Pugh, Charlie Mills, Miles Turnbull and Luke Fleming are your runners. And I think they are going to get 2 more laps, aren't they? Yes, they are. It's going to be close across the line. Close here meaning 5 seconds in it, but 2 more laps. The gap is 1.6 tenths of a second between Fred Green and Lucas Field, and now he's having to go defensive up the hill. So there we go. Gloves have come off, I would say. At this point, we picked that up in the middle of an exchange, though. But here's Fred Green going defensive into Ashby, who'll be compromised on exit speed, and that will give the opportunity for Lucas Field to tuck underneath, and that was brilliant opportunism on the corner exit there. Read brilliantly by Lucas Field. Does Fred Green have a response? The only thing about Lucas Field now is that in terms of I suppose, the optimum sprint racing strategy, has he gone too early? Because there is Fred Green trying, and he's going to collect each other, and they're going to go round, and drama there is going to gift it to Riley Bishop. Fred Green tried to shoot the gap in the second part of the boot, but it's been disaster for Green and Field, and they're going to drop all the way down the order, and you can understand the frustration there from Lucas Field, who did a brilliant pass there earlier on in the lap, and then it just all came to tears there in the boot. Riley Bishop takes the lead. Jacko in Drawbridge is in second, and Freddie Lloyd is now running in third. I don't think Jacko in Drawbridge is close enough to challenge Riley on this last lap, so having previously run in the lead of the race, having skirted over the grass just at the point he's just gone through now, Riley Bishop is going to come round here, and in dramatic circumstances, he's going to take the round win for round 5 of the X30 Mini of the FastR 2021 Whilton Kart Club Championship. It is Riley Bishop who wins. Jacko in Drawbridge in second, and Freddie Lloyd in third. It'll be Jensen Pugh in fourth, Charlie Mills in fifth. Fred Green is going to come round to look how close this actually is now across the line. Fred Green for sixth, Miles Turnbull for seventh, Lucas Field for eighth, and ninth for Luke Fleming. Here's the move. I mentioned earlier on today the cheeky move that you can make in the second part of the boot, where the natural racing line opens up a gap, but the issue is that if you do it from too far back, it's a risky move. It's a risky move because the gap is always closing. You know, the driver basically goes over to the left to try and open out the right-hand part of the boot, but they are, of course, going to want to apex at some point. So if you're doing it, you really have to go for it. And I wonder if that was just, well, the evidence suggests that that was just too far back there. It didn't look to me like Lucas Field took an unusual line through the boot there at all. So it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one. The pressure was on. That's what happens when you're battling over the lead of the race. Riley Bishop, though, is your winner in X30 Mini. Next up here is going to be our final in Minimax. Right, there's a lot of ones in this one, so I'm going to try and go through this quickly. Daniel Amor is on pole for this one with Chase Fernandez alongside Blake Ticehurst and Andrew Douglas are on row 2. Ethan Jeff Hall and Mikey Walker are row 3. Row 4 is going to be Reg Hayward and Ewan Charman. Levi Earl and Charles Green round out your top 10 with Corey Fowler and Harrison Crowther on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Ben Crossley and Devon Nolan. Then it'll be Oliver Smith and Aaron Full on row 8. Row 9 will be Oliver Sander and Josh Camp. It'll be Ollie Wise and William Ray rounding out your top 20. Row 11 will be Callum Ghosh and Freddie Werlock, and then it will be Lloyd Hare and Harrison Morrow on row 12. Row 13 is going to be Ronnie Coburn and Wilf Butler. Michael Dalton and Lena Summers-Kelly are going to be row 14. Row 15 is going to be Sasha Bagley and George Ivanov, and then it'll be George Barker and Edward Rose to round out your 16-row grid, your 32 karts in this Mini Max final. 12 minutes of one of the larger grids that we've got here today. This is going to be an interesting one. Here we go then. Daniel Amor leads them away, and I think that was called a full start. Indeed it was. I could have taken it more chill during that grid. Oh. So they will all get the message as they reach that marshal post there, which, if memory serves correctly, is marshal post C, where the first start flag is first shown. Harry Friel saying well done to Riley and Jack. Yep. No issue with the race that they ran. They took home the spoils just there in X30 Minis. Here, though, we're going to go again for a start here. Hopefully keeping in formation this time. It is a big pack of karts, this one, so everyone's just got to give the proper racing respect. Amor in the 41, Fernandez in the 90, and away we go. And Amor's been able to cover off the moves there. There was a quick swoop across there from the two grid lines of the grid. Michael Dalton with a compromised start at the back there is clearly off the end. We chase Fernandez hounding Daniel Amor through the top part of the lap, but at the moment the 41 able to stay on top. But is that the opportunity for Fernandez down the inside of Ashby? Yes, it is. Nicely judged, but he's not going to be as quick off the corner. Is Amor going to be able to come back? As there's a spin there. The 7 and the 29 are involved. That's making it Harrison Crowther, and the 29 would make it Corey Fowler, who were battling. They were sort of around about 11th and 12th there from where they fell off. But it's Chase Fernandez, and that's Daniel Amor off wide there, and that's not off, excuse me, out to the wide part of the boot. And I think that's going to have allowed Ethan Jeff Hall. Yes, it has indeed. So Chase Fernandez leads, Ethan Jeff Hall in second, Daniel Amor in third, Blake Ticehurst in fourth place. And now eyeing up Amor for a move, as behind him Andrew Douglas as well has to think about defending, and there they're both off. Ticehurst and Amor are off onto the grass, and that's all come to tears for those two, and it's going to be so costly for them both in this early phase of the race. You can see how many karts are streaming past, and that is highly unfortunate for both of those drivers, and not for the first time today. We've seen issues with drivers working, giving each other room perhaps, and going side by side into, and more importantly, out of Christmas. But that must have started off fairly early on, because they both ended up going well over the grass there. That wasn't what I was talking about earlier about sort of motorway slip roads and giving each other room. That's yeah, that's been very that must have started early on. Here though is the battle for the lead. Ethan Jeff Hall down the inside of Chase Fernandez, and that time we do see an overtake working well there in Christmas Corner. Nicely done, and that puts Ethan Jeff Hall up to the lead of the race for Minimax. I'm fairly confident that it's the first round we've seen Ethan this year. I hope I'm not getting that wrong, but I can't see any entry for him. So this would be the first round of the season. As he crosses the line, he sets the fastest lap of the race, 47.72. Reg Hayward passed Andrew Douglas as well on that lap for third place. Has actually stretched his legs ahead of Andrew Douglas, because Douglas now having to worry about those behind. And look at that, that is the number 5 of Ben Crossley past Oliver Smith. That's to get himself up into the top 10. That's the 42 of Ewan Charman having a look at Andrew Douglas. Mikey Walker and Levi Earl are right with them as well. And there's the move now from Ewan Charman, and that was brilliantly done into Oasis. That's how you do that. It can be so easy to misjudge that. As I say, the downhill braking, the line tightens up as they go around the corner, but judge that nicely to just do the standard block pass through Oasis. That's a slow, was that a slow moving kart there? I didn't catch it. I think it might have been, it was a 50 there, I'm being told. So a drama there. Oh, and a drama there as well for Lena Somers-Kelly. I'm unconvinced it was a drama for the number 50, because I can't find a number 50 on the entry list. We'll try and check out who that might be. I think, yeah, I think it was Freddie Werlock. I think it was the number 82, which would make sense, because unfortunately for him, he's dropped down towards the back of the field. So dramas for the 89 and the 82, I'm sorry to report. Here's the battle, though, between Andrew Douglas and Mikey Walker. Oh, and there's a moment there for the number 70, and that is Wilf Butler, who's able to resume racing and hopefully not need to go into the pits, but that's disappointing for Wilf. He'll be down the order. There's a contact warning for Devon Nolan, interestingly, at that point. That's the battle for 10th. Josh Camp getting past Charles Green there, and Blake Ticehurst is now immediately onto the back of Charles Green, and well, and will try and go down the inside of Ashby, but it's not sorted out by the apex, and that tends to make Ashby moves messy, and indeed it does not go the way of Blake Ticehurst on this occasion. So now Josh Camp in 10th, Charles Green in 11th, Blake Ticehurst in 12th. We pick up back with Ewan Charman chasing Reg Hayward over third place. Andrew Douglas is in the 4 car. The 32 is Mikey Walker as well. And then behind them, Devon Nolan and Levi Earl are nose to tail as well, working hard to stay on the back of them. Devon Nolan indeed with the fastest lap of the race that last time through. Now pulling out of the slipstream of Reg Hayward is Ewan Charman. We've seen Ewan make some good moves today, but that unfortunately did not happen there for him. He's got to be careful when he picks his moment, because as I've said so many times today, such has been the frequency of getting these nice tight-knit groups of karts. It's going to be expensive if you misjudge it. There's Devon Nolan, though, trying down the inside of Mikey Walker, it looked to me, and I think made that move stick. We stick back with Reg Hayward, though, who's under serious pressure still from Ewan Charman and Andrew Douglas heading towards the boot. The gap at the front, by the way, is only 0.4 of a second between Ethan Jeff Hall and Chase Fernandez. So for Chase not allowing Ethan to get on away with it, you can just see them there flashing through your shot. But you can understand we're sticking with the third place battle for now, because it is nice and close as they come up the hill. This is where Ewan Charman had a good run last lap, but is he going to do it this lap? No, he's going to think better of it. Devon Nolan past Mikey Walker confirmed, as is Ben Crossley, who's got past Levi Earl on that last lap as well. Moves further down, Harrison Crowther past George Barker, Aaron Full and Darren Amor. On the recovery, of course, is Amor now past Callum Ghosh. Support coming in for Reg Hayward and Devon Nolan from Harry Friel. Do keep your comments coming in, folks. Great to know who you're supporting here today. On to lap number 9. All of these drivers are setting personal bests that are mere hundreds apart, but Devon Nolan again with the fastest lap of the race of 47.06. Again, Reg Hayward under attack from Ewan Charman. Ewan Charman trying to find that could have been a replay from 2 laps ago, quite frankly. Exactly the same thing happened then, except this time, if anything, it was slightly more costly because Andrew Douglas looked a little bit more like he could possibly have a go into Ashby, but thought better of it. But yeah, this is the thing. You can end up with a battle getting into a bit of a rhythm in a bad way, in that you end up not knowing where to, you keep trying the same move and your competitor gets used to you trying that move. And if nothing comes to break that up, then it can make it really difficult. Or if you don't do something to break that up and try and move in a different place. But then, of course, that comes with the risk judgment, as we saw in the previous race. That can all end in tears. This time, it's Andrew Douglas who peeled out to driver's right and tried to move, but I think that was half in distraction, really, because I think he was a bit too far back to make the move there. We just saw Ben Crossley in the 5, now very much a part of this pack of karts. In fact, there's just do you remember everyone, everyone played Snake on their phone at some point, right? Might be showing my age there slightly. But anyway, it's kind of like that. This train of karts is just building now. Ethan Jeff Hall leads and set a new fastest lap of the race, and is the first driver of this class we've seen today, I think, to dip below the 47-second mark, 46.94. So he is going as fast as he really can. Again, Andrew Douglas has a look, and this time he's going to try and go for it on Ewan Charman, but can't make it stick, and that's going to compromise both of them. And that's going to give Ben Crossley and Devon Nolan a little bit of an invitation there. Now we stick with it. This could get interesting. Look how it's bunching up behind them, though. Levi Earl's on the back of this. Mikey Walker's on the back of this. It's now everybody from 3rd down to 9th, nose to tail, and it's not like Blake Ticehurst in 10th and Josh Camber, resting on their laurels and going, let's not try and catch up to this. This is getting really interesting now. And it's not a done deal at the front either. Jeff Hall and Fernandez, they're trading tenths at the head of this field. Up the hill again for Reg Hayward. This time Ewan Charman has a bit of breathing space to make it. They're 3 wide behind, though, between Levi Earl and Mikey Walker and Blake Ticehurst. And Blake has got both of them, I think, there through the top part of the circuit. That was a lovely bit of driving there up the hill. And through Christmas Corner, I'm pretty sure that went the way of Blake Ticehurst. We go back to the Reg Hayward versus Ewan Charman, though. Into the boot they go. And can Charman tuck underneath? No, he can't. It goes on to another lap. Let's double check what happened with that 3-wide battle. Coming up the hill, it was Blake Ticehurst who it went with. So Blake Ticehurst, Mikey Walker, Josh Camp going side by side. Oh, Devon Nolan's dropping down. Devon Nolan has dropped down the order. It's gutting for Devon. I'm not sure I spotted what happened to Devon out there, but he's dropping down the order. I'm not seeing Pitt coming up on timing. So he's stricken it somewhere there out on circuit. Bearing in mind, I don't have full vantage point of the circuit where I am. I'm relying quite a bit on the cameras here. In all of that, though, sorry, whilst I was trying to register that, we should say Ewan Charman has finally got past Reg Hayward, and there's the 4 versus the 5. Andrew Douglas versus Ben Crossley. And Blake Ticehurst has taken advantage of that as well. So Douglas now in 5th, Blake Ticehurst in 6th, and Ben Crossley in 7th. Charles Green had a bit of a costly lap there as well, dropped down the order. Now Oliver Smith in 11th, Daniel Amor in 12th, and Aaron Fool in 13th and 14th for Charles Green. Harrison Crowther past Callum Ghosh now, just working gradually up the order. But yeah, something happened. Devon Nolan is circulating, and there onto the grass has gone the number 32. That's Mikey Walker going out onto the green stuff, and that's going to be costly as well and take him off the back of this pack. So someone starting to drop very sadly on this one. But it's still an amazing battle we're being treated to here. It's still not a done deal. I mean, he's got 1 minute on the clock. It would take something quite phenomenal from Chase Fernandez now to close the gap. I know 6/10 doesn't sound like a lot, but it's probably just enough for Ethan Jeff Hall to keep him at arm's length. Here is that gap. It's not impossible to believe that could be closed, but it'll take some doing, such as the pace from Ethan Jeff Hall. Ewan Charman in 3rd, but he is not home and dry yet versus the others. Look at this coming through Ashby Corner now. And there is 2nd place Chase Fernandez into Osiers, and then here is the battle between absolutely everybody else. The 37 of Reg Hayward involved there. I'm wondering if there was a can I see Devon Nolan in amongst this group? Oh, I didn't see his distinctive green helmet then. No, that's not. Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to verify that I wasn't just having a false positive of a transponder issue or something there. Up the hill though, Reg Hayward. Look at them all going to driver's right, and Blake Tyson going, all right, I'll take the normal line and see what happens. In the event, nothing did come of it, but that's the kind of out the box thinking you've got to do in these kind of trains. And down the inside goes Blake Ticehurst on Ben Crossley and makes the move stick into Ashby, and that was lovely stuff there from Blake. Gets himself up into 6th place, but then ahead of him, that was Andrew Douglas, I think, trying a move on Ewan Charman, and it's gone his way. So Andrew Douglas now up into 4th place. Can he challenge Reg Hayward, or has the battling that they've been doing as they go on to the final lap, has that given Reg Hayward the breathing space he needs? It may well have done so. The gap at the front is 7/10 of a second between Ethan Jeff Hall and Chase Fernandez. I don't think Fernandez is close enough to challenge that, unless Jeff Hall makes a mistake under the pressure. But look at this, the battle over 4th place. Andrew Douglas, they almost went in like a sort of a flying formation there, each trying to get that little bit further out onto the normal racing line. Again, going defensive is Andrew Douglas. Ewan Charman doing exactly the same, going to the inside. Is anyone going to try anything down into Osiers? Blake Ticehurst is going to get a great run on Ewan Charman, and he might even have the opportunity, but he's going to run wide there. No, he's not. He's going to hold it together, so that was another nice move from Blake Ticehurst. Ethan Jeff Hall, though, is going to come round the final corner here to take a brilliant victory in the Minimax for round 5 here. And look at this, coming towards the end. It's Chase Fernandez in 2nd, Reg Hayward in 3rd, but who's going to finish 4th? It is going to be Andrew Douglas. Blake Ticehurst in 5th, 6th for Ewan Charman. It's then Ben Crossley in 7th, 8th for Levi Earl, Josh Camp in 9th, 10th for Mikey Walker. Daniel Amor is in 11th, 12th for Oliver Smith. Aaron Full is in 13th, 14th for Harrison Crowther. Charles Green in 15th, and it's William Ray, Ollie Wise, Callum Ghosh, George Barker and Sasha Bagley to round out your top 20. Oliver Sander, Lloyd Hare, Freddie Worlock, George Ivanov, Harrison Morrow in 25th, Corey Fowler, Michael Dalton, Wilf Butler, and Devon Nolan was still circulating, finished 29th, and then Lena Summers-Kelly, all of them were circulating, will round out your runners for that one. Well, I've got to pace myself, folks, because I've still got to get through these races. Moments like that are going to make it difficult. Next up, then, is going to be a break in a bit of the order. It's Honda, as in the order we've had up until this point, because next is the B final in Honda Cadets. Just to be clear, we don't currently have any grids in the box for this one, unfortunately. So we are going to have to call this one somewhat as we see it. Can confirm the Honda Cadet B Final is coming out onto circuit now. And it's 7 karts that have come out for that one. Here they are. So a standing start for these. And I'm just double checking what the situation is for the B finals. I would imagine there is a promotion system in place on this one. It looks to me like Jake Schulz is lining up in pole position there. Jensen Walker in the 22 is in second. Looks like it's Samuel Gamayo and Harrison Leach on row 2. Noah McNicholas and Thomas Butcher on row 3. And Hugo Majewski rounding out your 7-kart grid in the 41. 12 minutes on the clock then. Eyes on the lights, and away we go. Jensen Walker leads, Jake Schulz leads them away, but it's a good start from Jensen Walker. Reacted well to the lights there, and I think has got the jump as they come round the crook. It is indeed the 22 of Jensen Walker. It's one of my commentators' bingo card points ticked off. I've commentated on a number 22 driver called Jensen, and I'm liking the quite stylistically close helmet there, but he's coming under pressure from Jake Schulz there down into Ashby, and I think that's Jake back through. Indeed it is the 27 up into first place again, but Jensen will try and tuck underneath, but he's going to come under pressure from Samuel Gamayo. No, it's not, sorry, it's Noah McNicholas. And I'm also just having it confirmed that it is the top 4 that go through. I was furiously trying to just double check that number because I don't want to call that wrong. But yeah, top 4 going through of this one. So that's the big thing to play tactically with this. Jake Schulz leads after lap 1, then Jensen Walker in second. Third for Noah McNicholas. And Samuel Gamayo at the moment in that all-important 4th place, but coming under pressure from Hugo Majewski in the 41, who can't make it stick, and that's going to give Harrison Leach an opportunity in the 79, with Thomas Butcher behind. Maybe a small grid this, but make no mistake, tactically, this is one of those fascinating races where, you know, because it's the top 4 that go through, you've got to play it differently. And there is the move attempt now from Majewski on Gamayo. Side by side onto the back straight, going too wide, almost trying to go 3 wide as Harrison Leach tries to get involved, but it's still as they were. No, it's not, because Thomas Butcher has got by now. So it's Gamayo in 4th. Then it's Thomas Butcher, Harrison Leach and Hugo Majewski. Up the hill then for the 2nd place battle, that was coming up the hill. Jensen Walker feeling the need to go defensive against Noah McNicholas. But here's the key thing. If you're either of those 2 drivers, there's no point throwing away a top 4 finish on the grounds of a careless move. As behind them there's an attempt into Ozier's, I think that was Harrison Leach trying to go down the inside of Thomas Butcher. But at the same time, if you're Noah McNicholas, you do have to appreciate, you know, he probably wants to have an additional buffer position, if you like. So he'd like to get past Jensen Walker to give himself that buffer. But at the same time, if he does it in a way that results in them both losing time and maybe losing, and more importantly, losing position, it won't be worth it, of course. Sam Gamayo tries to pull down the inside there, but they're going side by side ahead of him here. Jensen Walker versus Noah McNicholas, and this is exactly the kind of situation where you have to give the space, and there's a dip of the wheels onto the grass for Jensen Walker, but manages to gather it back up and retain his position at the moment. Gamayo can't find a way by, but that's exactly the kind of moment I was talking about. It's so easy to get, you know, overwhelmed, well, not overwhelmed, but have that racer mindset that makes, I've got to get the position, I've got to get the position. And here is Gamayo now going down the inside of Jensen Walker. Now, in theory, this has done no harm to any of them in terms of the promotion up into the A final. But, you know, obviously that's where more points are on offer. You know, the maximum you can get for winning this B final, which, by the way, at the moment, Jake Schull's doing a brilliant job on. He's 4.3 seconds up the road. But, you know, you can there's a max value to the points that you can get. And all that exchange has allowed Jensen Walker to be on the bubble, as they would say in Formula 1 qualifying, in that 4th place position. And now with only half a second gap to Harrison Leach behind, whereas before he was running 2nd and absorbing the rest. So giving each other space and doing respectful moves is crucial in this scenario. There is your race leader, Jake Schulz. Doing a good job controlling this one. 54.15 is best lap time at the moment, 4.3 seconds to the good. There is a battle of 2nd, which is making me nervous for them. They might not be nervous, but I'm nervous for them. It's crucial that when they do make the move, they don't try and hold each other up too much. In some sense, you know, as I say, young drivers, got to be careful there. Yeah, I can understand why Samuel's holding his hand up, because that was a little bit late for the move there from Noah. And don't get me wrong, I'm not, you know, these are young drivers who essentially are here to race and learn the racecraft, but that strategic thinking in scenarios like this, where you do get a promotion system coming into to finals like this, it's crucial to have. And actually, just as I say that, Harrison Leach has got by Jensen Walker as Hugo Majewski, as these two go side by side into the boot, and that is the move from Samuel Gamayo up into 2nd place. So it's now Jake Schulz, Samuel Gamayo, Noah McNicholas, then it's Harrison Leach, Hugo Majewski, Jensen Walker and Thomas Butcher. So I'm not sure if we captured what went on with Jensen Walker there, but he's lost out a couple of positions there, and crucially is no longer in that top 4. So Gamayo now in that 2nd place. And there's an opportunity now for Hugo Majewski to break into the top 5, because he's not too far off, top 4, excuse me, because he's not too far off the back of Harrison Leach. In fact, look how that's closed up on this lap. And this is the reason this race is interesting to me. Yeah, okay, the leader's 5.8 seconds up the road, but beyond that, the gaps really aren't that big. There is the battle between Harrison Leach and Hugo Majewski. That is over 4th place. That is over the final promotion spot. So this is what it's all about at the moment. Even if these two drivers may not realise it, you know, this has become quite a spread out field. You may not realise it, that necessarily that it's for such a crucial position, but that's what it's all about. It's trying to have good race awareness. And down the inside now goes Majewski. That was a lovely move through Ashby. And gives the sign to say, let's work together. And in many ways, I'd agree, but there's not that much time left on the clock. And there's Leach trying to go for it, and there's contact, and they're round. And Majewski is round, and Leach is going to carry on. And that's going to be a controversial moment in this race. And yeah, Majewski's frustrated with that. Jake Schulz sets another fastest lap of the race at 53.83. Here's your 2nd and 3rd place, Samuel Gamayo and Noah McNicholas. Harrison Leach then now in 4th place, but you know what that's done? That incident on the last lap, that's brought Jensen Walker back into the picture. And here's the move just down the inside, and it's so difficult to tell from those camera angles. I'd honestly need a bit of an on-board, because, you know, at some point Hugo has got to turn back and be on the track still to do the right-hand kink onto the back straight. And Harrison Leach needs to give room. At the same time, Harrison was doing a very, you know, earnest attempt to take that position, and it's always on very fine margins, I find, coming out of Ozier's, coming onto that back straight. My gut instinct would be that because of where the contact occurred on Majewski's kart, it was on the rear left, right? It was enough to put him into the spin. It's still fair to say, I think, that Majewski definitely had a fair amount of his kart ahead there, and so needed the racing room. But, you know, if Harrison was pushing the limit to try and make the pass, it's a difficult call. I'm not going to come down on either side, if I may be so diplomatic, based off of those two camera angles alone, or that cut between the cameras. But here it is for the crucial position, and I think Jensen might know it, because Jensen's trying hard here to take this one. Jake Schulz is looking nailed on for the win. Samuel Gamayo and Noah McNicholas running well in second and third, and relatively far apart now. Here it is, though. This is for the final promotion spot. On the outside for Wilkins is Jensen. He's going to try and go round the outside of Wilkins, and has got the job done. What a move to take fourth place from Jensen Walker. That was a brilliantly judged move. Here is Jake Schulz to cross the line. He's going to take the win for the B final and bag himself a spot in the A final. Samuel Gamayo is going to come second, and Noah McNicholas third, and as far as we're aware, that bags them places in the final as well. And Jensen Walker is going to cross the line in the crucial fourth place to, as far as we can understand it here in the box, take the final promotion spot into the A final, after all must have felt a little bit lost after the you know, dropping from second earlier on, or even, excuse me, dropping from the overall lead of the race in the early phases. But manages to come back, and then it's Harrison Leach in fifth, Thomas Butcher in sixth, and Hugo Majewski in seventh. As I always maintain, don't let a small grid convince you that it's not going to be exciting, folks. That one was interesting, fascinating for me. Next up here then at Whilton Mill is going to be the trophy final in Junior Max. Here's your grid then for your Junior Max final. Ronnie Mansfield will start this one from pole with Jez Williams alongside Sam Gornall, and Dan Armstrong are on row number 2 with David Leitner and Leo Purchase on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Lexi Belk and Max Lee. Alfie Gallagher and Jacob Dukes round out the top 10. Then it's Joe Garraway, hopefully okay after that incident earlier on, and Jensen Weston alongside Ronnie Smith and Jack Cooper on row 7. Row 8 is Spencer Brown and James Jackson. Leo LaCastro and Miles Dawn make up row 9. Mikey Porter and Freya Belk round out your top 20. Murphy Aldridge and Jessica White are on row 11. Noah Hadley and Oliver Kerr are on row 12. Daniel Chibula and Luke Ringham are row 13. Row 14 is Charlie Ellis and Ollie Ward. Alfie Bray and Jacob Rhodes round, no, they don't round it out, because it's Michael Morgan and George Allen on row 16. Apologies on that front. So here we go then. Ronnie Mansfield in the number 62. We're going to be good for the off here. And away they go for the 12-minute final. Ronnie Mansfield will lead them away. And up the hill they go, and it's been a good start for him there as they head up the hill for the first time. You can see David Leitner has had a good start there, and he's having to go defensive into Christmas corner. Down towards Ashby, and through that for the first time, through Wilkins corner there. It's still Ronnie Mansfield who's leading the pack through this midsection of the lap there. Through the latter part of this lap, on this early lap, it is going to be across the line Ronnie Mansfield, David Leitner in second, Jez Williams in third at the end of that first lap, and Daniel Armstrong in fourth. Coming up the hill now, though, here is the challenge coming on a Leitner from Jez Williams and gets the job done through Christmas Corner. Daniel Armstrong in fourth. And down into Ashby there goes Armstrong as well. Good move that on a Leitner. Onto the back straight then come our leaders. Ronnie Mansfield, Jez Williams, the 62 and the 9. And Jez Williams has started this one with clear intent here. On to lap number 3. New fastest lap of the race from Jez Williams to start to put the pressure on our leader. Plenty of good battles throughout. Sam Gornall on the move there, up 3 positions on that lap. Issues potentially towards the back though. We've got James Jackson away off the... Yeah, James Jackson lost a lot of time on that lap, as has Spencer Brown and Daniel Chibula. There is why Spencer Brown has lost time. Clearly got an issue with the kart of some description. That's disappointing for Brown. This pack though towards the head of the field, and there has been a change here at the head because it is Jez Williams to the front now. So Jez in the lead of this one, Ronnie Mansfield in second. Dan Armstrong, new fastest lap of the race though, with a 46 dead as they come up the hill now. And Armstrong's going to think about having a look at Mansfield, but thinks better of it. And there is the move back from Ronnie Mansfield for the lead of the race. But immediately Jez Williams is going to come back at him. This is brilliant stuff at the head of the field. Now Daniel Armstrong's going to try and get involved. David O'Leitner is going to want a party as well. Into the boot now. That's the 34 of Jacob Dukes battling away with the number 10 of Alfie Gallagher. Again, Sam Gornall's on the move though, got by Jacob Dukes on that. Here's the lead battle then. Jez Williams up the hill, Ronnie Mansfield in the wheel tracks, Dan Armstrong, David O'Leitner and Lexi Belk, all part of this. And trying down the inside there is Daniel Armstrong at Ashby Corner. And now there's the opportunity for Lexi Belk trying to get involved. There's a little bit of a tap though coming through Wilkins. Manages to hang back and not have an issue at the moment. Leo Perch is involved in this battle as well now. So this is at least a 6-kart battle at the front. We've had some good luck messages coming in for Lexi and Freya Bell. Hello to Reece Jones, hello to Hannah Houston. Both messaging in with their support. And Lexi is right in with this battle at the moment. They're in the 98 car. Has David O'Leitner right there as well. Onto the back straight then. Somehow, for it being nose to tail at the front, it's calmed for a moment. I don't know how that's happened. To confirm then, James Jackson and Spencer Brown with the 2 karts who had to peel into the pit for some reason or another. Another fastest lap of the race from Daniel Armstrong to take him again close to the back of Jez Williams here. But they're both trading hundreds here. And look at this, side by side between O'Leitner and Belk. And that's gone the way of David O'Leitner at the moment, up into 4th place for David. But that little battle has given a bit, I emphasise that, of breathing space to Ronnie Mansfield ahead. And Leo Perch is now maybe looking to see if there's any opportunities against Lexi. Sam Gornall now not that far behind either in all of this train of karts. On to a new lap then. Jez Williams your leader, but only by some 0.2 of a second coming up the hill here. It's the number 9 versus the number 8. Dan Armstrong there is in the wheel tracks, but not close enough to try and move this time around. You can see how hard they're pushing the very limit to the brake, though. And Ronnie Mansfield is sticking with them as well. Nose to tail between the top 3, and then it's only some 0.6 back to David O'Leitner and Lexi Belk and Leo Perches.
Moves throughout the field as well. Alfie Gallagher getting by Max Lee for 8th place on that last lap. Jack Cooper and Mikey Porter both getting past Jacob Jukes. Leo LaCastro as well past Murphy Aldridge, and Noah Hadley on the move as well. So plenty of battles going on out there at the moment. You'll understand we have to keep our eyes glued to the front when it's this close at the front. And is this the opportunity for Daniel Armstrong? He's managed to tuck underneath, and he's going to go down the inside into Christmas Corner. If he can just get it stopped in time, and he can. Trying to get the switch back behind is Ronnie Mansfield. Is he going to try and spring the surprise on Jez Williams into Ashby? He's not going to be given the opportunity to do so because Williams is covering the inside. Half in attack and half in defence. Now it's Armstrong who's having to defend into Wilkins, but that'll compromise them both and have a bit of contact there. And that's the opportunity for Ronnie Mansfield at least to fire one down the inside of Jez Williams. And I thought that was all going to end in a bit more tears than that, but they managed to keep it going. Dan Armstrong leads. Ronnie Mansfield now trying to tuck underneath, though, through the boot section and can't make it happen. And what that's had the effect of is it's got everybody onto the tail of them now. So it's the top 6, almost 7 here. Sam Gornall's just a few tenths further back. It's Dan Armstrong, Ronnie Mansfield, Jez Williams, David O'Leitner, all over to driver's right. Lexi Belk, the first to take what might be considered the conventional racing line to try and get the switchback advantage. Leo Purchase and Sam Gornall not far behind at all. Look how they're peeling off to driver's right. As again, half in attack, half in defence here. Dan Armstrong must feel like he's holding back the whole world right now. Good battle going on further back as well. Alfie Gallagher, Max Lee, Mikey Porter that you just saw in shot then. David Lejner trying to have a look. And you can see now how the 4 of Sam Gornall has properly got onto the back of this pack. He's right on the tail of Lexi Belk. So, but it's been at the expense of Leo Purchase, who's dropping down the order, I see, and has gone into the pits. So it's not become a 7-kart battle, I'm afraid, because one of the 7 has had to peel off of this. Through the top of the circuit once again. 4 minutes left to go on this clock, so plenty of time for this to play out. It's very obvious to me that the gloves are already off. There's no plan to work together here. Dan Armstrong is inventing new lines for himself at the moment round here to try and hold this wave of drivers back into the boot. No opportunity to tuck underneath there. It's a change though. Belk past O'Leitner. In fact, that's all changed. Sam Gornall up into 4th, Lexi Belk into 5th. David O'Leitner down to 6th. Now it's Jez Williams under pressure from Ronnie Mansfield, if anything, and that's going to give Sam Gornall opportunity. No, it's not. It's going to bulk him and slow him down. That's going to give Lexi Belk the opportunity, but can Belk go anywhere in that scenario? No, and the answer is it stays as they were. Brilliant stuff here at Whilton Mill. Noah is flying, says Josh Selway. Yes, he is. Good point. Making up steady positions up to 13th so far for Noah Hadley. That's Lexi Belk on Jez Williams, I think, though. Yes, there it is. So Belk ahead of Williams now. So it's Dan Armstrong, Ronnie Mansfield, Sam Gornall, Lexi Belk, Jez Williams, David O'Leitner. Alfie Gallagher is about a second off the back of this pack. Look how early Sam Gornall feels the need to go across there to defend, and Belk's going to be taken by O'Leitner there. Yes, indeed. Through Ashby Corner, but all this is slowly but surely giving a little bit of breathing space now to Ronnie Mansfield. And well, it might, because they're now 1.4 seconds off the back of Dan Armstrong. So, can Ronnie Mansfield use that? Use the relative calm of not having everyone breathing down his neck, as, you know, these 4 are. Although this is the first lap I've seen in a while where they all take the normal racing line. But don't worry, there's still action, because that is Max Lee going down the inside of Alfie Gallagher for 7th place. And here we go. That's the move into Wilkins for Jez Williams. Down the inside of Sam Gornall. Can Gornall respond? No, he can't. So that's a move done. Good job from Jez Williams into 3rd place. Sam Gornall suddenly tries to open out the corner, but Jez Williams is wise to it and defends, but they are going to drift wide. Sam Gornall's going to try and tuck his nose underneath. The 2 behind him are going to smell opportunity there as he's bumping over the curb somewhat there. I think that that's going to compromise Sam Gornall up the hill slightly. It's given Jez Williams a bit of breathing space, and now it's all on Gornall to defend. David Leitner is going to try and open up the inside. Once again, Lexi Belk tries to take the conventional line, but that's left her open to attack from Max Lee in the 12 coming through. And indeed, that's happened now. So Max Lee has arrived on the scene, as has Alfie Gallagher, and has put Lexi Belk to the back of it. Dramatic stuff, this, amongst our Junior Max finalists here. This is brilliant stuff. Daniel Armstrong controls this one, 1.4 seconds to the good. Ronnie Mansfield trying his best, but I don't think he's got enough in him to close that gap. And then it's Jez Williams, Jez Williams has now been able to check out of this fight. Just one by one, we get like one person who gets freedom from this fight, but then 3 more people join it from the bat. Now, that is Alfie Gallagher under pressure from Mikey Porter, who I've barely had a chance to mention in this one. Somehow Sam Gornall is able to defend this one. This is brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant stuff from our Junior Max drivers. And they're all going down the inside. Are they going to push each other wide? Yes, they are. I think there's going to be some drivers almost going on the grass there. Mikey Porter and I think Jez Williams getting held up there, and Alfie Gallagher involved. Well, not Jez Williams, sorry. Jez Williams has been able to check out. There's Jez Williams. On to the last lap then for Daniel Armstrong. Ironically, the podium positions may be somewhat determined now. Daniel Armstrong in the lead, Ronnie Mansfield and then Jez Williams. But Sam Gornall, actually, even he has some breathing space now. Can Leitner hold off Porter? Can Gallagher hold off Max Lee? Lexi Belk's still in this as well. In top 10, and there's contact. There's contact there, and that's going to lead. And that's going across there into the line as well. I think that was Max Lee who was spearing across the grass there, and ended up going straight. I was worried then for a moment because it was going right into the line of the karts, and it did slow them down. But thankfully, no major contact made to hurt anyone or anything like that. But it's going to be Daniel Armstrong who takes the win in Junior Max. Ronnie Mansfield in second, Jez Williams in third. It's going to be Sam Gornall in fourth. Who's left running to come fifth and sixth? It is David Leitner and Mikey Porter. Jacob Jukes in seventh, Lexi Belk in eighth. It is Alfie Gallagher and Max Lee who dropped down the order. So those were the 2 who made contact up just coming out of Inkermans down towards Ashby. Jack Cooper in ninth, 10th for Noah Hadley, Murphy Aldridge in 11th, 12th for Leo LaCastro. Then it was Ronnie Smith, Jensen Weston, Oliver Carr in 15th. Then Alfie Gallagher classifies in 16th. Freya Belk, Luke Ringham, Jessica White, Alfie Bray to round out the top 20. Charlie Ellis, Ollie Ward, Michael Morgan, Max Lee, George Allen in 25th. And then I think issues have befallen the likes of Miles Dawn, Leo Purchase, Daniel Chabula, James Jackson and Spencer Brown. A fair few dropping off the bat there after an incident early on. That was a fairly dramatic final there. It's the X30 Juniors out next here at Whilton Mill. Your final in X30 Junior then for round number 5. Finley Harrison will take this one from pole. Henry Gregory alongside. Reese Lomax and Leo Brown are on row number 2. Kean Geraghty and Micah Taylor on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Luke Sindler and Luke Taylor. It's going to be Ethan Simmons and Thomas Reddy rounding out the top 10. Sam Longley and Ollie Still on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Jensen Buckingham and Kian Gamayo. Jude Fernerhoff and Jack Collins make up row 8. Row 9 is Jaden Gregg and Harry Yule. And it's going to be Lily Jeffs and Kai Carrington rounding out your top 20. Kira Harris and Oliver Harris on row 11. Row 12 will be Tom Ryan and Tristan Powell, and that is how they line up for the 24 kart grid in your X30 Junior Final for round 5 of the sorry, I'm just going to get myself together after that. For round 5 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. There we go. You know it's been a frantic one when I'm having to take a pause to say the name of the championship. Ah, goodness me. Thank you everyone for your comments coming in, by the way. A lot of people saying that Noah did a great job in that race. He did, working his way up through the order. Here we go, though. Who's going to take X30 Junior spoils? Away goes Finley Harrison, and we're away for our trophy final in X30 Juniors. The 12-minute final coming up the hill. It is Finley Harrison in the 49 as they head into Christmas Corner. 24 karts go in. Delighted to say 24 come out. Side by side, though, between Rhys Lomax and Henry Gregory for second place, but it's still Gregory for now. Leo Brown there ahead of Ethan Simmons. Cian Garrity looks to be slow onto the back straight. That's going to leave him exposed to attack from Micah Taylor, and he knows it. He's got to go defensive. There's a little nudge on the rear of Garrity's kart there by Micah Taylor, but it does stay as they were coming through the boot section between those two. So it's Finlay Harrison in the lead, Henry Gregory in second, third for Rhys Lomax, Cian Garrity in fourth, Micah Taylor in fifth. Good start from him. Luke Sintler in sixth, seventh for Leo Brown. But look at this, Micah Taylor now looks down the inside of Cian Garrity through the top part of the lap and gets the job done through Christmas Corner. Good move there by Micah Taylor. Can Garrity come back? No, he can't. But the 72 of Luke Sintler is almost going to get nominated into a move by Leo Brown there. That looked like it was contact. It was just, you go for a move. I don't feel like it. That was like your mate pushing you forward for the football team at school. That was like, yeah, he'll do it. Not the usual way of doing it. And Ethan Simmons, capitalising on that to get by on Cian Garrity. So it's been a slightly costly lap that for Cian there. So Finlay Harrison in the lead, Henry Gregory with him, and this is your lead battle. It is not a done deal in the early phases here at all. Gregory keeping Harrison very honest at the front. Rhys Lomax not too far off the back either. Micah Taylor in fourth, Luke Sintler in fifth, Leo Brown, Ethan Simmons and Cian Garrity to round out the top group of 8 who have broken away slightly here. And you can see them. A slight gap back to the likes of Luke Taylor, Jack Collins, Thomas Reddy, Jensen Buckingham, who are having a great little battle of their own. Jude Ferderhoff and Jaden Graham. This is for the lead of the race. Henry Gregory goes for that late move in the boot and makes it work that time around of the instances we've seen of that attempted today. Henry Gregory to the head of the field in the number 77 and did so while setting the fastest lap of the race as well, although that's immediately beaten incidentally by Leo Brown. Such is the closeness of pace out there. Henry Gregory, Finlay Harrison, Rhys Lomax still there in third though, only half a second back. Looks less now that actually, if I'm honest. Micah Taylor has dropped behind Leo Brown, it looks to me. I think that's a change for position for fourth in the background on this lap, if I just read that situation correctly. Yes, it is indeed. Leo Brown now ahead of Micah Taylor. Micah Taylor coming under pressure from Ethan Simmons. Up the hill then this time, Micah Taylor with the E-plated Simmons in his slipstream. Still not spreading out much across this top 8. Luke Taylor trying to get onto the back of this as well. There they are, Luke Taylor and Jude Ferderhoff there. And there's Simmons making the move past Micah Taylor. So that's Ethan Simmons up into 5th place. And we come on to lap number 6. Several drivers setting personal best. They just keep getting faster at the moment, but it is still closing up at the front. Finlay Harrison is not letting Henry Gregory get away with this one for free. Rhys Lomax holding in third there well at the moment. Cian Garrity here in the 73 chasing down the orange and black suited Micah Taylor. Coming onto the back straight here. Garrity trying to make up for a slight loss in position over the last couple of laps, or a few laps ago. Actually, I think they've held station for a lap or so just to give my voice a rest, which is very nice of them. Here's the lead battle though. Fastest lap of the race last time by Finlay Harrison has brought the gap down to some 0.2 of a second. So it is battle being rejoined here at the front. And if you're Rhys Lomax or Leo Brown, that's no Whilton Mill corner puns intended. That's like Christmas come early because they really want these two to start battling if at all possible. And there's Cian Garrity down the inside of Oziers on Micah Taylor. Nice move there from Cian Garrity to get himself up into 6th place. And there, right onto the scene is Leo Brown. Wow, That was, no, excuse me, that's Luke Sintler. Apologies, there's Luke Sintler right onto the scene. Brilliant shot move there on Micah Taylor there. I doubt Micah was expecting that one. Back to the lead battle. Finley Harrison, Henry Gregory, or not in that order, sorry. Finley Harrison chasing Henry Gregory, I should say. There is, oh, that looked like a late move from Ollie Stilp on Jensen Buckingham there at the top of the hill as well. Great battles going on throughout this field. Sam Longley's just got up to 18th place. Support coming in for Jack Collins on the YouTube comments. Up to 11th place so far for Collins. Just past the halfway mark then in this final for X30 Junior. And there's a nice little battle going on between Kai Carrington and Lily Jeffs as well. That's a battle over 19th place. There is always someone for you to battle. And right now there is a lead battle coming through Ashby Corner there. When does Finley try to make the move? Is he going for the shot factor? Is he going for let's open up a gap to give ourselves both a buffer to have a polite little battle in the dying moments over who wins, rather than go for it now and risk it being over not just who wins but who manages to finish anywhere in the top 10, because if they start battling now they will cause the traffic jam to start forming. Through Ashby Corner they go. Keane Garrity coming onto the back of Ethan Simmons as well, I notice. And Reece Lomax and Leo Brown slowly but surely getting closer together as well. The question is that if you do pair off amongst this top 6, do you work together with the hope of catching up to the next pair, or do you start to fight? That's going to be a crucial judgment call for these drivers to make in our X30 Junior race here. Kira Harris has just got past Lily Jeffs for 19th place. Or something's just happened to Jensen Buckingham. He's dropping down the order, I'm sorry to report. Back of the field now for Jensen Buckingham. Can't see him crossing the timing loop for the pit lane. But some kind of drama has befallen the number 50s race, I'm sorry to report. Through paddock corner, over the cattle grid curb. You can see how Lomax and Brown have closed up for third now. And they have indeed paired off. It's Gregory and Harrison, it's Lomax and Brown, it's Simmons and Garrity. Those are your pairs amongst the top 6. And each pair can see what the next prize up the road is. And they want to realise that prize. They don't want to see here's what you could have won. The question is, as you start to come together in these things, you know, if you're Leo Brown, does Reece have enough pace? Is he really catching them? He hasn't been able to catch them so far. Do I go for the move? If so, where do I go for the move? It has to be a clean move. You know, all these sorts of things. These judgment calls to be made. Just under 3 minutes left on this clock. Lap number 13. Jaden Gregg past Jack Collins on that previous lap. 11th place gained. I've been talking about the top 6. Luke Sintler's not exactly, you know, he's not exactly in the next county. He could come into play if these battles start to be joined. Micah Taylor in 8th. Jude Fernerhoff. It's got slightly quieter for those two at the moment, but they're not completely checked out either. Here is Ethan Simmons and Keane Garrity. He's giving the symbol. He's like, no, 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 don't attack me, don't attack me. We've got to work together here. See the opportunity up ahead. Believe we can get there. It's like the most high-speed sales pitch you've got to give, the idea of let's work together. 2 minutes left on the clock then. When does Finley Harrison attempt the move? through Wilkins' corner, throwing it through there, using the fact that you've got the cut through there to serve a little bit of a tarmac run off to catch your car as you've swooped through there. In the boot, all about threading the needle through these apexes. Although that third apex doesn't matter as much, but that one matters. Paddock corner, get that one right. And they've been changed for third place. Leo Brown past Reese Lomax now, so he's made that judgment call and gone, no, I can go faster than this. Jude Fernerhoff has got past Micah Taylor as well for 8th place, so there are some changes beginning to happen now. 1 minute left on the clock. Well, those changes might, because now's the time. If you're going to make the move, you need to start thinking about where you're going to do it. There's going to be 2 more after this one. Here are your leaders. Henry Gregory, who's led this for the vast majority of the race, and Finley Harrison, the only other person who has led this race. On to the penultimate lap then for our race leaders. And at this point, Brown and Lomax are going, I don't know, man. That's 2-second gap. I'm not sure we can catch that. And now do the gloves come off? So harsh on the brakes there. Into Christmas corner, you can hear. That's brilliant to hear. Just how much they're pushing each other at the moment. And it's changed between Geraghty and Simmons as well. Cian Geraghty has gone past Ethan Simmons. Or at least he was just as they crossed the line. Very close, the gap between the 73 and the E-Kart, the E-plate kart. This time around they'll be showing the last lap board, and you can see Finley is trying to tuck underneath here. There's contact there. It's going to be side by side through the last corner. Is there going to be space for Finley on the inside? There is just about. Here's the final lap then, and already Finley has shown his hand. He's feeling racy about this one. Coming up the hill now. He's going to try to be in the wheel tracks. Henry Gregory's going to surely go over to the right-hand side. Yes, he is. Finley's going to try and take the conventional line, get the switchback through the top of the hill, but it's easily blocked. It's going to have to be down into Ashby if he's going to make those switchbacks work, but he's wise to it, is Gregory, and covers that off. So now it's going to be, can he get alongside for Wilkins? Being on the outside for Wilkins can set you up into, there's another tap as well, but it can set you up into Osiers. But Henry Gregory's positioning his kart nicely at the moment. It's going to have to be into the boot for Finley Harrison if he's going to do it at all. Can he get the switch back and tuck underneath? Can he go round the outside is what he's trying. He has got his nose alongside, side by side through the last corner for the win. There's contact in the wall, and that's Henry Gregory round. And in the very last corner, drama here at Whilton Mill. It is Finley Harrison across the line first, Leo Brown in second, Reese Lomax in third. Ethan Simmons crosses the line in fourth, Cian Geraghty in fifth, Micah Taylor in sixth. Well, I mean, he had the nose alongside, but it was just the lightest of contact. It's not that you can't go side by side through. I mean, it's not advised. Let's not beat about the bush here. But if you can give each other room, then it's, But giving each other room is such a crucial one because the inside curb of that final corner is not to be hit. You do not want to clatter over that. And what happened there, Finley did have a bit of contact with the curb. That meant that there was a bit of contact then going into the side of Henry, and then that pushes Henry out wide. And I know I'm coming across as the diplomat. I mean, it's good that I'm being diplomatic. I'm not race control. I don't have to make the call. But yeah, it just, Finley did have his nose alongside. It wasn't illegitimate for him to be there. There had to be some room given, otherwise Henry was going to cut right across his nose, which didn't happen. That's not what I'm saying did happen. But just a slight bit of contact on the inside with the curb for Finley, which would have bounced him across into Henry, and that would have put Henry wide, and at that point you're heading towards the wall. Difficult stuff. It is Finley Harrison anyway who crossed the line first there. I remind you all that results.alphatiming.co.uk is where you go for the official results of this one. Plenty of comments coming in on that one, understandably so. Next up here is going to be our Senior Max Final here at Whilton Mill. Plenty to talk about as we come towards the end of the day. Here's your grid then for your Senior Max Final. Excuse me. Sorry, Senior X30. Apologies for that. Ty Stansfield on pole, Vishal Patel alongside Lucas Ellingham and Nathan Amos are row 2. Ellis Borchia and Alex Keens are row 3. Row 4 is going to be Thomas Massarella and Jordan Brown. Then it's going to be Jake Yanagasawa and Archie Forber to round out your top 10. Alex Johnston and Mick Banner are on row 6. Row 7 is Benjamin Southgate and Thomas Clyde. Then it's Jerome Phillip and Oliver Henwood on row 8. Harrison Pugh and Daniel Hackett on row 9. Row 10 is Mason Weir and Jolie Pettit. Then it's going to be Matt Orcott and Curtis Louis to round out the 22 karts on the grid for this one. DW Media, unlucky, but on first glance got to know when a corner is lost. Obviously only on first glance, yeah. It's one of those ones you've got to watch back, isn't it, in a way, but yeah, it's a tough one because Henry was further in front with the nose going into the corner, but the overspeed was with Finlay. It's such a tough one. Such a tough one. That's why we like watching it, though. Support coming in for Curtis Louis from Karting World here. Do keep your comments coming in. X30 Seniors then. Ty Stansfield, your pole sitter for this one. Yes, it will be Senior Max after this. Sorry to anyone who's tuning in for that. Do hope you'll continue to enjoy the coverage, and if you're around the circuit, continue to enjoy the audio commentary. There is Ty Stansfield then in the 22. Vishal Patel alongside. Here we go then. Away for the final there. Into oblivion, and the crook they go. Up the hill for the first time. It is still Ty in the lead as they come up the hill. Lucas Ellingham, excuse me, though, has had a great run up the hill there. And there's contact and a bit of frog leap there. That was in the middle of the pack. And that's a bit of somebody's cart that they'll probably want back again. Struggling to... I think Alex Johnston was involved in that, because I'm sure I saw a 3-digit... Oh, and that's a spin there for the 44 as well. So who's involved here? That is the 304 of Johnston, and that's the 84, which would make it Yanagasawa, and the 80 of Jordan Brown, all involved in that. And I think as well we saw a spin for Dan Hackett as well, in between Wilkins and Oziers. So yeah, that's an interesting first lap there. Harrison Pugh, I'm seeing as well, seems to have not crossed the line, so issues there for Pugh. In amongst all of that, though, Lucas Ellingham in the lead, Ty Stansfield in second, and Vishal Patel in third. Here is Alex Keens in the 62, Archie Forber in his wheel tracks, as they go 2 wide, even 3 wide maybe. There. Mechanical flag being shown to Alex Johnston, from which I would maybe deduce that perhaps it's he who is missing a bit of his kart, namely the nose, the front bumper of it even. Here's your battle for the lead. Lucas Ellingham in the 99, the 22 of Ty Stansfield, and the 95 of Vishal Patel. And then there's a lovely battle still going on between Alex Keens and Archie Forber over 6th place. We've seen some good moves from both drivers today. So Archie has had a knack of working his way up the order, though. Seen him mount some good challenges up the field, and there is a move into Ozius, as if to prove the point. That was Forber down the inside of Keens. I reckon he's got the job done there. Lead battle then comes on to lap number 4. Ellis Borchia not too far off the back either. So we go back into the same sprint karting theory lesson. How long do you bide your time? When do the gloves come off? And when they do, how do you execute the move? Jordan Brown passed Jerome Phillip for 12th place on that last lap. And that is Alex Johnston in the pits. Able to go back out again, but time lost. And there is the 17 of Oliver Henwood reporting to the pit lane as well. So dramas aplenty at the front and the back. And in the middle, to be honest. Thomas Massarella past Benjamin Southgate for 8th place. Mason Weir past Mick Banner. And this is for the lead of the race, excuse me, Ty Stansfield. Brilliant run up the hill to get past Lucas Ellingham and get the job done there. So change for the lead. And now Ty will see what kind of pace he's got now that he's back at the front of this field. It was a great run up the hill for Stansfield. Vishal Patel, though, keeping both of these drivers honest, meaning that they can't throw caution to the wind with a single move. Jordan Brown past Mick Banner for 11th on that last lap. Thomas Glyde past Jerome Phillips. Some great battles going on throughout there. You can just see actually a good battle developing over 5th place between Nathan Amos and Archie Forber. Ellis Porsche a little bit in no man's land between these two packs at the moment, but certainly could become a factor. Alex Keen's not too far off either. And that is Lucas Ellingham back past Ty Stansfield. So they're clearly not working together too well. I mean, they're not holding each other too much with these moves at the moment. Coming up the hill, this is where Ty was so strong a few laps ago. It doesn't go for it this time. Feels almost like a bit of a cycling peloton at the moment. It's like, no, you have a stint at the front. Now, I'm getting tired of getting all the drag. You go to the front for a bit. Mick Banner and Thomas Glade currently in a good battle over 12th now. After there's been a few changes around, I mentioned how John Brown was working his way up the order. So you can just see how the top 7 there could all start to come together. It all depends on how fast these 3 can be in this next phase of the race, and also how long this next phase of the race is. Because if the gloves come off earlier, then if you're Alex Keynes, it's a good day. Otherwise, you might have a very quiet rest of the race. Glide now up to 12th, by the way. Jerome Phillip in 13th, Mick Banner in 14th. So they're all battling away there. Massarella and Southgate as well, quite close together in their battle over 8th. Which is there they are. You just saw them come into shot. I've been talking a lot about the top 7, but there is a battle going over 8th place. Just over the halfway point in this final for X30 Senior. Senior Max will be on track after that, and then we will finish off our day with the Honda Cadets A final. Come what may, at this point, I've thoroughly enjoyed my first visit of the 2021 season to the FastR WMKC. Support of FastR very much appreciated. Head over to bfastr.com. That's befastr.com for information about them. Here is the move from Ty Stansfield, and again it's a good run up the hill, but this time he's gone quite deep into Christmas Corner. Is that going to open himself up to a counter-attack into Ashby from Lucas Ellingham? No, it's not. Ellingham's going to leave it as it is for now. You can see behind them how Archie Forber and Ellis Bourchier have come together. In fact, has Forber gone past Bourchier? Yes, he has. Excuse me, that was the last lap story, Howard. Forber past Bourchier in 4th place, but it's critical that if you're Ellis Bourchier now, don't fight that. Just work together. Try and get onto the back and turn this into a 5-kart battle at the front. That's what you want to do. Timothy Bull says, very cool live timing website. I'm guessing you've gone to live.alphatime.co.uk. And there's the Alpha timing page there. There's loads of top tips I've got for how you can utilise that page. That obviously you've got the driver tracker. If you want to track a particular driver, click on their number plate, and it will select them. As there's some traffic here just being navigated. So if you click on their Kart number plate, it'll select them in a blue dot. If you click on it again, select it in a red dot. You click on it again, it takes away the dot. So if there's someone in particular you're following, select them. You can maybe highlight them in one colour, highlight who they're chasing or fending off in another colour. You can also click on drivers' names to bring up detailed lap chart information. Certain Mr. Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media has come in. How many races left? We have the Senior Max Final after this one. And then it will be the Honda Cadet A Final. So still a couple of races to go here after this one at Whilton Mill. Ty Stansfield, though, at the moment, just with a few kart lengths in hand now over Lucas Ellingham, but you don't get the feeling that this one's fully run yet. They're not as close together as they were. Jordan Brown past Benjamin Southgate. That's a recent change for 9th position. As I say, if you're the likes of Nathan Amos in 6th or Alex Keens in 7th, you might be there just a little bit going, oh, you were supposed to fight more than this. You were supposed to hold each other up a bit more. Here's Archie Forber and Ellis Borchia, which is not a battle that's done yet. Forber did a good move on Borchia a few laps ago, but they're waiting to see. They're waiting to see when the dam breaks on this fight at the front, if it breaks. Because has Ty Stansfield now just got enough? And I say enough, he's got a quarter of a second. So no, he hasn't got enough. In fact, this looks like a very good last sector of the lap from Lucas Ellingham. What is the gap now? Yeah, scratch that. He can't rest easy at all, can he? Coming up the hill this time, what's Lucas Ellingham got? We've seen several moves from these two up the hill. They're both quite strong in the wheel tracks of each other. Coming up the hill, through Inkermans, down into Ashby Corner. And if you're Vishal Patel, you've been biding your time all race long. You're really hoping that these two are just going to start roughing it up again properly on the last couple of laps, and that you'll just be able to read a moment perfectly and have a nice opportunistic move. Still the battle going on in that sort of 11th, 12th, 13th battle. Thomas Lyde past Jerome Phillip now. We've lost Jody Pettit, Oliver Henwood and Harrison Pugh from this race. Through the top of the circuit, our leaders come for the penultimate time, I would wager. And if you're Archie Forber and Ellis Borchia as well, at this point you go, right, we're not catching them, or if we are, we'll be very, very lucky. Now the gloves can come off between us as well. So expect to see Forber going defensive here in that 4th place battle as well. We keep our eyes, though, understandably so, on the final lap for this top 3. Vishal Patel is closer to Ellingham than Ellingham is to Stansfield. Stansfield has a quick look over his shoulder, and Vishal Patel's still saying, no, 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 you keep going. I'm not going to attack you at this point. That's an interesting one. I suppose Patel does know that, you know, he doesn't want to lose the opportunity for the win, but they're running out of outright opportunities here. Through Wilkins, and there goes Vishal Patel. He's gone for it into Wilkins now. Of all the places to go for it, that was interesting. And has that already neutralised any more fighting here? Ty Stansfield is going to come into the boot and run it round the last few corners, and Ty Stansfield is going to take the win for round number 5 in the X30 Seniors. Lucas Ellingham in 2nd, Vishal Patel in 3rd. Archie Forber holds off Ellis Borchia for 4th. Then it's Nathan Amos. Alex Keynes in 7th, Thomas Massarella in 8th, Jordan Brown in 9th. It'll be Mason Weir who gets past Benjamin Southgate on that last lap for 10th. Jerome Phillip we expect in 12th, and then it will be Jake Yanagasawa. Mick Banner has been taken on that last lap actually by Dan Hackett, recovering from that spin on lap 1. Curtis Louis, Alex Johnston, Matt Orcott, and then Thomas Glyde with a drama at the end there, putting him well down the order. Not quite sure what drama happened there, but yeah, drama aplenty in that one. That one felt like a storm cloud. It was always building in tension. It was like, is it going to kick off? In the end, it was all about that single moment for Vishal Patel to strike. Interesting place to choose to strike with that move in Wilkins, but sometimes that's how it's more about the tension and the strategy than it is about the actual moves that end up transpiring. Next then here at Wilton Mill, it is your final for Senior Max. Here's the grid then for your Senior Max final. Rob Ellis will take this one from pole. Sam Hawthorne alongside Harry Holland and Alex Hughes on row number 2. Teddy Clinton and Spencer Shinner on row 3. It's going to be Archie Brown and Luke Wooder on row 4. Ryan Luscombe and Joshua Valance to round out the top 10. Tommy Edmonds and Harrison Crook are on row 6. Row 7 will be Cheers Simpson and Catherine White. It'll be Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort and Joshua Pickford on row 8. Harry East and Joshua Taylor on row 9. Jaden Neil Holder and Carl Dunford round out your top 20. It'll be Bradley Philpott and Lewis Wild on row 11. Mikey Austin and Alex Jackson on row 12. Archie Elliott and Johnny Elliott on row 13. And Tommy Lee Davis and Jack Davis to round out the 28 kart grid for your Senior Max final. Now on some days we would finish with a Senior Max final, but there is the Honda Cadet A final, don't forget, after this one. And speaking of me talking it being like a storm cloud, some of those clouds are looking a little ominous. I would describe the atmosphere as muggy, although that might be because I'm in the comms box and need I need a fan in here or something. But it strikes me that, yeah, this was around about the time of day when it had perhaps the highest chance of thunderstorms. So we should keep one eye on the sky in this. Senior Max formation lap though. This one's provided us with some entertainment today. I'm being told that there's no rain expected in the next hour. So maybe I gave you some false drama there. But it has been known for the forecast to be wrong in this part of the world. Here we go though, away for the 12 minutes Senior Max final, and immediately Rob Ellis moves across to try and deter any move as they head through Oblivion and the Crook for the first time, and indeed it is Rob Ellis who still leads them up the hill. Samuel Hawthorne trying to hold off Harry Holland as they all stream through Christmas Corner. It's a cleaner start than we saw in the X30 Seniors at Christmas. Down into Ashby Corner, that looked like a move. Oh, we've got a spinner. We've got some contact there, and that was Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort who was involved. We'll double check on timing, but that's a second race in a row, sadly, for Klein-Nagelvoort. Did so well in the first heat, and then I think has had dramas. Assuming I've called that correctly, let's double check it as they come across the line. Rob Ellis leads, Sam Hawthorne in second, and it's not Nagelvoort. Apologies, it is not Klein-Nagelvoort. It is Cheers Simpson, Ryan Luscombe and Tommy Edmonds who's had that. So I actually saw the 99, not the 93. Apologies for that. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort actually benefited quite hugely from that and is in 10th place as a result. So Simpson, Luscombe and Edmonds, I'm afraid, have had a bit of a dramatic first lap. This is Teddy Clinton with Spencer Shinner right with him, the 6 versus the 55. And that means that he's got by the 55 because he started this lap behind it. And now actually it's Archie Brown in that 76 car who's trying to find a way past on Spencer Shinner. And that is the 26, excuse me, the 28 of Joshua Valance as well. Rob Ellis, your leader. There he is in the 46. Then it's Sam Hawthorne in the 15, the 71 of Harry Holland, and there is a move on Spencer Shinner by Archie Brown in the 76. Makes it stick. Nice move through Christmas Corner. And that was also a move through Ashby Corner. I think that was that Harry Holland having a look there? Here is, actually no it wasn't, because here is Harry Holland chasing Sam Hawthorne. Luke Woodard there, and it was, yeah, it was Teddy Clinton game by Alex Hughes. That was the move in Ashby Corner, as confirmed there, and Teddy Clinton seals the deal by setting the new fastest lap of the race, 45.2. Here's the lead battle, although it's actually more of a second place battle, just a little bit of breathing space that Rob Ellis has at the moment. This is the thing about this championship. Just, oh, he's got breathing space. How much? Oh, half a second. All right. That's what we're talking about, apparently. So, yeah. But Ellis will, at this point, try and break away. And he would be indebted to the likes of Harry Holland and Luke Woodard if they could start battling with Sam Hawthorne, because that would be quite the gift. But for the moment, you've got to think that they're all going to work together to try and get onto the back. Question of when is Junior Rotax out coming in. That's already been out, I'm afraid, but does provide me with a cheeky opportunity to say don't forget that you can go back and enjoy any of today's action from the FastR 2021 Wilton Mill Kart Club Championship on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And if you're watching us on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, cheeky subscription and a notification bell, why not? Hope you've enjoyed today's coverage. But you can go back and watch any of this action once the stream's done on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. You can go back and enjoy it, and you can go back and enjoy all the other rounds of the season as well. This being, as I've said a couple of times already, the second round of this championship that's been held in this month. As the Teddy Clinton there is looking at Harry Holland, and that is a clean and clinical move. I've got to say, Teddy has been doing some really good clinical moves today. As behind that is Luke Woodard getting through as well there. So costly lap, I'm afraid, for Harry Holland, because I think Alex Hughes has got through on that as well at Ashby. So it is Teddy who started off that that cascade of position exchanges. And that was a nice move there. Rob Ellis leads. Sam Hawthorne in second. Teddy Clinton now up into third. Luke Woodard, the E-plate holder, in fourth place. Alex Hughes just behind in fifth. Bradley Philpott up into 12th place. Past Harrison Crook. I mentioned it earlier today, but good to see Bradley out racing again after what was quite a spectacular incident a couple of rounds ago, I believe it was, up at Ashby Corner. Joshua Valance past Archie Brown for 7th as well. We're here with Teddy Clinton. Fastest lap of the race is with him, and he's trying to get onto the back of Sam Hawthorne. Behind him, though, that looks like Alex Hughes may have got past Luke Woodard. Yes, he has. The 51 back past the E-plate kart. Good little battle going on there, I can see as well, that's headed by Mikey Austin for 19th place. He's got Alex Jackson, Ryan Luscombe, Tommy Edmonds with him. So good battles throughout the field here. Just coming up to the halfway mark in this one. Lincoln Bailey Arneson says, should I subscribe? Yes, easiest question I've had of the day. And yeah, when is the Honda Cadet final? It's up next. So enjoy this latter half of this race, and then the Honda Cadets will be on there. Rob Ellis, race leader with the new fastest lap of the race, a 44.93 to take the gap out to 3/4 of a second. This is Alex Hughes in 4th place, being chased down by Luke Woodard. Harry Holland in close company as well. Josh Valance recently up into that 7th spot, trying to get involved as well. And Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort as well coming onto the back of this. He'll be looking to buy in and get some good points. Took the Heat 1 win, of course, earlier today, so could be one to watch as it all closes up towards the end. Teddy Clinton now with the fastest lap of the race. They're just trading. I say they're trading tenths. First and second, identical lap times that last time around. But Teddy Clinton is closing in on Sam Hawthorne. And look at this. Catherine White there being taken by Bradley Philpott in the 13 car up at Christmas Corner. Nice move there, and that is Philpott up to 11th place. Meanwhile, Lewis Wild's getting past Joshua Pickford. That's over 16th place. Tommy Edmonds with the mechanical flag being shown, I'm sorry to report. He'll have to report to the pit lane, so you can see him in 20th place on your timing tower to the left of your screens there. Unfortunately, he's going to have to report, and you can see it there flashing on the digi flag. Race leader, Rob Ellis, the number 46. Doing just enough right now to hold Sam Hawthorne at arm's length. And then Teddy Clinton trying to close it in. Then Alex Hughes leading that train of karts, battling over 4th place. Except he's not leading it anymore. Luke Wood has got by at some point on this lap. There it is. So Wood through on Hughes again. Been exchanging that position multiple times in this race. On to lap number 12. You can see the likes of Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort and Spencer Shinner coming onto the back of this group, battling over 4th now. And there behind, there is Harry Holland being taken by Joshua Valance, Joshua Valance in the 28 car, past the 71 of Harry Holland, up into 6th place. Tommy Edmonds not yet reporting to the pit lane for that mechanical flag. It's being re-shown. It's something you have to bear in mind. It's gutting when you get it, but if you get it, you have got to observe it. Got to honour it. Luke Wood leads this battle for 4th place then through the boot section and through paddock. It'll be confirmed that Joshua Valance has got by on Harry Holland. So change for 6th place. Up the hill once again. Rob Ellis has nearly a second in hand at the front of this one now. They all go to the right-hand side. The first person not to go over to driver's right is Harry Holland, who can't do anything with the overspeed that switchback gives. 2.5 minutes to go then. Wood with that E plate indicating English champion. And there is a look from Alex Hughes into the boot, but there's nothing on there. And does that compromise Hughes through the latter part of the boot? It kind of does, but not enough for Joshua Valance to capitalise on it. The gap for the lead is 1 second. The gap between second and third, though, is only 0.3 of a second. So you've got to wonder if the gloves will come off between the two you just saw on screen, between Hawthorne and Clinton. Meanwhile, though, further back, that is Alex Hughes. Excuse me, no, that's Harry Holland getting Archie Brown going down the inside into Christmas Corner. Holland tries to come back at Brown, but can't make it work. Klein-Nagelvoort smells the opportunity in that, but can't do anything with it. Lewis Wild and Joshua Pickford have got past Harrison Crook. Here's the look again from Hughes. The dress rehearsal from last lap has paid off, and he's got the move done there on Luke Wood. That's lovely stuff there from Alex Hughes up into 4th place. The only trouble is that whilst they were negotiating that, it went from being a 2-horse race to a 7-horse race. And there, going defensive against Klein-Nagelvoort is Harry Holland. Going defense. Whoa, very late defense, and Klein-Nagelvoort's going for it anyway. What a move for Klein-Nagelvoort. Had to commit there. Could see almost getting sideways on the brake, pushing the very limits of it, risking locking up the rear there. But that is job done, and the Heat 1 winner is up to 8th place. In fact, it's more than that, because that's Spencer Shinner now by. So actually, has he gone up at all? No, he hasn't. Spencer Shinner is up to 8th place. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort is in 9th still, and Harry Holland down to 10th. There's your race leader. And then there is the battle for 2nd place. Ryan Luscombe has just got past Harrison Crook over 16th place. Tommy Edmonds has finally reported to the pit lane for the mechanical flag, mainly because he got shown a black flag, as I understand it. So it just got converted in a, okay, well, if you're not going to pull in, we'll give you a different reason to pull in. Here's your second place battle then. And there is the last lap. I thought it was going to be close for whether or not this was called the last lap. Rob Ellis then begins his final tour of the circuit, 1.35 seconds to the good. It's between Sam Hawthorne and Teddy Clinton. Is Clinton actually close enough to make the move, though? He isn't quite at the top of the hill. What's happening as well in that battle over fourth place is the other thing to wonder. As they all stream through Christmas Corner, you can see them there. It's hard fought for that fourth place. They're not going to want to give it up. Does Teddy Clinton have any opportunity? There goes defensive Sam Hawthorne. He's going to have to remain defensive through this last part of the lap into the boot. Will Clinton be able to tuck underneath? No, there's a hit on the rear, and he's not going to be able to do anything with it. Rob Ellis is going to cross the line to take the round victory in the senior max class. Sam Hawthorne is going to hold on to second from Teddy Clinton. It's Luke Wood, with a hard fought for fourth place. Alex Hughes in fifth. Sixth for Archie Brown, Spencer Shinner in seventh, eighth for Joshua Vance, Harry Holland in ninth, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort in 10th, then it's Bradley Philpott, Catherine White, Jaden Neil Holder, Lewis Wild, Ryan Luscombe in the 15th spot, Joshua Pickford, Harrison Crook, Joshua Taylor, Cheers Simpson in 19th, 20th is Carl Dunford, Alex Jackson in 21st, then was Mikey Austin, Archie Elliott, Johnny Elliott and Harry East. Issues befalling Tommy Edmonds, and later on, towards the end, it was unfortunately Tommy Lee Davis as well had to report to the pit lane. Right, that was Senior Max. Congratulations to Rob Ellis, who has taken home the spoils in that today. Coming up next here at Whilton Mill, I'm sorry to report, it is the final race of the weekend. It is going to be Honda Cadet A Final coming up next. Here's your grid then for the Honda Cadet A Final here at round 5 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Joshua Smith will start this one from pole. Joshua Begembi alongside him, Mayan Patel and Zach Starbuck make up row 2. Row 3 is going to be Harrison Whitcomb and Oliver Majewski. Then it's going to be Theo Champney and Adam Hill, Hayden Gray and Jensen Hookey to round out the top 10. Rio Licata and Finley Lines to round out row 6. Row 7 will be Charlie Warren and Emily Cooper. Then it's Riley Thatcher and Riley Till. And all Riley 8th row there with Joshua Jarvis and Seb Tutseo on row 9. Sergio Wirtz and Ellis Pullen-Mayman round out your top 20. Then it's Isaac Parkinson and Max Fallon, Jack Price and Tyler Davis on row 12. Row 13 is going to be Callum Wilson and Zach Champney, Lucy Wilden and Daniel Butcher on row 14. Rounding at the top 30 is Bobby Pete and Victor Hansen, Jake Schulz and Samuel Gamayo, and Noah Nicholas and Jensen Walker are your promotees from the B final on rows 16 and 17 respectively to round out your 34 car grid. That's why they weren't on the graphic. Don't worry, they are very much there. Here we go then for the last race of the day and indeed of the weekend. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable one, this. Some really good high quality racing, and to get ourselves going we've got the driver with the E-plate versus the leader in the championship coming into today on the front row. Lots of great messages coming in. Thank you so much everybody for your messages today. It's been really great to have all of that. Good luck to Zach Starbuck coming in for David Edwards. Come on Josh Jarvis, says Sophia Rojon. Luke Jarman, come on Joshy, good luck on that E-plate. Let's go Oliver Majewski, says Thomas Kanteki. And Harry Friel saying good luck Harrison and Hayden. Lots of eyes on this one then, and we've got a lovely 34 kart. What could be a better way to finish off the day than a 34 kart grid of Honda Cadets streaming up the hill towards Christmas Corner? That sounds like a great way to close this one out. Good luck coming in as well for Harrison Whitcomb. It'll be eyes on the lights. Standing start, of course. And away we go then for our Honda Cadet A final. Joshua Smith leads them away. How's he off the line? Pretty good, but so too is Joshua Bugembi as they all stream into oblivion and through the crook. Up the hill then, and it's the usual Cadet line of over to driver's right for almost everybody. See Emily Cooper there trying to shake things up a little bit by taking a more conventional line there. Through Ashby Corner they go, downhill braking there. So far so good on the cleanness of the start. It is Joshua Smith at the moment leading them through and onto the back straight. He's got a few kart lengths in hand actually, but that's something that I'm sure Bugembi will be doing something about, as the those behind them look almost attached with glue, to be honest. They're so close nose to tail. But it is Joshua Smith, Josh Bugembi, Zach Starbuck, Mayan Patel, your top four. Big moves on that first lap. Finley Lyons and Emily Cooper both made up the 3 positions there. That is a move from Mayan Patel trying to get by on Zach Starbuck, and it's not paid off, and it's allowed the likes of Harrison Whitcomb and Oliver Majewski and Theo Champney to try and get involved there as they come through Ashby Corner. And that is Harrison Whitcomb, I think, not knowing which way to look, and I can well believe it, because there's so much happening around him at the moment in that situation. There's Mayan Patel, who's got by on Zach Starbuck now onto the back straight, so the 20 now ahead of the 88. Harrison Whitcomb, though, it looks like the big winner there this lap, up into 3rd place. As side by side goes Majewski with the 88 of Zach Starbuck, and Starbuck goes quite wide but manages to gather that back up again. Theo Champney, Hayden Gray arriving on the scene as well, up a couple of positions on that lap as well as they come up the hill. Majewski side by side there with Hayden Gray, who's on the move, and they're followed in quick succession by Adam Hill and Emily Cooper, who I think has got past Finley Lyons in the early part of that lap. Through Wilkins they'll go. Still Joshua Smith and Joshua Bugembi at the front of this one. That is Theo Champney having a battle with Zach Starbuck as they come onto the back straight and indeed through the boot. Can Champney find a way to tuck underneath? No, not for now. On to lap number 3 then. As there's very little in the way of field spread. Drama out there for Seb Tudeo. He lost out about 9 positions on that lap. Still circulating though, as Majewski here under attack again, this time from Adam Hill, who can't make it work for him and convert the move. Harrison Whitcomb and Mayan Patel just breaking away slightly from this group, currently led by Zach Starbuck. And those are your 2 outright leaders, Smith and Bugembi. So they've paired off for the top 4, Smith and Bugembi, Whitcomb and Patel. And then Zach Starbuck leads this battle, which comes onto the back straight now, with Theo Champney in the green 55 car. Hayden Gray just behind in the number 6. New fastest lap of the race from Joshua Smith, a 53.25, trying to break that toe of Joshua Bugembi. Not done yet. 0.6 of a second though, the beginnings of something that can marginally be called a comfortable lead by Honda Cadet standards. Battles throughout here. That is a battle going on between Charlie Warren and Rio Licata. Currently going the way of Charlie Warren, so I think that's Charlie up to 13th place. Jack Price as well through on Riley Till there. So 71 up past the 44 for 15th place. Sorry to report for Riley Thatcher fans, down 8 positions on that last lap. The thing is, usually I would look at that and go, oh, there's a kart problem or something. No, in a pack like this, it can just be that you were compromised on your line, and as I so often say in sprint racing, that can be so costly when you're in a train of karts like this. Up the hill comes Harrison Whitcomb. Running well in the moment in 3rd place. Majewski under threat again from Adam Hill. And Finley Lyons in the number 9 trying to buy in as well. But this time it's only Adam Hill who gets through on Oliver Majewski. It's Hill, Majewski, Lines. It looks to me like it's then Emily Cooper still, and Jensen Hookie. 11th and 12th. There is the move from Hayden Gray on Zach Starbuck. I thought Starbuck was going to come back at him, but no, that's move done for Hayden Gray. So change there for 6th place. And Mayan Patel has got past Harrison Whitcomb as well on that lap. So if we can pick them up as they're coming up the hill. There they are. That is changed position. Mayan Patel now ahead. And then a train of about 6 karts battling over 5th place. Theo Champney in number 55 currently at the head of it, but under pressure from Hayden Gray, and I think Hayden Gray's made that move stick. Can Champney gather it back up? I thought he was at risk of getting put out wide there, and that's going to give Oliver Majewski a chance. This is hairy moment here for Champney. He's lost a few positions, but thankfully able to keep it pointing in the right direction. Zach Starbuck beginning a bit of a resurgence here, trying to tackle Adam Hill, who's just got by him, actually. And Finley Lyons has got past both of them because he's now challenging Theo Champney at the end of a costly lap for the number 55. Joshua Smith, Joshua Begembi, separated by 1.2 seconds. Then it's this battle over 3rd between Mayan Patel and Harrison Whitcomb. Then it's Hayden Gray, and then it's this battle in which that's Theo Champney back past Oliver Majewski, the 55 ahead of the 40. Finley Lyons staying with them, but now joined by his friends, Adam Hill, Zach Starbuck, Emily Cooper, you know what, everybody else, basically. Brilliant battles further down. Rio Carter on the move, past Charlie Warren. Ellis Pullen Meeman driving well in 16th place at the moment in the 64, the highest place of those novice plate runners. Contact warnings being drawn attention to in the comments. Good point, yep. Oliver Majewski and Theo Champney both with contact warnings. Here's Patel and Whitcomb with 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Sam Gamayo past Isaac Parkinson on that last lap as well. That's for 28th place. Just having a look to see how our promotees have got on. So Jake Schulz, winner of the B final, is up to 25th at the moment. Sam Gamayo up to 28th. Noah McNicholas in 30th. And Jensen Walker at the moment in 34th. So for 3 of those 4 promotees at the moment, they've been able to capitalise on that promotion to get extra points, if you like, or additional points to that which you would have just got if there were no promotion system at all. So that's the power of that system. That's why it's important to play it so tactically. Look at this Theo Champney under pressure from Oliver Majewski again, and Majewski's got the job done. And once again, Finley Lyons, unfortunately on that occasion, he's positioning his kart really well. It just doesn't quite come his way in those moments, but he's doing exactly what he needs to do to try and find the gap. Needs to pick his moment carefully though, because Adam Hill is right with him, as is Zach Starbuck. Lucy Wilden just past Dan Butcher for 32nd place. Seb Tuteo past Tyler Davis for 23rd. Riley Thatcher past Victor Hansen for 26th. Battles throughout the field, as ever in Honda Cadet. This is why it's a good way to finish the day. I mean, look at that pack of karts that we covered. That's Rio Licata in 14th place, leading Max Fallon, Charlie Warren, Callum Wilson, Ellis Pullen Meeman. A great battle going on there, and a great battle going on here as well, because that's the 2nd lap in a row that we've had an exchange there, and there was a perfect touch, if there is such a thing, of the wheels there between Majewski and Lyons, but it didn't help Lyons because that has allowed Adam Hill to get by in the 66. But there was a little scuffle of the wheels there just as they came out of Christmas Corner. But it was just so that it didn't cause any of them to spring up in the air or ride up onto the wheel of another. But either way, it compromised Finley Lyons there. And the 9 is now behind the 66. The 88 of Zach Starbuck there, the blue and orange car at the rear of this pack, still in with the fight there. 2 minutes left on the clock then Joshua Smith in the lead by some 2 seconds from Joshua Bigembe, who has 3 seconds in hand over these two that you just saw there, Patel and Whitcomb. And now it is Zach Starbuck having a look. Oh, interesting, Finlay Lyons has got back past Adam Hill, interestingly there. So didn't catch that one, but move done there. And then Emily Cooper there, looked to me like there was a move being done on her by Jack Price there into Ashby corner. Going to be interesting to see if that stays for the rest of the lap. Back with our battle for third place though. Patel and Whitcomb. Now, it was formerly Harrison who was in the third place. Looking for a way to get that back. Change of position between Finlay Lyons and Majewski confirmed that Jack Price did get past Emily Cooper. In fact, something's happened. That wasn't a good lap for Emily Cooper. She lost the momentum, I think, and she's been passed by Price and Jensen Hookey, Max Fallon and Ria Licata, as well as Callum Wilson. So Emily Cooper just needs to gather up that momentum and try and take some more positions back again. Third place battle, though, through Wilkins. And then you can see there's a nice battle behind as well between Hayden Gray and Theo Champney. They've managed to break off just a tiny amount. You can just see Bigembe up ahead of them. But it is, I think, too big of a gap, too big an ask for any of those big gaps at the front to be closed in now. It would take some kind of incident, I think, to hold up our top two. Who is going to take, though, the final spot of the podium, as it were? Who's going to take fifth place as well? Still Hayden Gray and Theo Champney close together for that. Joshua Jarvis just past Alice Pullen-Meeman for 17th place. Next time our leaders come past the start-finish line, they'll be shown the last lap board. That's going to be quite soon, actually, because it's important we don't lose track of how far ahead at the moment Joshua Smith is. He's got some 3-second advantage. There he is. He's going to see the last lap board now. And there's Joshua Bigembe as well. Going to come away from today with a good haul of points there. And then this is the third place battle. Mayan Patel then leads Harrison Whitcomb into oblivion for the last time in racing form. They're both presumably going to be over to driver's right. Is there going to be a gap that opens up? No, there isn't. Not at this point. Theo Champney has got past Hayden Gray on the penultimate lap, though, for fifth place, so that's one to keep an eye on. Going defensive here is Patel. We've seen great driving, great racing from both of these drivers throughout today. Who is going to take that third position? On the outside is Whitcomb. It's going to be difficult to convert that through Wilkins, but he'll have the inside line potentially. Downhill into Oziers. No, it's covered off well by Mayan Patel there. There's Champney ahead of Gray in the background. Here, though, is Joshua Smith, who's going to come round the boot, come round paddock corner, and take the win in Honda Cadets for round 5 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. There is Joshua Bigembe with a very impressive second place. Mayan Patel holds on by 1/10 of a second from Harrison Whitcomb for third. Hayden Gray gets back past Theo Champney for fifth. There's plenty of changes of position on that last lap. Yeah, Gray in fifth, Theo Champney in sixth, seventh for Oliver Majewski, eighth for Finlay Lyons. Zach Starbuck in the end in 9th, 10th for Jack Price, Adam Hill in 11th, Jensen Hookey in 12th, Max Fallon in 13th, Rio Licata in 14th, 15th for Callum Wilson, Emily Cooper in 16th, Joshua Jarvis in 17th, Ellis Pullen-Meeman in 18th, 19th for Charlie Warren, Sergio Wirtz to close out the top 20, Riley Tills, Seb Tuzeo, Jake Schulz, Bobby Pete and Tyler Davis in 25th, Riley Thatcher, Sam Gameo, Victor Hansen, Isaac Parkinson and Noah McNicholas to round out the top 30. Then it was Dan Butcher in 31st, 32nd for Zach Champney, Lucy Wilden in 33rd and Jensen Walker in 34th. Congratulations to Joshua Smith, who takes home the round win. Congratulations to all of our victors across the classes here today at round 5 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. That's it then, folks. That's all of the race we've got for today. But what a fantastic day of racing it has been. Thank you so much to you all, dear viewers, who have joined us on YouTube and on Facebook, particularly those who have kept the comments coming in on YouTube. We always love that interaction with you. If you haven't already, please like, subscribe, hit the notification bell on the YouTube channel, and follow Alpha Live Productions on Facebook. And if you like what you've heard from a commentary perspective as well, my name has been Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and if you would like to find out more about what we get up to, double-mm.com, or we also have a YouTube channel which is well worth subscribing to, and we have a Facebook page. Do please check us out on there. But I've thoroughly enjoyed my first visit for the 2021 Championship. My thanks as well to David and to Slavic, who have been your camera operators for today, to Fraser, who's been doing the producing today, and to James Fitchew of Alpha Live, who has been doing general producing, overseeing of things, monitoring the comments, trying to get that interaction, man with the plan today. That's all been absolutely cracking. Yeah, absolutely. Check out all the stuff that Alpha Live has on offer in terms of live event coverage over on their YouTube channel. And you can go back and watch any of the previous rounds as well. So that was everything for today. This has been an Alpha Live production with commentary support from Double Dash Motorsport Media on behalf of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Until next time, folks, goodbye and take care.